Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General, signed by his own hand. Monsieur le Président, un message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Governor General, signed by his own hand.
His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimate C of subs required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2014, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général.
His Excellency, the Governor General, has to the House of Commons a supplementary estimate referring to the necessary funds for the administration of the federal government, and pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act of 1867. And recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
private members' bills. Première lecture du projet de loi de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me this morning 3,000 petitions from all over our great nation calling on Parliament to decriminalize the selling of sexual services for the victims and criminalize the purchasing of the sexual services from the predators who do this. So I respectfully submit this from all across Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from thousands of Canadians who call on the Government of Canada to immediately impose a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
I'm honoured to rise today to present a petition on behalf of the Native Women's Association of Canada, which urges the government to hold a national public inquiry into the ongoing tragedy of the drastically disproportionate numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. The petition also calls on the government to involve those most affected by this tragic issue, Aboriginal women, in the design and implementation of this inquiry. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize the fact that the President of the Native Women's Association, Michelle Odette, is on the Hill today with Elder Annie St. George and loved ones of victims to speak about their online petition, also calling for a national inquiry with more than 17,000 signatures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in the House and present petitions from a few hundred signatures here from Canadians who are quite upset with Canada Post's decision to axe good jobs and home delivery and the cost of stamps. They're asking the government to reverse these cuts to services recently announced and to look at ways to modernize operations instead, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Petitions, pétitions.
Honourable Member for Saint Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, today I am presenting a part of a 24,000 name petition signed by people in New Brunswick as people are in Saint Maurice are suffering from the cuts of rail services.
Pétitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm presenting two petitions, including hundreds and hundreds of names, asking the government to pass regulations to protect Gatineau Park. As you know, the park includes some 90 plant species and some that are at risk. And I think that it is a jewel as both a park, as a park, and I think that the government should listen to the will of Canadians who wish to protect it, as well as the Quebecers who have signed this, and pass regulations to protect this magnificent park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition on CCSVI. It is 4 years since Canadians began traveling overseas for treatment for CCSVI. Canadians with MS are wondering how the government is going to judge the radically different CCSVI data from the east and west of Canada, and when there might be an update on the government's MS registry, which was announced in March 2011. The petitioners call upon the Minister of Health to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis in multiple centres across Canada and to require follow-up care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pétition, l'honorable
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition of more than 100 names that is added to many other petitions that have already been tabled, asking the Canadian government to take more action to ensure that the rail line between Halifax and Montreal is restored. We know that there are problems around Miramichi, and this could compromise rail transport in the east of Quebec, but also in the Maritimes. So this petition of some 100 names is in addition to other petitions that have already been tabled and is asking the government to act.
member for Random Buren St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have two petitions to present today, one on behalf of my constituents with respect to hydraulic fracturing. They're calling on the Government of Canada to, in fact, ban the practice of hydraulic fracturing. They're speaking to the process itself and what is required for it to take place. They also point out that several Canadian provinces, as well as several U.S. states, have halted the practice. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to do the same. And I present this petition on their behalf. Another one, Mr. Speaker, again from my constituents who are concerned about mining. They want the creation of a legislative ombudsman mechanism for responsible mining. They're saying that there isn't enough oversight in terms of mining practices, so they're calling on the Government of Canada to create a legislative ombudsman mechanism for responsible mining. Thank you.
Here. Petitions. The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions. One is from people that are petitioners that are worried that there are cutbacks in the operation hours of the Rideau Canal and Trent Severn Waterway, and they want the hours to be restored to the service level at 2011. The second petition is from constituents that are calling on this government to provide long-term, predictable, and nonpartisan funding for public transit. Now, they said that Canadians deserve fast, reliable, and affordable public transit, and that there's an estimate of 32 billion investment gaps in public transit infrastructure needs across Canada.
Petition. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to present a petition on behalf of the Native Women's Association of Canada, a petition that's been signed by tens of thousands of Canadians. It's asking this government to call a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. It is time for the families of those that are grieving for their communities. It is time for justice. I want to acknowledge the hard work in moving this petition by people like Elder Annie St. George, family members of women that are missing, like Lorna Martin, Sue Martin, Gail Nepanak, and the team at the Native Women's Association of Canada, President Michelle Odette, Irene Goodwin, Teresa Edwards, Dale Gardepy, Jackie Brennan, Amanda Mitchell, Rebecca Elkerton, and Sarah Megan McLean. Thank you very much.
Petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'm tabling a petition today that expresses the concerns of people from across Canada who are urging the Parliament to take action in order to help facilitate a peaceful resolution amidst the current unrest and government-sanctioned anti-democratic crackdown against Ukrainians. In the cities across Ukraine, Romania, protests are demanding for democratic Ukraine that must allow for oppositional voices to exist and be heard. The current treatment of protesters and human rights violations must be admonished. This petition asks Parliament to stand in solidarity with Ukrainians and to impose targeted sanctions against individuals who are responsible for the ongoing violations in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for
Hull Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and present a petition signed by constituents in my riding in the National Capital Region so that the government adopt legislation that completely protects Gatineau Park. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling a petition of some 685 names. We are asking the Canadian government to implement a motion passed in September, and these children want to go to a building that really is a proper school. Petition.
Questions on the ordered paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
Military policy of the government and resuming debate on the supplement of Mr. Bryson.
Débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. You have 13 minutes remaining. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to conclude the speech that I began yesterday on the 2014 federal budget. Allow me to begin by summing up quickly what I spoke about yesterday. I gave an overview of the economic situation in Canada. The government gives one version of it, but it's not as rosy as they claim. In fact, when we're talking about measures that were undertaken in the last 4 budget, to which this one is added, there have been cutbacks and austerity measures, and what they're hiding is that there is a cost to these cutbacks on job creation and on the economy. This is one component that was emphasized by the Parliamentary Budget Officer over the last reports that the office tabled here in this House, including the PBO's emphasis on economic growth, saying that with the current rate of growth is only 1.6 less than what it was before their budgets. It might not seem like a lot, but we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars that haven't served economic growth, and their potential has been lost. And in terms of the economy we might have had. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer said in his most recent report published in January, it clearly demonstrates that the austerity measures undertaken by the federal government, including those in the most recent budget, have ensured that Canadian economic growth is about 10 to 15% less than what it could have been without these measures. So the artificial goal of achieving a balanced budget by 2015, whereas we could be attacking economic growth and job creation by pushing that target date back, is something that most of our partners would agree with, even though the situation isn't as rosy as the government claims. To achieve that budget balance, looking at the debt-to-GDP ratio, we are in a position to achieve that, and that's what we've heard from our international friends. The government always claims that we're at the head of the G7 countries for economic growth, but that's no longer true. We're now ranked 3rd, and things are still slowing down because of the Conservative government's lack of action. It's the same thing for the OCDE. We're in the middle of the pack, and the other countries who are working harder and are putting forth more measures to create jobs and push economic growth are doing better than Canada. So we're stagnating in terms of economic growth, and the federal government is turning a blind eye to that. And once again, the goal of this budget, as was the case, which was scarcely hidden, in fact it's quite open on the part of the Conservative government, is really to balance the budget by 2015 and to be able to distribute their goodies at that time. So that's not proper governance, and it's not working on behalf of all Canadians, but that's how the Conservative government has chosen to act. And a final point to come back on what I said yesterday for the benefit of members here in the House. I was astonished to hear one particular sentence that the minister said during his budget, And he said that the government remains committed to balancing the budget in 2015. I want to be clear, we haven't done this on the backs of ordinary Canadians or on the backs of Canadians in need. How can the Minister of Finance make such a statement? Whereas he knows very well that not only in my riding, but in my corner of the country, we have suffered from massive cutbacks in terms of employment insurance. And if that isn't for the poorest people in the country, I think that the minister has serious problems of perception. Via Rail, Canada Post, Service Canada, Veterans Affairs, cuts in science and technology, which help Canada to remain competitive in this world in terms of the economy, but also in terms of technological advancements, food inspection. It's perfectly absurd that the minister manages to deny that the cutbacks that he has imposed over the last 4 years do not affect ordinary Canadians or Canadians in need. Quite the contrary. It's quite the contrary. I talked about food inspection. Well, there are indeed a handful of measures in the budget that we do agree with. And clearly we know that government members, when they voice their support for this budget, will choose page 275, have you seen this fantastic measure? Page 187, page 383. These are measures that we would probably agree with as well. But overall, with the budget, the main measures targeting job creation are not there. Those that are targeting economic growth aren't there either.
To come back to food inspection, some things I agree with, but on the whole, the blindness of the government is apparent in some areas. For instance, the number of food inspectors, it's all very well and good to add 200 food inspectors and to add another $350 million to ensure Canada's food system is safe. But the problem is that in the last 2 years, the government has been massively cutting in the area of food inspections. They finally saw the light. And so in this budget, they've added 200 new food inspectors, but 300 had been laid off, fired in the last 2 years. But that appears nowhere in the budget, so there's still a lot of work to do. This government has to realize that they can't fix their problems 2 years later. They have to act right away to fix problems and address weaknesses which were created in their past budgets. Another measure with which I do not agree is the fact of working, or rather connecting people to high-speed internet living in remote areas. That's a great idea, but why did the government eliminate most of these internet access programs for libraries in remote areas? So originally, 2-3 years ago, the government removed an essential service in a rural area, but now it finally woke up. The government sees that these areas are suffering, so they are reinstating access to high-speed internet, which thus connecting 280,000 more people. It seems like a lot, but across the country, it's not a lot of people after all. So, in that regard, many measures will be beneficial and which we agree with. And when the time will come to debate these issues, when budget implementation legislation will be tabled, I imagine in April, we will see how the government will want to implement these measures. But as usual, the devil is in the details. If these measures are acceptable, we will support them at the Finance Committee. But the government and government MPs know very well that budget implementation legislation and the budget itself contains all measures put forth by the government. So these smaller measures are important for communities, but most of the measures and the lack of job creation measures and job growth measures are absent from this bill. I will conclude because I think I only have 5 or 6 minutes left. 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, fine. I will talk about the approach of the government towards these various programs. For instance, the Canada Job Grant. Now, trying to match unemployed people with skills and jobs is a very noble objective, and we completely agree with it. But we're not talking about objectives here. We're talking about the method, the way this is being implemented. And when the Minister of Finance says, for instance, with regard to the Canada Jobs Grant, which is a training program, which is of provincial jurisdiction, but the Minister of Finance is saying that we can spend the money any way we want to, well, imagine what kind of problem this creates when it comes to implementing the measures which are essential. We agree with the objective. And so the government is confronting the provinces in their own areas of jurisdiction with regard to how these measures are implemented. These measures are needed now. I think government MPs, as we are, agree on that. But we have to work with the provinces in collaboration with the provinces so these measures can be brought about as quickly as possible. But what's the government doing? It's looking for arguments with the provinces. None of the provinces were happy to hear what the finance minister said after the budget was tabled. They said that the government hasn't understood a thing, and again, the government is showing a lack of sensitivity towards jurisdictions, and there has been a lack of consultation with the provinces. Take the National Securities Regulator. The government wants to centralize all securities operations. But the Supreme Court ruled that this is an area of provincial jurisdiction. The federal government has a role to oversee the entire system, but the application of these rules is done by the provinces because the provinces understand that they need a synergy amongst each other in the interest of having a strong financial system which protects investors. So the provinces are working together to that effect. Through a passport system, the provinces know that some issues which were before the courts are applied across the country. So if some people work in this area in a province, they can work elsewhere with this passport system, which was designed by the provinces themselves. Imagine if the provinces came up with a system which met the same objectives as the federal government. It would be great, but this could only work if the federal government worked with the provinces. But the federal government has decided to go at it unilaterally, and only now it is looking for the provinces to come on board. 2 have agreed, 8 have opposed the federal government's suggestion. How much more work will it take for the federal government to convince the recalcitrant provinces? A national system would have been implemented much more quickly if the government had consulted the provinces earlier. There's another thing in the budget, the end of the immigrant investor program. So we can talk about the effectiveness of the program. I think we should have that debate, but at the end of the day, the decision was made unilaterally without consulting the provinces. Brad Wall, the Premier of Saskatchewan, objected to the government's unilateral action. So the government has no idea where it is heading, and it really doesn't understand how a federation works. The government doesn't understand that if it wants to reach its objectives, it has to consult with the provinces, work with them. But no, the federal government is seeking confrontation, and as a result, the objectives and the fact of good governments are taking much longer to achieve. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to me that this budget does not reach the objective a government should set itself, namely to direct the federal government's resources towards economic growth and job growth. The government claims to be doing this, but believe me, this budget will not reach those objectives. The only objective of this budget is arbitrary, namely balancing the budget by 2015 to hand out trinkets, electoral goodies, so they can sell their so-called good governance to Canadians. But I can guarantee you Canadians will not be fooled, and in 2015, the lack of good governance on the part of the Conservatives will be one of the main themes. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Not sure. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in looking at the budget, one easily comes to an understanding that it is a status quo, hold back, no real vision for Canada. You get this sense, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day they're putting political priorities ahead of what's in the best interest of Canadians. You know, it's interesting, the highlight of the budget seems to be, well, we're going to balance the budget. When the Conservatives took office, they had a very healthy surplus, billions of dollars in surplus, compliments of former Prime Minister Paul Martin. They converted that healthy surplus even before the recession began into a deficit, Mr. Speaker. So the finances were in good order when they had taken over. And then if you take a look at the economics, Mr. Speaker, one of the most significant economic factors is international trade. Again, they inherited a good, solid, healthy, multi-billion-dollar surplus. That means thousands of jobs for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They have converted that into an unhealthy billion-dollar-plus trade deficit. That means the loss of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member, would he not agree that one of the ways to best achieve a balanced budget and even going into a surplus is to encourage growth in Canada? And you can do that by increasing the trade surplus or striving to get the trade surplus and so forth. Would the member maybe provide comment on that fact?
The honourable member. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the member for his question. Indeed, when we talk about economic growth and job creation, we talk about good governance and policies that support these objectives. I agree with the member because Conservatives who boast that they will balance the budget are the very ones who created the deficit in the first place even before the recession hit. The measures they have implemented, which have been decried by most economists as being inefficient, for instance, since they have arrived in power, they have added $123 billion to the public debt. They will claim that 8 or 9 years after they formed the government, they will balance the budget. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in the first couple of years after the 2006 election, around 2007, the surplus had already melted by about half. So around that time, the last time a Conservative budget was balanced was in 1912 under Prime Minister Borden. I think this government has to think long and hard about how it managed the economy, about its priorities, but it refuses to do this. And for us, this is deplorable because economics is all about balance. Conservatives only talk about one thing, the fiscal aspect of the economy. Taxes, of course, are important, and our fiscal system is important too, and we need good policies, though, to address the income gap, energy policy, and all those things which make Canada a great place for investors. But the Conservatives don't understand this. They're not going to do this. They don't understand the complexity of the economy, and they don't understand that you sometimes need more sophisticated measures to attain prosperity.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening carefully to the honourable member's speech and to the question from the Liberal member. And I'm a little bit perplexed, Mr. Speaker, because back in 2009, when the global economic recession was hit, it was actually with the urging and the support of both the New Democratic Party and the Liberal Party that our government put in about $55 billion in stimulus funding to help the economy, spur the economy, support the economy at that very difficult time, Mr. Speaker. It is certainly a huge accomplishment that the world's best finance minister has worked diligently to try to overcome that $55 billion deficit. But my question to the honourable member is simply this. He gets up and he speaks in very general terms about things that he would like to see being done. I wonder if he can tell this House when was the last time, or if he has ever seen, the New Democratic Party actually cost all of their wishes and their recommendations that they stand up and they speak to so eloquently in this House. Have they ever have they ever put a number to what that would cost to the Canadian people, to Canadian taxpayers? It's one thing to stand on the other side and say we don't like this and we don't like that. We think this is a better idea. But, Mr. Speaker, we live the reality is that you have to have money to pay for the things that you're saying, and they have never put a number on that on their wish list. Thank you.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe the member followed what happened leading up to the budget. We had specific requests. We wanted the eco-energy program to be reinstated. It had 3 objectives. 1, it would fight against climate change. 2, it would help taxpayers. And 3, it would create jobs, because this program would have helped to create 15,000 jobs. And with our other requests, our other request was to bring about a hiring tax credit for small businesses to hire young people. We also had another request with regard to bringing in programs for veterans. All of these measures would have cost about $500 million. Creating a budget is making choices. Conservative policies are less efficient, so they should have adopted our ideas, which would have created more jobs. The Minister of Finance did not listen to us, and I would like to remind my colleague that the Department of Finance reports on the state of public finances not only to the federal government but to all provinces since 1982 or 1987, depending on how far he wants to go back. New democratic governments in all provinces in the last 7 years have been the best managers with regard to reaching budget balance. So yes, we want to grow the economy. Our policies would do that, and we would eventually balance the budget in an overall economic contest. But that is not the case for the Conservative government. The Conservative government gets a failing mark in that regard. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Rimouski-Témiscouata-les-Basques for his very lucid comments on the government's budget and the government's inaction. Now, my Conservative colleague referred to the nearly cartoonish approach of the federal government, talking about the world's best finance minister, for instance. The government, though, is being willfully blind, and my colleague again pointed this out in his speech. We saw this willful blindness at the Finance Committee when the interim parliamentary budget officer appeared before the committee. Conservative members desperately tried to show that all the new jobs created since the recession were entirely due to the government, but economists were never able to confirm this. Another thing that the parliamentary budget officer said is that the austerity measures have slowed down our economy, have lead to lost jobs. So I would like my colleague to give us an idea of what these measures cost the entire country. The honourable member has 1 minute. Thank you. I'll respond quickly, Mr. Speaker, although I would need more time to respond to that question. First, when it comes to choices, the government has choices when it implements policies. There's the leveraging effect. Now, their measures will not have a leveraging effect on the economy. For instance, infrastructure measures would have a leveraging effect of $1.50 for every dollar invested. Any measure to help poor families, be it with regard to social housing or EI, would have a leveraging effect of $1.45 for every dollar spent. Why? Because these people would then be able to go out and spend more money, which would contribute to economic growth. Lowering taxes on corporations, the Conservative did this, and they're hoping it'll have a positive impact. But at the end of the day, in the short and medium term, the leveraging effect would only be in the order of 30 cents. So it's very clear that the government is not heading in the right direction. As for policies, the interim parliamentary budget officer clearly demonstrated that the austerity policies would reduce the number of jobs which could have been created, thousands of jobs, even more than 10,000.
Reprise le débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to first indicate that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member from Nipissing, Timiskaming. Mr. Speaker, when I was a university student, one of the first words that my professor in economics taught me was, you cannot spend more than what you've taken in. I mean, economics is a very simple science. You have to balance what you take in and what you spend. And I think the finance minister a couple of days ago indicated this very clearly, that we need to achieve a balanced budget for the simple reason that will be done through job creation, economic growth, and ensure the long-term prosperity of Canada. Let me also explain to my members opposite if they haven't understand microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics has to do with your basic household budget. You cannot spend more than what you earn. And for a business, you also cannot spend more than you earn, or else you'll go bankrupt. And as I have served in public companies in the past, I have to stand up in front of my shareholders every year to explain to them what is the strategy of the corporation in achieving a balanced budget, or to put us in a proper position year after year. And I think the minister has done an excellent job in doing that, in outlining to the nation, to Canada, to corporate Canada, if we treat Canada as a corporation in a macroeconomic sense, that we cannot spend more than what we take in. So therefore, I think that is a simple, basic lesson of what we have to learn about the economy of this country. Now, in this balanced budget, we also, there's another side that is not being explained at all by the members of the opposition, which is that I don't think they quite understand the concept of assets and liability. Assets in a corporate, in the total country, would be our human resources, our natural resources, our ability to educate our youth so that they can carry on building this nation. And where we cannot have this internally generated type of asset of wealth, we can have policy to bring in immigrants, entrepreneur immigrants, or we will set the most favorable business-friendly condition in Canada to attract that type of asset in Canada. Now, of course, on the liability side, you have to spend it in a measured way so that you do not overspend what you have. Now, you can argue that, yes, we can sometimes, for in a stimulus way, as we did in 2008, 2009, spend a little bit more by borrowing from the future, but at the end of the day, we have to balance the budget. So that is absolutely key to the long-term survival of the economy of this country. Now, let me drill down a little bit and to help my friends across the way to understand what is needed to maintain this sustainable economic conditions. We need to create a business-friendly environment. We need to have safe families. We need to have safe communities. We need to have healthy families. And we need to educate our youth from day one until the point that they can contribute to our society. We need to have a stable government. We cannot be changing a government every year, every 2 years. I mean, as you witness in Italy or in Thailand, where, you know, in the last 50 years they have 30 changes of government. That is not a stable economy for a business-friendly environment. We need to attract direct foreign investment. One of the tools that government has to attract direct foreign investment is to have low taxes, have an investment-friendly environment so that foreign business will say Canada is a great place to do business in, and they will come here and invest. Now, let me share something about how our tax system is in Canada. Since we've taken the Conservatives have been in power, we have reduced taxes 160 times, all the way from consumption tax to corporate taxes to just about every kind of taxes you can think of. Now, our corporate taxes in Canada, the general federal corporate tax is at 15%. And may I say that this is probably one of the lowest of the G7, and as a matter of fact, it's the lowest of the world. I used to do business in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong corporate taxes is 16.5%. We are even lower than Hong Kong. Bloomberg and IMF have all agreed that Canada is now one of the best places to do business. You know, we provide our labor, we provide our family with a very generous universal health system. We have one of the best education systems that attracts thousands of international students, matter of fact, hundreds of thousands of international students in Canada, which then also benefits our economy by the fact that they're here and they enjoy the benefit of being in Canada. Now, let me also indicate that our small business tax, you know, our stimulus to the small to medium-sized enterprise, that is the backbone of our economy. Our taxes for businesses that are under 500,000 in income is about 11%. I mean, I cannot think of a country that has that generous a tax regime. And let me also indicate something that in economics that we talk about a lot, and the member opposite alluded to that if government spends, you know, $1, it generates a 50% more multiplier effect. Well, there's many ways to look at this multiplier effect. Number one, in the business sense, if you look at, you know, the accelerated capital cost allowance, we have a very generous accelerated cost allowance. This is to allow business to modernize, to upgrade their equipment so that they can be competitive in the 21st century. And we have mineral exploration credits where if one of our natural resources that we need to use more effectively is to have these minerals that are explored, that then we can sell it as a product to around the world. We have scientific research and development credits that assist our corporations to engage in research and innovation and eventually to take that quantum leap from innovation into commercialization. All of these we have to do effectively with the multiplier effect of what our generous tax credits do. They seem to imply that our government is not compassionate with our spending policy, and I would beg to say that that is totally wrong. Let me share with you some of the examples where we are totally compassionate on this side. We have a generous, we have an arts credit to encourage our youth to engage, to participate in the arts and to develop that literary, musical side. We have a fitness credit to encourage Canadians to be fit. We have a mass transit credit to encourage Canadians to use mass transit to reduce the pollution in our environment. We have live-in caregiver credit to allow seniors to live a dignified life in their own homes so they're not ending up in hospitals or OH homes where they're totally alone. And we have disability credits of many sorts that assist people that are hard of hearing, that are hard of sight, that are disabled. So all of these are totally compassionate measures of this government to recognize the needs of our citizens. Now, in this budget, we also implemented the Search and Rescue Volunteer Credit to recognize the work that is done by volunteers who do good work in our society. We also had the adoption expense credit due to that. We recognize that in today's world, there are many families that are unable to have children, so therefore we reduce the cost for them. And medical expense credit. Now, they also mentioned about this immigrant investor program that we have deleted. the infant nutrition program, as it exists for 30 years, has not worked. At $800,000, they bring in only jobs that are convenience stores and their dry cleaners and their small grocery stores. These do not work. We have implemented a new investor immigrant venture capital fund, which brings this money into Canada, and we treat it almost like, if you will, the CBC Dragon's Den. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I think all the elements for the economy is there to create that balanced budget. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member's intervention carefully, and the member spoke about economics and balanced budgets. And I think if you look across the country, you'll find it is in fact New Democrat governments who have proven track record of good fiscal management. But I'd like to ask the member why his government has not adopted his balanced budget philosophy in the past 8 budgets. They've delivered, in fact, 8 deficit budgets. I'm wondering if the member could explain why they haven't delivered in the past 8 budgets. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for this question. As you all remember, economic cycles has its ups and downs, and the last down cycle was in 2008. If you invest in the stock market, you realize that your stocks have gone down about 30%. So rather than using fairly draconian measures to bring the economy out of that, we have a very gradual way to bring it out of that. And as you know, in any kind of business, you cannot turn on a dime. You need a certain amount of time to bring the country out of the budget. And I think those gradual changes are a steady method of making those changes rather than making those dramatic changes, which will actually hurt the economy at a time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York West.
My honourable colleague that I know very well. In your past, of course, as a successful businessman, I'm sure that you would never look at trying to balance your books on hypothetical money coming from here and there. And if this happens, I will have money to be able to declare I have a surplus in running my business. Clearly, when we talk about this phony surplus that's supposed to happen in 15, it's based on the inflated employment insurance. It's based on one-time only selling assets and contingency money. So, trying to predict that that's going to give you a $6.4 billion surplus that you're going to then be able to invest is all hypothetical, it's phony, and it's no way to run a business. Would you run your business with your books looking at them in that way?
Thank you. I would remind all members to address their comments to the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the question from member opposite. And I also thank her for recognizing the fact that I was a successful businessman. I mean, that's very helpful. I mean, that gives me some credibility to speak here in the House. I must also say that prior to entering politics, and prior to being a successful businessman, I spent over 5 years in public accounting, where I had the opportunity to audit companies from small corner grocery stores all the way up to publicly listed company and multinationals. Now, when you do a budget, you don't actually look at hypothetical income coming in or hypothetical expenses. You actually forecast what your expenses are. You actually forecast, given the economic condition, where your income's coming from. And then what you do is you put the assets behind it, you invest the assets behind it to make sure that that would happen. It is, in a way, a very measured type of activity. You do this by consulting your various departments and your various staff and various experts to give you the input that you need. And you also look at this in the entire international environment that you're doing business in. Furthermore, the other thing that I would say is that she mentioned something about a contingency fund. As prudent businessmen, we always put a contingency fund, a contingency reserve in our balance sheet to ensure that we meet those budgets. And this is why that $3 billion contingency fund is put in there precisely for that method, in order to be prudent and to be safe and to be to express to Canadians that we really know what we're doing in fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to give my full support for Economic Action Plan 2014. This year's budget will continue Canada's global fiscal leadership. We've been leading the G7 in job creation and debt to GDP for some time now. This budget will deliver job creation and job reduction, which are our government's key priorities. Reducing the debt plays a key role in job creation as it reduces government expense burdens, allowing for more spending on programs and support and for job creation. The budget also sends a strong signal of stability to businesses and investors. These financial management policies have elevated Canada to be one of the best places in the world to conduct business. Canada is envied around the world. Most importantly, our government has achieved this result responsibly, not on the backs of taxpayers or irresponsible fire sales of important government assets. There will be no reductions in health care, equalization, or other transfers. In fact, they have all risen. Ontario, in particular, the province of Ontario will receive $19.2 billion in support from Ottawa in 2014-2015, a 56% increase since our government took power in 2006. Whereas the opposition parties have continued to push for excess and irresponsible spending, our government has stayed the course, invested in job-creating infrastructure and initiatives, and consistently decreased the tax burden on Canadian families. On average, Mr. Speaker, Canadian families pay $3,400 less in taxes every year as a result of our government's initiatives and commitment to making sure Canadians keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. This budget is focused on key initiatives to keep our economy growing, and I would like to cite a few measures in particular that mean a lot to my riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming. First and foremost, the continued support for FedNor. FedNor, as members know, particularly in Northern Ontario, plays a critical role in the economic development. Since May of 2011, I have been very successful in working with FedNor, and I am pleased that this funding has been secured in the budget. Secondly, the creation, and I've argued along with my colleagues in Northern Ontario for a fund targeted for small municipalities. And I'm hopeful that, Mr. Speaker, that the announcement this afternoon will bear some fruit in that regard as part of the Building Canada Fund. These funds are important. These funds are for roads, bridges, and older water pipes. Investing in rural and northern broadband infrastructure. Just over $300 million will be invested in broadband internet access infrastructure in rural and northern Canada. This is an important measure, Mr. Speaker. Huge. This is a key for many of the residents in my riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming. With this infrastructure, 98%, I repeat, 98% of Canadians will have broadband access. Fantastic. Quite a feat. Apprenticeships loans. Apprentices in Red Seal programs will gain access to over $100 million in interest-free loans up to $4,000. This is golden for my riding. 26,000 Canadian apprentices will benefit and help close the skills gap in Canada. Local businesses have complained about skills shortages. This will help them meet the demand and create new jobs. The Canada Jobs Grant. In the next few months, the federal government will complete and launch the Canada Job program. This indeed will be an important measure in my community. Canadians and businesses will have access to training grants of up to $15,000, a key measure, Mr. Speaker, in the continued growth and development of our workforce. Our federal government is committed to ensuring Canadians have access to job and skills training and will not allow politics to deny Canadians access to training needed to gain employment. The fifth measure that is indeed very important for my riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming is innovation, research, and youth employment. During a presentation last night we had from Canadian Manufacturers Association, they indicated that we were among the world's leaders in innovation and encouraged our government to step up and keep up that pace. There will be an establishment of a Canada First Research Excellence Fund, $1.5 billion over the next decade to universities and postgraduate programs that will generate long-term economic opportunities for Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, up to $40 million for 3,000 youth internships, which will target youth unemployment in Canada, as well as my riding for Nipissing-Temiskaming. An additional $15 million for up to 1,000 internships in small and medium-sized enterprises. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada is on the right track, but we remain focused, stay on course, and fulfill our commitments to Canadians. And I'm proud of this budget, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support it. The federal government is on the right track, the path to balanced budgets, continued low taxes, and continued global financial leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the member's speech, and you know it's interesting that in this budget there was no mention of Northern Ontario, there was no mention of FedNor, there was no mention of the Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire, $60 billion. And they couldn't, and they can't come to the table. You know, there were a number of NDP MPs up there last Friday, and we talked to stakeholders, and you know what? They weren't. They were all in unison, saying that you know what, the federal government's absent. So I was hoping in the budget there'd be some mention of that. But he mentioned FedNor, and FedNor was not mentioned in the budget. In fact, over the last 4 or 5 years, tens of millions of dollars have disappeared from FedNor, and I was hoping in this budget some of that money would come back. So I wonder, since we have, I think we have 4 Conservative MPs in Northern Ontario, why do they hate Northern Ontario so much?
The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, including the NDP's leader, continue to spread falsehoods in Northern Ontario. He was up in Northern Ontario just this past spring saying all this money has disappeared from FedNor. The good news is FedNor is the same. FedNor is stable. And when you're into a rationalization of government services, the status quo is good news. As I mentioned to my honourable colleague, my honourable friend, I have achieved record funding with FedNor. FedNor continues to improve the lives and the livelihood of Northern Ontario. FedNor is there in spades. Our government supports the full services of FedNor.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say it's not only Northern Ontario that this government seems to hate and have a dislike for. It's also Atlantic Canada, basically rural Canada everywhere. Nothing for the grain crisis that's in Western Canada. That's as a result of the government's previous decisions. But, Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned the $40 million over 4 years, the $40 million for the apprenticeship program. And on that, we certainly agree that there needs to be an apprenticeship program. It counts for about 3,000 people. What about the other 259,000 youth that are underemployed, out of work? what is there in this budget to address their concerns? You know, one of the problems, and you know this, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems with this government is they tinker a little bit here and a little bit there and announce a little program here, but then they leave 90% out in terms of program availability, and that's what they did with young people in this country. Apprentices we need, yes, but other young people need opportunity too, and why is there nothing in this budget for them?
Member for Nipissing to Mr.
I thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. He's right. We have started with $40 million in apprenticeship. That's a start. Just like the broadband program we started years ago, and I mentioned it covers 98% of Canadians. I'll make the member a pledge that as soon as we can recover the $40 million in the sponsorship scandal, we'll complete the rest with our apprenticeship program.
Questions and comments? Question come on time. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited about the good news for the youth of our country. The good news in terms of jobs and skill training, apprenticeship, youth employment. And I would like this member, if he would, Mr. Speaker, to elaborate on these three areas, because I thought in his speech he did a commendable job of doing that. So perhaps we need to repeat some of that good information so members opposite can get some information to them.
Honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming. You only have about 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, and I thank my hard-working colleague for that question. As I've mentioned, it's a start with respect to apprenticeship loans. Apprentices in the Red Seal programs will gain access to over $100 million in interest-free loans of up to $4,000, which is a great start. 26,000 Canadian apprentices will benefit and help close the gaps. It's a start, Mr. Speaker. It's a new program. It's a start. I'm sure it will grow and help youth in Canada in the future.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for that great introduction and a great round of applause. I also need to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the fantastic member from Esquimalt-Wam-de-Fuca. So looking forward to that after my speech is done too, Mr. Speaker. I think the important thing to talk about in this budget is it reminds me of one of my favorite television shows from the mid-'90s to the end of the '90s, and that was The Seinfeld Show. The Seinfeld Show was a show about nothing, right? It was a show about lots of blunder and lots of talk, but really about nothing, which is the same thing that we've seen from this budget. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot there. It's really coming down to choices and priorities, and Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we think their choices and priorities are wrong. Are there a few good things there in the budget? Of course there are. There are some things that we've been calling for, like the rural and northern broadband. Broadband. That's actually a Freudian slip there, isn't it? Broadband. The importance of broadband for northern and rural communities is something that we've been calling for all along, especially when we've been seeing the failing of the spectrum auction that this government has been putting out over the last year. We need broadband to grow our economy in the north, Mr. Speaker, and especially in northern cities and in rural communities. But again, if you look at that, if you look at what they did when it comes to the food inspectors, we have in the budget 200 new food inspectors. Fantastic. That's great. But why is it that we get 200 new food inspectors when they cut 300? That we've had to go through the biggest meat recall crisis in our country's history. We've had the listeriosis meat recall. It just keeps showing, Mr. Speaker, that when they cut and cut and cut and then make this announcement that, hey, we're putting 200 in, it's just falsehoods, Mr. Speaker. But when we're talking about nothing, we're talking about a do-nothing budget, Northern Ontario, the great city that I represent, Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Rainy River, all of the great communities that I can think of in Northern Ontario are not mentioned in this budget. The two words don't come together. My honourable colleague from Nipissing earlier talked about FedNor and that the status quo is good enough. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the status quo isn't good enough. When we're keeping the Ring of Fire at bay because there's a lack of leadership, that's not good enough for Northern Ontarians. We actually need this government to act, to jump on and support economic growth in Northern Ontario, but this budget, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't do it. There's also no mention of any infrastructure projects. It's like they forgot Northern Ontario existed completely. Small businesses, again, Mr. Speaker, very important. I think we on this side of the House, maybe everyone in this House will agree, small businesses are the economic drivers, are the job creators in this country, but they eliminated the small business hiring credit. The Conservatives are turning their back, Mr. Speaker, on job creation. The HCSB affects around 560,000 businesses across the country, and it generally captured companies with roughly 20 to 35 employees or less. And so the HSBC was estimated to cost around $225 million annually. So even when the Conservatives decided to include small business-related measures in this budget, Mr. Speaker, it was only in vague terms. And let me quote, Mr. Speaker. For example, once again, business owners are left waiting for real action on something on this side of the House we've been fighting on a daily, weekly, monthly basis to combat what are the highest credit card processing fees in the world, Mr. Speaker. So what is in the budget? To address the high costs of fees merchants pay banks to process credit cards, the government will consult on how to best disclose the cost of different payment methods. No further details or timelines, Mr. Speaker. While we don't have a problem with such a disclosure, the NDP is calling for stronger measures to address uncompetitive practices in the market. And it's not just the NDP that's calling for this, Mr. Speaker. There are groups out there that are saying action is needed now. The Canadian Food and Restaurant Association, for example, said, why do we need to talk about this again? Why do the Conservatives need to consult to talk about an issue that that organization and many others have been talking about for years? Every time that we see the interchange rate, these swipe fees go up, it not only affects small business owners, it affects every single Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Every single Canadian has their price of whatever product they're buying goes up, Mr. Speaker, because the credit card companies continue to increase these rates. When they increase these rates, small business owners have two choices: eat the cost, and then, unfortunately, may have to go close their doors. None of us want to see that. Stop accepting credit cards. In this day and age, really, credit cards are a public utility almost. Or increase their costs, or increase the price of the product to offset the cost that's being paid. We can have action now on this, Mr. Speaker. My Lord, we waited until July of 2013 to hear from the Competition Tribunal to act on many of these anti-competitive practices that have been implemented by the credit card companies and the banks. The Competition Tribunal then ruled that they can't make the decision. It's a political decision that needs to come back to Parliament. So since July, Mr. Speaker, since July, we were waiting for action. And what we get from this government is more consultation. That relates right back to this do-nothing budget. It's wait till next year when we actually will have a surplus. But if you actually look at the numbers, and even the Minister of Finance said that, we could have been in a surplus this year, then they'll act. But now Canadian businesses, Canadian families have to wait another year before we see any action on this and many other things that would actually save Canadians' pocketbooks, making life more affordable right now for Canadians. One of my other Conservative colleagues mentioned in his speech that, you know what, we need to ensure that consumers have a balanced budget at home. Right now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are having skyrocketing household debt. And we could have made action. We could have did action right now, Mr. Speaker, on many things that could have helped consumers right now, could have helped Canadians right now. Cap ATM fees. That's one. We had that debate here last week, Mr. Speaker. That keeps more money in the pockets of Canadian consumers. That doesn't address the household debt, Mr. Speaker, but what it does is it's a small piece in an overall puzzle to ensure that we're keeping money in the pockets of Canadians. That's one example. What about ending the pay-to-pay program that we're seeing from many of the large institutions? That's on page, I believe, 186 of the budget. But it only seems to be going after the banks on this one. That's great. But what about all of the other ones? We need to have some more details on that to ensure that we're not gouging our low income and our seniors, who are mostly the ones that are affected by a pay-to-pay program. And the pay-to-pay program, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. If you receive a paper bill, you are now being charged by some of these organizations $2 to receive this paper bill. But if you actually think about it, you're only, well, it's only $2. But if you start adding up, if that's 10, 15 bills per month, and you times that over 12 months, that gets up to a couple of $100s. For seniors, that's rent. For seniors, that's food on the table, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot more that we could do to address those type of issues. Mr. Speaker, there are many things that we could have done with this budget. If they would have actually listened to some of our ideas and taken some of our ideas, we could have truly helped Canadians now. One of the issues that I'm hearing quite often right now, Mr. Speaker, in my riding relates to veterans. The veterans in my riding and just individuals, the great citizens of Sudbury, are actually appalled at what happened to veterans over the last few weeks. When we're seeing their offices close, Mr. Speaker, here was an opportunity for us to act on making a difference in the lives of our veterans. Keeping these offices open would have been paramount for so many of them. And from the citizens that I'm hearing from in my riding, they were appalled at the closure that happened and would have liked to see this budget act on that. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, choices and priorities of this government really didn't look at veterans. So if you're looking at small businesses, consumers, veterans, Mr. Speaker, the priorities and choices of this government are wrong, and by 2015, hopefully, this government will be like a Seinfeld episode, a lot of reruns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was listening intently to our colleague across the way there, and of course we know that we won't follow any kind of financial advice or budgetary advice from that party. But I'd also like to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, he talked about our veterans, and he fails to mention, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that we have put more than $5 billion since 2006 towards veterans. He talked about the closing of the back offices, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't bother to mention that we have added another 600 points of entry. And in those 5 out of the 8 offices, Mr. Speaker, the VAC employee will still be in the same building in the HRSDC. And we also know, Mr. Speaker, that in fact his group of PSAC members were the ones who created this terrible misunderstanding. And I would like to ask him to correct the facts, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So first off, blame the unions for everything, which is their side, what they do, which is just ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. But let me clear up some of the facts. I had a veteran in my riding who went to one of their 600 points of light. Almost seems like it's a George Bush statement when they use that. He got in line at Service Canada. They couldn't pull the file because they didn't know how to get his file. And then, Mr. Speaker, they give him a 1-800 number to go home to call to tell him to go back to Service Canada. On this side of the House, we respect our veterans. We want to ensure that our veterans who fought for us, who gave us the right to stand here and to debate, get the service that they need, and when they can get it, on time, not to go through a whole rigmarole that this government is actually putting our veterans through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to as well touch on the veterans issue, because I do think one of the clear responsibilities of a federal government is to bring in policies for in the interest of all Canadians, and this one is anything but. It's very selective in terms of what it does. But also the responsibility of a government is to redress some of the concerns that they may have in fact created. And one of them certainly is the closure of the Veterans Services Office. I'll relate my example, where a person went to Service Canada not to get service as a veteran, but to get a passport. Waited 40 minutes. Now, how do you think a veteran who has some serious problems standing in a line at veterans at Services Canada is going to feel? Is it going to help him? And I wonder if the member could maybe expand on that a little more, and what the government's real responsibility is in the interest of all Canadians, distant in this budget.
Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it relates to how I talked about its choices and priorities. And I don't think the choices and the priorities that this government has made is actually helping. Right? When we're talking about veterans, opening these offices again is a choice that they could have made. After hearing from veterans from coast to coast to coast, the veterans were asking for these offices to open again. The government made the choice not to, and instead saying, you know what, we're going to send them to all of the Service Canada offices. The Service Canada offices provide great service. There are great people who are doing great work there. But the needs of the veterans are different. The needs of our veterans might be specific, so specific that you need that counsellor there to provide that service. But it comes down again, Mr. Speaker, to choices and priorities. Canadians, when it comes to being consumers, when it comes to small businesses, when it comes to our youth and our youth unemployed, my colleague also mentioned, what about the other 250-some thousand unemployed youth in this country? The choice that this government made wasn't to support them. On this side of the House, we want to ensure that we support our youth, we support our unions, we support our veterans, and we support the great work that is being done by all of my colleagues on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise to speak on Budget 2014. But unfortunately, having had a look at this budget, what I find is a really cynical document with nothing in it to address the most urgent needs of Canadians. I can't find anything in this budget for childcare. I can't find anything for affordable housing. I can't find anything for veterans, and I can't find anything that will help make life more affordable for ordinary families in this country. Instead, the Conservatives have tabled a political document, one that's much more concerned with setting the stage for an election budget in 2015 than it is for meeting the real needs of Canadians. Conservatives are unfortunately continuing down the austerity path with large, though quiet, cuts in government expenditures. These will result in job losses in communities all across the country and reductions in critical government services. It seems clear that the Conservatives have held back on announcing a balanced budget, both to justify further cuts in services and then to allow them to present an election year budget with whatever tax cuts or new expenditures that the Conservatives will think might convince voters to forget their poor economic performance and re-elect them. And no matter how much they try to hide that record, we know that there are 300,000 more unemployed in Canada than before the recession. Federal debt is at an all-time high, and Canada is running all-time high trade deficits. So much for the Conservatives being better managers of the economy. So where are the incentives for job creations in this budget? New Democrats have proposed practical measures to help Canadians get back to work, like job creation tax credits for youth and small business. Instead, this budget perpetuates the chaos in jobs training programs and seems likely to prolong the dispute with the provinces over job training. And in the meantime, what will we see? I'm expecting more ads for non-existent programs. We've also heard the government in the last couple of days repeatedly ridicule the leader of the third party for his statement that the budgets can somehow balance themselves. And while that is, I admit, a somewhat unusual statement, I think it's actually one which describes well the Conservative approach to employment, for they seem to believe that jobs will create themselves and that the government has no role in trying to help make sure Canadians have those family-supporting jobs that they're looking for. At a time when we've seen 70 economists come forward to point out the obvious, that the historical record of austerity budgets is that they never lead to growth and prosperity. We can only despair where we would actually be now in this country if the minority government situation in Canada had not forced Conservatives to adopt a stimulus program in the early days of the recession. But in this budget, we can see the Conservatives have reverted back to their ideological form, and they're now back to trying to cut their way to prosperity. There are also some other ways in which this budget reverts back to form for the Conservatives. For this is also a budget with no mention of climate change. Instead, there is money to speed up project approvals at the National Energy Board, $28 million over 2 years. This, of course, is a confirmation of the intention of the Conservative government to continue down the wrong path of overinvestment in the fossil fuel industries, which are, of course, major contributors to global warming. This budget fails to eliminate the ongoing subsidies to big oil and, in fact, expands them with the introduction of further tax breaks for offshore oil and gas exploration. What would New Democrats like to see instead? We'd like to see restoration of the eco-energy retrofit program that would not only put us on a path toward more sustainable energy, but also help homeowners reduce their energy bills, making it easier to make ends meet at the end of the month. Now, some of my colleagues on the other side might ask, is there nothing positive I can see in this budget? And I will admit there are a few things here that may be positive, though I say that with reservation because I've too often seen references to things the government intends to do which have either failed to materialize or have been so diluted to have any real or little real impact on the economy. Still, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see a promise to do something about pay-to-pay. I'm glad to see money to expand access to high-speed internet in rural and remote areas, and I'm glad to see interest-free loans for those in Red Seal apprenticeship programs. I'm also glad to see the government reinvesting in food safety, and I'm glad to see this promise to rehire 200 food inspectors, though I have to remind the government that this is necessary because they previously cut more than 300 inspectors in their ill-advised shift to an approach where companies inspect themselves. This is the same approach they've tried to apply to rail safety, which has resulted in tragedies like those we saw in Lac-Mégantic in Quebec. Though I'm prepared to recognize a few good things, I have to say that these are far outweighed by some real important cuts that will make a really heavy impact on constituents in my riding. So while this is generally a do-nothing budget, and I agree that that's true, there are some things here that have real impacts. One is an attack on supplemental health benefits of retired public servants. I have more than 1,000 retired public servants living in my riding who've written to me concerned about the government's treatment of their future. The Conservatives are unfairly doubling their health care costs, and this is a large group of seniors who already live on fixed incomes. They made their plans on a good faith bargain struck with the government, and now they're seeing them betrayed by this government, and they have no way to respond because they're already retired. And so it will cause very serious problems. Now, I heard a member on the other side in debate say, well, they can choose not to have extended health benefits. And of course, we know what that will lead to, and that's probably financial disaster for those senior families without extended health care benefits. Another serious problem in my riding is the 2-year freeze on spending in all government departments. We know that annual operating costs will inevitably increase, and this freeze will really result in across-the-board reductions in important government services and mounting job losses, whether through attrition or layoffs. And in the Department of Defense, we've seen them put off capital expenditures they promised, which would lead to the purchase and delivery of really important equipment to the Canadian forces. Another thing we've seen in this budget is a renewed attack on charities and trade unions. It's clear that this government is still bound and determined to use bureaucratic witch hunts to go after those perceived to be its enemies. Now, as I'm concerned that I only have limited time to talk about this budget, I want to go back to what I think is missing. There are many things, easy things, not high-cost things, that this government could have done to help families make ends meet at the end of the month. But in this budget, we find no cap on ATM fees. And in the debate on ATM fees, again and again, I heard Conservatives stand up and say they didn't understand what the problem was. Why don't people just go to their own bank? I can tell you there are parts of my riding where people don't have a bank, and they're forced to depend on these cash machines that charge up to $6 or $7 for withdrawals. There's nothing in this budget on excessive credit card fees. And we're not just talking about consumers here. We're talking about both consumers and small business. So these excessive credit card fees contribute to the skyrocketing profits of banks. They contribute to a reduced bottom line for small business. And for many families, when they run out of money at the end of the month, they don't really have a choice other than to use the credit card to buy necessities and end up paying these high fees. There's nothing in this budget that restores services to veterans. And in my riding, which is a very large military riding, I sat down with veterans at the Legion with my leader, the NDP leader, just after Remembrance Day, and we met with injured veterans. And we heard their very personal stories of how tough it is for them and how tough it is when they lose those face-to-face services that they need to help them with serious operational health injuries, including mental health injuries. But instead, in this budget, we can see the government intends to press ahead with its closures and reductions of service for veterans, and with its line, which I frankly find insulting to veterans, to say that there are 600 basically phone lines or offices they can go to which have no specialization in veterans' needs and which are actually, in practice, unable to help those veterans. There's nothing in this budget to address skyrocketing household debt, nothing to advance public safety, no commitment to expand the renewable energy sector. And I have to say, I know I'm really running out of time here, but the renewable energy sector is one which creates far more jobs in communities across the country for dollar of capital expenditure than investing in big oil and gas. So there's nothing for the millions of Canadians still looking for those good family-supporting jobs which have so often disappeared from our local economies. So what we have here is a do-nothing budget, which is a political document designed to give room to the Conservatives to try and bribe Canadians with their own money to vote for them again in 2015. I could not be more disappointed in the Conservatives' record in this budget.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
My honourable friend across the way continues the NDP's attack on oil sands workers and their families. A recent study just came out. It's entitled, in an article entitled "Oil Sands, the Giant of Canada's Economy." And its oil sands production supported more than 478,000 direct and indirect jobs. And why that member opposite is attacking these families is beyond me. And the study also expects that government revenues from the total effect of oil sands investment in Canada will jump from $28 billion to $61 billion in 2025. My question, though, relates to a recent poll that just came out that said there's a remarkable consensus about deficit reduction that crosses regional and party lines. Almost 60% of Canadians believe the deficit should be eliminated before any increased spending occurs. And this is very surprising, Mr. Speaker. This Harris Decimal poll also found that even among self-identified New Democrats, the split was 48 to 44 in favor of retiring any deficit before increasing spending. Can the member opposite inform this House why he and his party are so offside with public opinion?
The honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Well, I'm not going to say I thank the member for his question because I think his question is quite distorted. I've never done anything, I've never said anything to attack the families who work in the oil sands. What I'm saying is that when we put all our eggs in the basket of fossil fuels, we're headed down the wrong road. So I'm not saying close down the oil sands and lay off those workers. What I'm saying is let's have a sustainable future which will provide those family-supporting jobs all across the country and not just in one area. And we'll see what happens when we come to the ends of those oil sand investments, because if oil prices drop, those people are going to be laid off very quickly because this is really not an affordable industry in the long term. On the second part of your question, I'm not opposed to balanced budgets. What the government has is choices to make, and this government has chosen to give up billions of dollars in revenue by giving tax cuts to big corporations and then paid for those on the backs of ordinary working Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I might say I enjoy working on the Public Safety Committee with the member who just spoke. But and I was interested in the energy question because the government certainly seems to emphasize just one part of the energy sector, and with no attempt whatsoever to develop a national energy strategy for the country, which would encapsulate everything from wind to biomass to oil to hydro, and that's what we should be doing. But my question really relates to the the budget itself. I know the government likes to attack the unions, but the very title of the budget is The Road to Balance, Creating Jobs and Opportunities. I haven't found anything other than the red seal in this document that might go to assisting young people in terms of gaining jobs. I do not see anything in here that really will create jobs. I see they've failed to fix a lot of the damage they've already done in the seasonal industries, which is taking jobs away and opportunity from people in my region. So I ask the member, does he see anything in this that is really creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians other than leaving in place the great corporate tax breaks where corporations are sitting on $500 billion and not creating investment in new technology?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuca, you have a minute.
Well, I do thank the honourable member from Malpeque for his question, because it's one of the things that I was most disappointed in this budget. And as I said in my speech, the government seems to believe that jobs create themselves. We know that one of the quickest ways to get job creation going is to do things that will help promote small business. And if this government had done something about poverty in this country, or about seniors living in poverty, those people would go out and spend that money in their local communities. They'd spend it in their small businesses. They'll spend it at their corner stores, and they'll help get the economy going again. But there's nothing here where the government creates a climate that would help small business grow and develop. And there's nothing here for youth employment, which is a very severe crisis all across this country.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. It's a great privilege, Mr. Speaker, for me to be able to stand in this House today and speak to the Economic Action Plan 2014, which is appropriately titled The Road to Balance, Creating Jobs and Opportunities. Our Conservative government has one of the best track records for economic growth and management of national debt in the developed world, Mr. Speaker. We are the envy of so many nations around the world who wonder, how is it that Canada has done so well? I think there are a variety of reasons, but first and foremost, I think the leadership and sound fiscal management that our Prime Minister has shown throughout his time in office has had a major impact. I continue to be very proud of the Prime Minister and his efforts. I know of no other leader who has shown such tenacity in making sure our beloved Canada stays on the right track and eliminates the deficit as promised. In a related subject, I'd like to thank our extremely hard-working Finance Minister with his Economic Action Plan 2014 is delivering his 10th budget. The Minister continues to do excellent work for Canadians, and we're looking forward to his continuing guidance and leadership as well. With these things said, Mr. Speaker, this is yet another good plan for Canadians. This is a budget Canadians can be proud of. This plan will get us back on track in the black as promised. Canada will be deficit-free at the federal level come next year, which is the icing on the cake. This budget is great for the people of my home province of Alberta, as well as the people in my riding of Medicine Hat, which I'm so very proud to represent here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, this budget indeed is good news for my constituents. There are a number of initiatives that will be beneficial to them, and I appreciate the opportunity to enumerate of those in the time I have here today. I think one of the bigger pieces which applies is with respect to the First Nations education. I was pleased to attend the announcement last week of the First Nations Control of First Nations Education Act with the Prime Minister and my colleagues near Lethbridge. This positive step forward is being highly praised and is one of those cases where consultation process worked very well to reach an agreement that was acceptable to all sides. This act will mean that First Nations students from kindergarten to grade 12 on reserve will have access to accountable and higher level education. I am pleased that our government has decided to move forward with these important reforms. With the Economic Action Plan, we are pledging to reduce the regulatory burden. We will do this through the Red Tape Reduction Plan so that small and medium-sized businesses can save time and money. I know that a number of initiatives to reduce the red tape have been implemented and have been a boon to small business owners in Medicine Hat riding, with things like the one-for-one rule, which means every new regulatory burden that is placed on small business, one must be removed. Another important piece of the budget will increase economic activity in my riding is a plan to reduce barriers within Canada. This will help local businesses that may be considering markets. I think one of the best markets is right here at home, and we need to do everything we can in our power as federal legislators to ensure that we are not obstructing trade within our own country. We have already made some progress on this file with multi-party support, Mr. Speaker, and I make reference, of course, to the much-praised legislation that was introduced and worked tirelessly on my colleague, the member for Okanagan-Coquihalla. Thanks to his efforts, the federal restrictions on having wine delivered from other provinces have been removed, and now the ball is in the province's court to act. Our government will continue with these initiatives to foster internal trade between provinces. With respect to support for farmers, we will continue to hold the best interests of farmers at heart as we craft public policy. I know that many of my farmers are more than satisfied with our government's record on delivering results for the people in the agricultural sector. I know that many of my wheat producers are very pleased that our government got rid of the single desk at the Canadian Wheat Board, and now they have the same rights as wheat and barley farmers in all provinces east of Manitoba. We will continue to support them with programs like the new pilot price insurance program for cattle and hog producers in Western Canada. I know that many of my hog producers still remember the crisis of the late 90s and early 2000s in their industry. Indeed, that was a dark hour, but they are resilient folks and they stuck through it in the lean times. This pilot project will offer insurance against unexpected price declines within a production cycle. We'll also support farmers by extending the tax credit deferral for livestock to include bees and all horses over 12 months that are kept for breeding when sold due to drought or excess moisture. With respect to the process for pipeline projects, we will provide $28 million to the National Energy Board to ensure that project applications are reviewed in a comprehensive and timely manner. This is going to be important to my constituents and indeed to all Albertans, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, Alberta is the energy heartland of Canada, and we need to ensure that there is a fair process that is done within an appropriate amount of time. We will be taking steps with our Economic Action Plan 2014 to strengthen our justice system. In Alberta, we are creating 2 new positions on the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench in order to ensure that justice is ensured in our communities. Economic Action Plan 2014 also supports the implementation of a long-awaited Victims' Bill of Rights. Our government has always stood up for the rights of victims of crime when other parties have failed to do so. I am so very proud of our commitment to supporting victims with Economic Action Plan 2014. We have pledged $8.1 million over 5 years, starting in 2016-17, to create a DNA-based missing persons index. Once created, it will help bring closure to the families of missing persons throughout the DNA matching. We are committed to investing over $150 million over the next 5 years to enhance the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's food safety programs to ensure that Canada's food supply is safe. I know that will speak to many of the meat packers that rely on industry in my riding. It also reaffirms our government's commitment to ensure that Canada continues to have one of the highest rated food safety systems in the world. With this new funding, we expect to hire 200 new inspectors and other staff, develop programs that will minimize food safety risk and enhance Canada's capacity to prevent unsafe food from entering Canada, which will offer better protection for consumers. One program that has been popular in Manhattan riding is the New Horizons for Seniors program, Mr. Speaker, which allows more seniors to be active in their community. We're allocating another $5 million that will help this economic action plan. One of the major initiatives announced in this plan is the new tax relief for search and rescue workers. We are introducing the Search and Rescue Volunteers tax credit in recognition of the important role played by those who put themselves at risk for the security and safety of our communities. I know there are some folks back in my riding who are very active in search and rescue efforts when needed, and I think they'll be definitely take advantage of this tax credit, and I hope they will. We experienced some very heavy flooding last year in Alberta, which is well documented. With this economic action plan, our government will provide up to $200 million to establish a national disaster mitigation program better to protect Canadians, their communities from natural disasters. For Alberta, total major transfers will be $5.2 billion in 2014-15, including $3.7 billion through the Canada Health Transfer, an increase of 129% since 2005-2006 under the previous Liberal administration. It also includes $1.5 billion through the Canada Social Transfer, which is an increase of almost 148% since 2005-2006. Our budget has a major component which focus on training and this is creating the Canada Apprenticeship Loan, which provides apprentices in Red Seal trades with access to over $100 million in interest-free loans. We're also investing $75 million targeted for older workers, Mr. Speaker. A topic of interest, especially as of late, has been our continued commitment to our Canadian veterans. And I know that there has been a certain amount of misinformation out there, and I wanted to make sure that the record is set straight. Our government has invested billions of dollars on programming our veterans. We came to office since 2006. In 2012-13 year alone, we spent approximately $3.1 billion in direct support for our veterans and their families. In Economic Action Plan 2014, we'll be implementing our priority hiring and veteran strategy. What it would mean essentially is that the recognition of their service to Canada, our Conservative government is proposing to enhance employment opportunities in the federal public service for medically released Canadian Armed Forces personnel by creating a statutory hiring priority in the Public Service Employment Act. This means there will be a statutory hiring priority for Armed Forces personnel that are medically released for service-related reasons. There's a large Canadian Forces base in my riding, CFB Suffield, and I'm proud that our government is continuing to stand up for veterans and for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, our government has put Canada on a sound financial footing and continue to ensure that we stay on top as we work to pull our great country out of the Great Recession. Our record thus far speaks for itself. Over 1 million net new jobs created, many of those in the private sector, low debt to GDP ratio, relatively low unemployment, and we have lowered taxes by putting money back into the pockets of hardworking Canadian families. With this in mind, I forward to look to questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the speech made by my colleague opposite, and we know full well that the Conservative government presented a do-nothing electoralist budget. The government is playing politics, and at present in the budget, it's simply a smokescreen. And what we see in the budget is that they remain silent on transfers for health to the provinces, and at the same time, they are incurring a fiscal deficit. So there's an imbalance between the federal government and the provinces that's being created. Once again, in the budget, there's no mention of that. Now this time, the government is telling Canadian families who are grappling with their situations, having trouble making ends meet, that they're going to have to wait until 2015 to see a carrot, the carrot at the end of the stick. So my question for my colleague opposite is this. On several occasions, Canadian priorities have been identified as health care, but this doesn't seem to be the priority for my colleagues opposite. I'd like to hear the member opposite say a few words about what he thinks about transfers to the province and cooperation with the provinces with a view to offsetting the costs that will increase with the Canada's aging population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for her question. It's interesting that as a federal government, here we are, we're finally reaching what we need to do to make sure that we have a balanced budget. With a balanced budget, that means we'll end up with more surpluses, Mr. Speaker, and with that, we'll be able to pay down debt. We'll also be able to maybe spend some more money to help the provinces. But my colleague must remember that the provinces, in fact, Mr. Speaker, are responsible for their own debts. They need to make sure that their spending is under control, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of the health transfer, Mr. Speaker, we have actually increased health transfer costs to the provinces by 6% per year, Mr. Speaker. This is a huge amount of money that we have committed, and we continue to commit that money to the provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just seeing as the member was talking about debt and this government balance in the books, that's a joke. I just happened to read an op-ed in the Ottawa Citizen this morning, and it states this: number of budget deficit targets hit by Finance Minister 0. We know that it's an election, it's really a pre-election budget. They should have balanced the books this year, but they didn't because they're leaving it to next year for strictly partisan reasons, while they're leaving many out there with serious hurt. But my question to the member from Medicine Hat really relates to the farm sector, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking at the budget in the farm sector here. I mean, I know the member must really find it painful to go home on the weekend when out west right now in his area, grain continues to pile up. 53 ships in Vancouver sitting waiting for grain. Grain prices discounted 40%, and all as a result of the decisions this government made previously relative to not the wheat board in terms of its structure, but failing to realize what the wheat board did in terms of the logistics of transportation and getting collecting the grain and getting it into the whole of the shipping time. How come there is nothing in this budget to deal with the crisis that exists in the Western grain sector? Why did the government not step up to the plate and deal with that problem?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Malpeque. And he probably knows that our committee has been studying this difficult situation with the grain farmers. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Canadian Wheat Board, because we know the Canadian Wheat Board, when it was in operation, would only take a little bit of grain and send it out. And then maybe a few months later, take a little bit more grain. Absolutely had nothing to do. We've talked with the railways, we've talked with grain companies, and Mr. Speaker, it had absolutely nothing to do with the Canadian Wheat Board. Member of the problems, of course, are with the railways, Mr. Speaker, and they need to make sure that they step up. We have had discussions with them, and the minister has had several discussions with them over the last 3 weeks and will continue to do so to make sure that we resolve the situation for our Western grain farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to stand in the House today to highlight some of the many positive measures contained in Economic Action Plan 2014. But before I begin my remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the great people of Richmond Hill for giving me the privilege to represent them in this House, to represent their interests, their trust, and their confidence, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Economic Action Plan is working. Over 1 million net new jobs, the vast majority in the private sector and in high-wage occupations, have been created since the trough of the recession. These include 15,000 jobs in Richmond Hill and 86,000 jobs in the York region in the manufacturing, construction, wholesale trade, professional and business service sectors and more. It is because of our government's focus on what matters most to my constituents in Richmond Hill and all Canadians, jobs and economic growth, that Canada boasts the strongest job creation record of all the G7 countries. And importantly, Canada's total government net debt burden remains the lowest by far of any G7 country and among the lowest of the advanced G20 countries. That is why I am thrilled that Economic Action Plan 2014 maintains its focus on strengthening our economy while keeping taxes low and returning to a balanced budget by 2015. Mr. Speaker, balancing the books is essential to our long-term prosperity. Our long-standing belief that a sound fiscal position is essential for Canada's long-term economic growth is the driving force behind Economic Action Plan 2014. Excuse me. Actions in Economic Action Plan 2014 will only return us to budgetary balance by 2015, but will not only do that, but will produce savings totaling $9.1 billion over the next 6 years, Mr. Speaker. These savings are in addition to our previous actions taken since Budget 2010. These actions over the last 4 years, including 160 different tax reductions and a lowering of federal tax to levels not seen in 50 years, benefit Canadians every single day. At the same time, we are supporting the sustainability of the services and programs Canadians rely on and inspiring investor confidence, Mr. Speaker. And we are making record transfer payments to the provinces and territories. In Ontario, for example, transfers are currently $19.2 billion per year from the federal government. This is an increase of 76% from under the old Liberal government. These actions have all contributed to making Canada a recognized leader in the world economic stage for prudent fiscal management. Indeed, Canada recently leapt from 6th to 2nd spot in Bloomberg's best places in the world to do business. This is an incredible accomplishment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the height of the global economic crisis was not that long ago. In fiscal year 2000, since 2009-2010. That same year, at the urging and the support of the New Democratic Party and the Liberal Party, our government took a deficit of $55 billion. It was spending that was necessary to pull Canada out of the depths of the deep and sudden recession, and it worked, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, due to the prudent actions of our government, prior to that global economic collapse, when we paid down $37 billion of the debt we inherited from the Liberal government, we had the room to react quickly when it was required to do so. The complete elimination of a $55 billion deficit in just 5 years is nothing short of amazing, and I thank the world's greatest finance minister for that historic accomplishment. Balancing the budget and reducing debt will allow tax dollars to be spent on more important programs instead of interest costs. It will strengthen our ability to respond to longer-term challenges, such as an unexpected global economic shock or an aging population. Indeed, Economic Action Plan 2014 steps up to the plate in response to the reality of a looming older demographic. For example, $5 million annually has been allocated to the new Horizons for Seniors program. This is in addition to the current allocation. The New Horizons program has been incredibly successful in Richmond Hill, Mr. Speaker. It has provided funding for community-based projects that encourage seniors to share their skills and experience with others and allows them to benefit from and contribute to the quality of life in the community. By providing a way for seniors to mentor others, volunteer, and to enjoy and benefit from social and educational opportunities, New Horizons for Seniors is improving the quality of life of our seniors in Canada from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes the challenges that many working Canadians face in balancing their work obligations with those of caring for an infirm or older adult at home. In response, we are launching a Canadian Employers for Caregivers plan that will identify promising workplace practices that support caregivers. We also know that small businesses are crucial to Richmond Hill's economy and to Canadian communities across the country and Canada's long-term prosperity. We are firmly committed to delivering both lower taxes and less red tape. I am pleased that Economic Action Plan 2014 provides further support for our small businesses and entrepreneurs so they can create even more jobs in our communities. For example, the reductions in the small business tax rate to 11% and increases in the small business income limit to $500,000 will provide small businesses with approximately $2.2 billion in tax relief in 2014. That is money that can be invested in equipment and new jobs. The need to cut business red tape is consistently one of the top recommendations I hear at my Richmond Hill pre-budget consultations. I will be pleased to tell them that cutting unnecessary red tape is exactly what this budget commits to doing. In so doing, entrepreneurs will have more time to focus on what they do best, creating jobs and economic growth, Mr. Speaker. During our pre-budget consultations, small businesses told us that now is not the time to increase CPP or EI premiums. And I am pleased that our budget has maintained the levels at 2013 levels. The business sector in my writing is pleased with this support, and I was happy to receive an email yesterday from the Richmond Hill Chamber of Commerce that says, and I quote, "This budget presents the continuity of a plan for economic growth that builds on Canadian economy on Canada's economic and fiscal advantages. The measures announced by the government will help Canadian businesses prosper and compete." Mr. Speaker, also high on the list of recommendations for my residents is investments in skills training, beyond that of just a resume or interview preparation. but that actually provides the on-the-job training necessary for new employees to succeed. I am happy to tell them that the new Canada Job Grant will be launched to better align training with labour market needs. Employers have told us, Mr. Speaker, that they will support skills training in a way that is easy to access and that has minimal red tape. The Canada Job Grant will do just that by taking into account the flexibility that employers need. Businesses with a plan to train unemployed Canadians will receive 2/3 of the cost, up to $10,000 in government contributions. The federal government is working closely with provinces and territories towards the implementation of the Canada Job Grant and the renewal of labour market agreements. In jurisdictions where agreements are not secured, the Government of Canada will deliver the Canada Job Grant starting April 1st, 2014, directly through Service Canada. I would also like to highlight that a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities will come into effect. Over the next 4 years, we'll be providing $222 million annually through those transfers to be matched by provinces and territories to better meet the needs of people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, there are many other ways that Economic Action Plan 2014, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I see I have 1 minute left, I will wrap up. There's so many ways that Economic Action Plan 2014 will benefit Canadians. It takes additional steps to support the charitable sector, improve the health of Canadians, support our arts and cultural communities, honour our veterans, and help Canadians in need. It strengthens the regulatory environment and provides the basis for the implementation of an expression of interest economic immigration system to support Canada's labour markets. And, as has been mentioned elsewhere, our plan to return to balanced budget is not an end unto itself, but a means to increase Canada's economic potential, improve employment opportunities for all Canadians, and raise our standard of living. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Richmond Hill, I look forward to a speedy passage and implementation of Economic Action Plan 2014, and I call on all members of this House to support its passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre-Mont-Dollar. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his question. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to ask him a question because he works a great deal on immigration, and perhaps he's the only person who could answer this question for me. It deals with the Immigration Investor Program. It was cancelled in the budget, and Quebec is surprised and concerned by that. So my question is this: will Quebec still be allowed to use this Immigrant Investor Program? That's my first question. Secondly, on the same topic, in La Presse, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Mr. Wall, said he was frustrated with the abolition of this program as well, because in his view it worked well and was important for Saskatchewan. What does my colleague have to say from Premier Wall?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and welcome her to the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, in which she's a very both amicable and intelligent contributor on an ongoing basis. The investor program, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, was not working. It was not effective. And what is in the budget is an improvement of the program. It's a new program, investor program, that includes a venture capital investment and sets limits that really will be beneficial to both the companies that and individuals that want to invest in Canada, but also sets a standard for Canadians that Canadians expect of people that want to use that economic stream in our immigration system to come into Canada. We believe that the new system will help create employment, will be more beneficial both to the investor and to Canadians, and we look forward to its implementation, and I hope that the honourable member supports the budget so we can get to it in an expeditious manner. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague on the government side referred to the finance minister as the greatest finance minister in the world. I want to ask a question related to that because you just delivered the budget. But I want to cast my mind back to when the Prime Minister in 2011 talked about a promise that he was going to deliver if the budget was balanced by around about this time that dealt with income splitting. Now, at the time, I thought he's getting a little bit ahead of himself, but he made that solemn engagement, and we didn't hear anything about it until very, very recently. But now the world's greatest finance minister seems to be casting some doubt on whether that is a good policy, and yet, based on yesterday in question period, I got the distinct impression that the Prime Minister and felt that, yes, this was something because he had given his solemn promise back in 2011. So I'd like to hear from my honourable colleague whether it is the intention of his party and his government to hold to that promise made by the Prime Minister in 2011.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister was abundantly clear. We will visit new opportunities for investment in the budget that will benefit all Canadians when we get to a balanced budget. At this point, we are in a position that we are very close to balancing the budget. We expect that by 2015 we will be there. It is premature at this point to speculate what will be implemented immediately in the budget of 2015, but I have every confidence in the Finance Minister, who I firmly believe is the greatest, the best Finance Minister in the world, and I certainly have confidence in my leader, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, that we will deliver on our promises. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and proud to be sharing my time with the member for Compton-Stansted with regards to this debate and the budget. And in the first moments, I want to note, Mr. Speaker, is that this budget comes with an interesting caveat that I heard many, many times the Conservatives complain about the Liberals, was building in contingency funds and surpluses and money that would later on be used for political advantage later on. And this has a, quote, a $3 billion risk adjustment included in this budget. So we are talking relatively at the same time with regards to this budget, kind of some hypocrisy of what the past has been in this chamber. And they were very clear about saying that. It was the Paul Martin government in particular that liked to do this, or his Minister of Finance, the John Chrétien government. And they always had this contingency fund, or all of a sudden this magical money showed up at the last minute. And often it happened, Mr. Speaker, ironically, prior to just before election years. And it seems to be that this is going to be the path, if you believe the numbers that we have in front of us here. Now, Mr. Speaker, every budget always has some good things. There's no doubt when members of Parliament come to this chamber for Budget Day, all during the year they have been working, advocating and pushing for different items, whether it be in their constituency, whether it be in Ottawa, whether it be a committee, whether it be in the chambers here, in the hallways, all these issues to deal with our one Canada. Unfortunately, it appears over the last number of years the Conservatives, almost when they talk about the money and the programs and the services, they talk about it as if it's their own money. It's not. It's Canadian taxpayers' money. And the Canadian taxpayers deserve accountability for it, and that comes from every single one of these seats that sits in this chamber. Now, this budget does have some good things in it. I would say the Windsor-Detroit border crossing, getting money for that, is a positive thing. I will go into some issues related to how it's being dispensed of, but that is a positive step forward. However, there are some challenges, and some of the ways and practices and the vulnerabilities are significant. We also have some positive auto announcements in this budget. And thank you very much to the government having to renew early a program that we as New Democrats said was far deficient, way ahead of time, because the industry is telling them they need to be at the table. Unfortunately, we're being, I guess, a reaction mode as opposed to a proactive mode, and that's a big change that we'd like to see happen. Now, with regards to what took place in my community after the last budget, there's some interesting things that took place. We saw the erosion of significant services that are affecting our economy. We saw some very significant closures of offices that are affecting Canadians from all different walks of life. Seniors, persons with disabilities, veterans, business owners, business operators, all being affected by a short-sighted attempt to attack our public service and an ideological drive across-the-board cuts that is not a business plan on how to manage a nation, departments, and economic and social activity in this country. It's an ideological drive just to reduce money that doesn't always do that, Mr. Speaker. And I would point out one of the cuts that we've had, significant cut in the Windsor region, was the loss of our mail sorting. Our mail sorting used to be done more efficiently in Windsor than anywhere else and had an excellent record for many, many years, and we lost all of that. So instead of it being done in Windsor, they now stack it all up on trucks, send it to London on the highway, the 401 highway, which is significantly crowded as it is, and affects the infrastructure, through all kinds of inclement weather. It gets sorted, brought back to Windsor, where it's finally then redistributed back to the businesses and the homeowners. And we have seen a significant change in turnaround of mail. And that's at the detriment of our businesses and our citizens that are using the service. And now we see the attack on home delivery. Despite the post office making a profit 17 out of the last 18 years, we're going to lose that. And then we're going to actually have the cost of that because mail service will further be delayed. So there'll be a cost. Retail has things at the end of their aisles, lost leaders, where maybe that one particular service or item that they have may not make money, but it leads to other economic activity. And I would argue that our postal service is the same thing, even though it does make money most of the time, almost all the time. So we saw the loss of that, and that affected us as well. The Consul General office is closed in Detroit. The Immigration Office, we have one of the highest diversity rates in immigration in my constituency, and yet the Walker Road Immigration Office, you can't go in there as a member of the public. Not allowed unless you're being sworn in. You couldn't go in and check on your case anymore. They don't open the doors. Despite the fact that the immigration cases that we process directly affect our economy and our social vibrancy, because those individuals are in a holding pattern until their cases are processed. When they're finally done, we're talking about employment opportunities, we're talking about school for children, we're talking about family reunification, we're talking about the individual and the family being able to move on. We've seen cuts to frontline services, cuts to like CBSA, where a government that's supposed to be tough on crime has taken away frontline officers that work in counterintelligence to break cases and also stop guns, drugs, smuggling, get into Canada. And we've seen the cuts and others, and thank goodness, one of the positive things that we have happening here in this budget is the food inspection increases. But that came because hundreds were laid off before that, as deregulation was attempted in an industry that's very significant for our export economy. One of the most significant closures we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is our Veterans Office. Our Veterans Office in Windsor had activity of approximately 4,000 cases per year. We had 13 workers. It cost $1 million. It was worth every cent. It's closed now. Our veterans are not happy with this. It was a place where they could go with dignity and privacy to be able to have their case looked at and examined. Why does this government want to just cut these offices across Windsor and only save a little bit on the surface and force them to alternative services which just don't meet the same needs. Going to Service Canada, there's no privacy, they don't know your case file, you're often rerouted somewhere else, doesn't work. And the promise that can be visited at home, but as a former social worker, I can tell you, home visits are a very serious thing to consider. You have not only the safety of the individual, they have to be comfortable with someone coming to their home, and you have other issues to ensure the integrity of the service provided on both parties. Other complications. And our caseworkers are going to have to drive down from London, Ontario. So that means per diems, it means costs, it means longer waiting times, all of those things. Now, Mr. Speaker, I spent a lot of time on those cuts, but I want to complete with this. The border crossing and the auto funds in Windsor are critically important, but we want to see them done with accountability, and we will be pressing the government on those accountability issues. We were there from the beginning, and we'll see it through the end, but it's going to be transparent, it's going to be done the proper way, and we're going to make sure taxpayers get what they deserve.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for...
Monsieur le Président. Je félicite.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for his speech, particularly for the announcements that he's made in this speech to correct the flagrant errors made over the past 2 or 3 years, the cuts to border services, cuts to the Canadian Food Inspection Agencies, cuts to the RCMP, cuts of programs and staff. And now we're trying to, I think very modestly, trying to repair the mistakes that have been made over the past few years. And now all of a sudden we're supposed to think that everything's going to be fine and that we're going to balance the budget next year. Well, I'm sorry, but once again, this is a mistake to think that Canadians are so indulgent when it comes to this government. And I would like my colleague to speak to these attempts to repair past errors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. And one of the things I've raised with the border crossing in Windsor is that now, because of the focus of this government being on Keystone and Washington, we don't have some of the supports we had on the Michigan and the U.S. side that we used to have as an ally, and are actually having to spend money to buy property acquisitions on the U.S. side and also move hydro and a number of different things for their plaza. And what I've raised in the agreement that we have with the United States is that there still is no plan for them to fund their plaza. But in our agreement with them is, quote, in this section, Mr. Speaker, the crossing authority, that will be the binational crossing authority where we're getting our toll fares back to pay for it, so it will be the Canadian money that's been borrowed, shall enter into discussions with the appropriate U.S. federal agencies to determine whether and the extent to which federal U.S. agencies of the crossing authority shall be responsible for one or more of the design, construction, finance, and maintenance of the U.S. federal plaza. I've raised that, Mr. Speaker, because we have not been focused on making sure that our American partners are at the table with us. This crossing has to be done, but it should be done with full partnership.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the honourable member about some of the supportive organizations who are so pleased that this government is working toward balancing the budget and that we're very close. And I'd like to specifically mention the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, because they talk about small business owners, and they recognize that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. And this is something that in Ontario we've acknowledged since the 1990s, and that when governments exercise fiscal restraint and prudence, that it leads to prosperity in the future. And so organizations like the Canadian Federation of Independent Business have come out and said that they're pleased with our efforts to balance the budget. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce has said, quote, the government has acted. The result will be a stronger economy and more jobs. I'd like to know what this member from the New Democratic Party would do differently, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mother and father-in-law had a small business and restaurant, and I can tell you one of the things I'd first do is to get a cap on those terrible fees on small businesses that the banks and the cards are costing them. It's unreasonable. No, it's not ridiculous. The member's saying it's ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous. Those fees are costing small business a significant amount of revenue at the expense of the consumer and the business. And some businesses actually encourage you not to use your credit card because it costs them more. That's the fact. That's the reality. And the banks are doing well enough, and they're also getting corporate tax cuts right now. So if we are in a deficit still, according to this government, we are still borrowing money to pay for corporate taxes because we don't have a surplus. That's wrong. That's what I'd change.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm going to concentrate mostly on my constituents, their view of this non-budget, which was being tabled by this disaster of a finance minister, because the intention of the government is to attack the middle class, the working class, and the labor force of our country, the very strength of our economy. All of this in order to truly destroy the social fabric of Canada. This social fabric, which has been built by our ancestors and the first prime ministers, but also people across Canada, coast to coast to coast, who have worked so hard for decades in order to ensure that...
Well, member, excuse me, for Chatham-Kent Essex is rising on point of order.
On a clarification, I thought I heard the member refer to the Minister of Finance as the Sinister of Finance. That, Mr. Speaker, is totally unparliamentary behavior, and I wonder if we could maybe have that checked, and if that is the case, if we could have an apology.
The chair appreciates the point of order, and just to remind all honourable members that in this place they are to refer to their colleagues either by their riding or by their office, and to refrain from taking those titles or names of ridings and using them in a disparaging way. L'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
The honourable member. Listen, I would like to apologize to my colleagues. It was a lapsus. It was inappropriate. I admit it. And congratulations for having picked up on that and for making that point of order. Nevertheless, it is a national catastrophe, what we're witnessing now, because Conservatives already do not care about the environment. They are ignoring climate change, and they do not trust science. So now they are attacking people, to Canadian workers across the country, and that is unacceptable. It is unacceptable, and maybe that is what caused me to say what I just did. GDP growth projections were lower for the last 2 years, for the 2 years following the last budget. Why? Because there were no economic stimulus measures. Measures were not put in place to diversify Canada's economy, and this is reflected everywhere, and especially in remote or rural areas, and they are suffering. These measures really hurt rural areas. We have pioneering industries such as agriculture and forestry, and yet they've been abandoned. They've been abandoned, and the government is cutting the EI program, which in fact should be there to support people when they're going through tough times, when they are transitioning between jobs. Again, from coast to coast, the rural economy is under threat because people in those areas are not being supported when they are transitioning. The current debt is $618 billion. There was a budget surplus of over $20 billion, but in the last 2 years, the deficit is over $70 million, and that has grown in the last 2 years, and it is unacceptable. And all this has happened on the back of public services. Essential services were gutted to Veterans Affairs. I had mentioned EI, social housing, which is essential in our communities. And we're talking about urban communities here, not necessarily in rural communities, in cities. Public transport has been completely abandoned. It is understandable that sometimes we think ministers are disastrous and we have to catch ourselves when we want to say that, but really, it seems that the rights and freedoms of Canadians are being attacked. Why? Because 39% of people voted in favor of the Conservatives, but 61% of voters in the 2011 election voted against the Conservatives. But now, as the Conservatives pass a budget or adopt measures, all these other Canadians are being abandoned. There's something I talked about with my colleagues, and that is the high fees business people pay banks to process credit card fees. And the only thing the government seems to be able to do is to hold consultations to determine the best way to contain its own costs. What we want are measures which are much more aggressive and rigorous to fight these practices which ultimately cost consumers the most. And yet again, if we want to stimulate economic growth and retail activities, these fees have to be addressed. I'm sorry, I just need to take a little sip of water here. Now, talking about, I mentioned the rights of workers a few moments ago. By making these deep cuts in the public service, public servants who provide services to Canadians, services which Canadians have a right to, so by attacking the compensation of public servants and to the benefits which they have acquired, which they have negotiated over the last few decades, well, really, it is a violation of rights. It is an affront. So don't ask why it seems that people are booking off more time for mental health problems, especially in the public service. This is not a healthy workplace anymore. It's become so hard to be at work in the public service. Some public servants have to hit quotas to try to deny people from their benefits. What happens? This hurts the regions. It affects tourism, agriculture, even culture, sports. It's unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, please let me know when I only have a minute left. Transportation and infrastructure and communities. Do I need to even mention the tragedy of Lac Mégantic to tell you the extent to which the people who live in my region care about rail safety? Again, yesterday, another group rose up against Transport Canada because the department seems to be completely unable to punish private companies who violate the rules. The government is taking no action. In the last 3 years, there have been so many violations in my region alone. And the government never did anything. 1 month before the Lac Mégantic tragedy, there was a 3-foot line of track which hadn't been restored in the last 2 years. There had been a spill. Again, damage was caused to the environment. And a month later, the tragedy happened. What happened was irresponsible, and it is unacceptable that the budget of a G7 and G20 industrialized country, as well, the rail sector, rail supports economic development throughout Canada, everywhere in Canada. And yet it seems that the government doesn't seem to care at all about rail safety. People who live along the rail line, well, they're scratching their heads and wondering, what's next? When will the next accident happen? Well, just a few months ago, there was another such incident in New Brunswick, and we knew that it was going to happen. We were sure, everybody on the ground, everybody who was familiar with the Lac Mégantic situation knew that there would be another accident in that part of the country. So people have been abandoned. Yet it's the responsibility of the federal government to make sure that these rail lines, be they private or public, that they be safe. And in this budget, there is no mention whatsoever about that. Nothing. Nothing to protect my fellow citizens. This is unacceptable. Thank you very much. Infringement in the areas of health and education. The only thing provinces have asked for is the money they are entitled to, and it is up to the provinces to decide how to invest that money, and this right is protected under the Constitution. We at the NDP, we have reasserted this right in the Sherbrooke Declaration, and we are the only party which guarantees these rights. As I said, the government abandoned agriculture, food safety. I had so much to talk about. The environment, no mention of climate change whatsoever in the budget, no mention of science. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve much better than this government, which is completely disconnected from reality and the needs of Canadians. If we want to work towards a just society and a prosperous economy, people will vote for the NDP in 2015. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member did mention that there were no initiatives in the budget related to the environment. I'm holding a copy of Budget 2014, the Economic Action Plan, here in my hands, and I'm wondering if the member is aware that of the initiatives such as the Sustaining Canada's National Parks, conserving recreational fisheries, which is one of my favorites, which I'll be speaking about a little bit later, measures with regard to donations of ecologically sensitive lands, improving recreational trails. These are all very expanding tax support, for example, for clean energy generation. These are all very clear and concrete environmental initiatives. I'm wondering if perhaps the member hasn't gotten to page 160, but I'm wondering, I would suggest if he hasn't that he would read this part of it, because these are very concrete measures to improve Canada's environment, and so just wondering if he's seen these ones.
The honourable member. Well, yes, of course I read those pages, but these measures were quite insignificant. They were not proactive at all. They imposed no requirements at all on a polluter to be responsible if ever a spill happened, or responsible for any incident which would be bad for the environment. There was no accountability for large polluters. In fact, the mining and oil industry are being subsidized to the tune of billions of dollars in tax credits, and if in a few years they leave an activity site, and in northern Canada there are huge companies that left Canada and left contaminated sites behind. The First Nations are sick of these sites. There's no accountability for large polluters.
And comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And speaking of the environment, I noticed that the words climate change don't even exist in this budget document. I noticed that they've spent millions on the National Energy Board to help us get fossil fuels to market more efficiently. I notice that there are more subsidies to offshore oil and gas facilities promoted, and yet I notice that there's nothing about renewable energy, such as the eco-energy retrofit program that has been sought. I wonder if those are the sort of things that he was talking about, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if he could elaborate on this government's environmental commitments as reflected in this budget document.
L'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
Ça démontre à peu près à quel point ce gouvernement-là, ces gens-là de l'autre côté, font fi de la recherche et de l'innovation et de la science. Ils ont semblé dans les départements des géologues, pourtant on a une industrie minière florissante et on a seulement congédié un grand pan de nos scientifiques qui travaillaient pour soit Environnement Canada, soit les services de géologie. Et puis là, après ça, on me fait dire qu'on essaie de faire comprendre qu'on a un souci de l'environnement, mais malheureusement, aucun changement, aucune mention de changement climatique. Savez-vous que déjà en agriculture, on sait qu'il y aura de la migration de des types de cultures qu'on ne peut plus produire dans certaines régions du Canada à cause des changements climatiques. Fait qu'on ne viendra pas faire à clair qu'on a fait des gestes concrets en environnement.
So we're not going to believe that concrete measures were taken. It's not true.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for Compton-Stanstead. Just to cast some light on what was said earlier by my friend from Mississauga, the money for Parks Canada, one must remember that in the 2013 budget, Parks Canada was cut by 10%. It's made a significant, really deep and devastating cut to Parks Canada's capacity. All the scientific work in Parks Canada has ended because all the scientists have been laid off. The money in this budget is that one of the consequences of these deep cuts to Parks Canada has been that Parks Canada's infrastructure is crumbling. So the money in this budget, I'm glad to see it, but it's not to protect national parks. It's to protect Canadians who are trying to drive through national parks. It's to repair the roads, repair the bridges, and repair existing dams. There's nothing new in this budget to repair the damage done to Parks Canada in previous budgets.
L'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada was a source of national pride for us from coast to coast. Even in my riding, I have national parks. People are proud of these. People were proud of working there. Also, it's a sector which is great for tourism and for economic development in certain parts of the country. And yet, now, that entire sector, which is our pride, is being abandoned. Again, it's unacceptable, and it'll take years to fix the mess the Conservatives have been creating in the last 9 years. And in 2015, we have to vote NDP to fix the problem.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct pleasure and honor today to speak on the budget. And first, may I let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette, my honourable colleague. I've been reading the budget, Mr. Speaker, and making a few notes, and there are a couple of highlights that I would like to flag, not just for you, but also for my constituents back home in Mississauga South, who I think will benefit from this budget. I realize that there probably aren't very many viewers right now because everyone is glued and riveted by the hockey game, the Canadian men's Olympic hockey team game that's going on right now. But I would say that that this budget is actually reflective of for me, the excitement that many Canadians are feeling about the Olympics and about the hockey game that's going on right now. I would say that the captain of our team for Budget 2014, the Honourable Minister of Finance, has stick-handled this budget once again through for, I believe, his 10th budget, and he's done once again a great job. And with over 1 million new jobs created since the depth of the recession, since the worst of the recession, I'm very proud at how the Captain Minister of Finance has dealt with this. So I'll just say that, and for those of you who out there who are not watching the hockey game, I appreciate that you're listening to me. And so I'd like to tell you about a couple of things that are important to me, to my constituents, and to Canadians. First of all, continuing on the theme of the environment, which we've been talking a bit about today. This is an issue of great importance in the riding of Mississauga South, and in particular, I've had some experience with recreational fisheries and working with Credit Valley Conservation, who've done a wonderful job at restoring the wetlands in the Rattray Marsh area of Lake Ontario in South Mississauga. I just want to say thank you to them, and thank you to the Minister of Finance for renewing the Recreational Fisheries Community Partnerships Program. An additional $15 million over 2 years to extend this partnership program. What this program does essentially, and I know that my colleague across the way will also probably highlight this program, but I did want to mention it because I think sometimes people don't know that urban ridings on urban areas also benefit from these types of programs. And so in my area, in my riding, which is situated on beautiful Lake Ontario and has the Credit River running through it, we've been able to benefit from this program and leverage to the tune of double the funds. And so we've been able to help in the restoration of the Rattray Marsh wetlands, and these are the ways that, as I said earlier, in concrete ways, we're actually helping the environment. So I did want to say that, and so that's kind of a big deal for me. And in terms of the environment and families. Let me say that I'm quite proud that that this budget recognized the Earth Rangers Foundation, because Earth Rangers is an organization that's dedicated to educating children and families about biodiversity and empowering them to become directly involved in protecting animals and their habitats. And so it's an organization that operates across Canada, but I've seen that the work that they do in the GTA. And so I'm particularly pleased that the Economic Action Plan 2014 is providing $3 million over 3 years to support and expand Earth Rangers' existing family-oriented conservation and biodiversity programming. So that's what I'd like to say about that. I'd also like to mention, and just to switch gears for a moment, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you're aware that I have the honor to chair a special committee of Parliament, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, violence against Aboriginal women in Canada. This is a huge problem, not just in the Aboriginal community, but one that all Canadians care deeply about. And something that our government is working very hard to erase this problem. And so that's why I was so proud when I saw that we will be, this government is making this a priority by establishing a DNA-based missing persons index or registry. What we're doing essentially is using technology to help find these women. We need to use all the tools available to us to solve this very tragic problem. And so Budget 2014 is going to provide $8.1 million over 5 years to create this DNA-based missing persons index. And this is something that once we have this DNA data bank, it'll be much easier for the RCMP to continue doing the work that they need to do, and to find missing women and to identify remains as well. So I think that's very important. But I also I would also like to point out that in general, related to that, there's also been a renewal of $25 million to address violence against Aboriginal women and girls in general. So this same pocket of funding actually started in 2010 with $25 million, and so we've renewed it in this budget because the 5 years was almost up. But in the last few years, with that funding, the government's made targeted improvements to law enforcement and the justice system, including the creation of a national center for missing persons and unidentified remains. The government has also made enhancements to the Victims Fund to ensure that Aboriginal victims and families of missing and murdered Aboriginal women have access to culturally appropriate services, and has supported the development of community-based awareness and initiatives, which are very important, and safety plans as well to promote the safety of Aboriginal women and girls. Thank you. These are issues that the committee has been discussing for the past almost year. And I'm just delighted that the government has recognized that we need to take action, and we're putting our money where our mouth is on this issue. So another $25 million over 5 years to continue those efforts to reduce violence against women. As I say, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that all Canadians care about. I'd also like to mention, and I was just on the phone this morning with the Community Living Association representative from South Mississauga. Her name is Debbie Moffat, and we were talking about the Ready, Willing, and Able initiative, which is mentioned on page 62 of this budget. And this is an organization, if you are not aware, Mr. Speaker, that helps people with intellectual disabilities, autism, for example, to gain employment, and because sometimes they need a little bit of extra help and a hand up, but they're able to become contributing members of society, and with the help of community living. And the Community Living Association and Canadian Association for Community Living, and I'm familiar with the Mississauga branch, and they do very good work. And in fact, when we met in my office quite a few months ago, Debbie was telling me about about Costco, which is one of the companies that's taken this on, the Ready, Willing, and Able program, and they're finding great success in hiring folks through this program. And so I'd like to just quote here from the budget from one of the new Costco employees who said, as a result of this program, I'm very happy about getting this job, and I'm getting paid an equal wage, and a good one at that. I look forward to being part of a team and not being treated any differently. Now I can tell my brother, my friends, and my mom that I work at Costco. And so these are the kinds of things that Ready, Willing, and Able does for folks with intellectual disabilities. And I see that you're shuffling around. Is my time? I can't believe my time is up. I wanted to talk about supporting women entrepreneurs as well, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps I can fit that in one of the answers. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for West Coquitlam, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about support for the environment, and I'd like to ask the member why in this budget there is not a single mention on combating climate change. Not one mention of probably the biggest challenge of our time, that we are facing a changing climate. We're seeing not only the effects on our environment, but on communities and on local economies. Of course, on national economies. It's not only the biggest challenge for Canada, but it's in fact one of the biggest challenges in the world. And there is not a single mention in this budget. This is a passing the buck. We're passing the buck to future governments, national governments. We're passing the buck to future generations. We're saying, we're not going to deal with it. We're going to let you deal with it. I can't think that that's a responsible way to deal with one of the biggest challenges of our time. I'd like to ask the member why no mention of climate change in this budget.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
I think, Mr. Speaker, that I fundamentally disagree in how to solve the problem of a cleaner environment. I believe that we need to take concrete actions, and that small steps in partnership with community organizations actually solves the problem. Now, I won't even get into all of our measures related to auto emissions. These are the kinds of things that actually improve air quality. The kinds of things that we do for wetland rehabilitation improve water quality. These are the kinds of things that eventually improve quality of life for everyone. And so I would prefer to take these kinds of measures in partnership with community organizations. But I mean, budget 2014 talks specifically about conserving Canada's natural heritage, not just recreational fisheries, but expanding tax relief for environmental conservation of lands, encouraging clean generation, and providing tax relief for green technologies as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't help but notice the hockey analogy that my colleague from the Conservative side made about the finance minister, him being really good at stick handling this most recent budget. Now, I wonder if she recalls in 2011, we saw it on TV last night, where the Prime Minister talked about how he was going to put in place a firm policy on income splitting after the deficit was eliminated, probably around about now. Now, I also noticed that the finance minister seems to now have some serious reservations about income splitting, although he was very silent on it for 4 years. And so, continuing with a hockey analogy, don't you think that perhaps the finance minister has just scored in his own goal?
Before I go to the member for Mississauga, I'm not sure whether the member for West Ville-Marie was asking the chair that question, but would remind all honourable colleagues to direct their questions to the chair. I presume he was asking the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Well, I'm happy to answer that question. I think, luckily for this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, we're short on left-wingers and heavy on the right-wingers here in this caucus. I will say this. We have provided, since 2006, massive tax relief for Canadian families. As a mother of two myself, I know that I'm proud when I can tell other families and other parents of children in Mississauga South that we have saved the average Canadian family $3,400 a year in taxes. We've lowered taxes over 160 times since 2006. It really is amazing, and I'm so proud of that. I know that as we approach balance, that we will be considering even more targeted tax measures to help families.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, resuming debate. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is indeed an honour to follow such an illustrious colleague like the member for Mississauga South. And to pick up on her excellent comments, I'd like to talk at first on the issue of returning to a balanced budget. And let's go back a few years. Prior to the recession, when this government took office, we paid down $37 billion of debt. That was a remarkable achievement, and that allowed Canada to be very well prepared when the recession of 2008 hit. And that allowed us to launch one of the largest infrastructure programs in Canadian history. And we deliberately went into deficit at that point, $55.6 billion deficit. But because we have a Prime Minister and a Finance Minister who know what they're doing, had a game plan. The plan was to stimulate the Canadian economy at that time and then return to a balanced budget over time. And this is exactly what has happened, exactly as predicted. The deficit this year will be in the range of $2.9 billion, and next year the surplus is expected to hit $6.4 billion. But I'd like to give a little lesson to my NDP friends across the way there on why eliminating the deficit is important. Why is a balanced budget important? Less taxpayer money is needed to pay interest on the debt. Helps keep interest rates low for Canadian families. Taxes are kept low. This signals stability to the rest of the world. It attracts investment to Canada, leading to a higher standard of living, and it gives government more flexibility to invest in and support job creation programs. And this avoids the instability and the draconian cuts seen in other parts of the world, such as Greece. And as a grandparent myself, this avoids burdening our children and grandchildren with our debts. Very important. Our fiscal situation, Mr. Speaker, is the envy of the entire world. Canada's net debt is expected to remain the lowest by far of any G7 country. Japan's is incredible. Their net debt is 150% of GDP, whereas Canada is in the neighborhood of about 35 to 40%. And we are by far the lowest. And what that means is that Canada is in a very good position to weather any economic storms that might occur. Now, that's the big picture, what this budget will do for the entire country. I'm going to, being a rural MP representing a large, remote rural constituency, I tend to look at things through a rural lens. And when I look at the measures for rural Canada in this budget, it is very clear that rural Canadians are being very well taken care of by this government. We have strong rural representation right across this caucus, right across the country. 65% of Canada's rural seats are held by Conservatives. Rural Canadians place their trust in us. Let's talk about some of the measures. In Western Canada, we now have livestock price insurance to avoid to mitigate risk for livestock producers. Rural broadband expansion, $305 million for broadband expansion. This has been wildly popular in my constituency and in my phone calls and my emails and right across the country. And let's talk about what the farm leadership is saying about our expansion of fast, reliable internet across to rural and remote areas of Canada. And this is a quote from Mark Wells, an Elgin farmer from Ontario and president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Mr. Wells says, quote, "That's a huge boon for farmers and small-town entrepreneurs who will finally be able to do business in a way other Canadians take for granted. It's something we've been calling for a long time. Full internet service, much improved. Promise made, promise kept." End of story. The Growing Forward program is continuing along. It's been a very successful program for agriculture right across the country. Living next to a national park, as I do, almost right next to a national park, I was delighted to see the $390 million allocated to improve and protect national park infrastructure. And I'd like to say to the constituents who are listening that I've already made my request known, what I would like to see happen. I want to talk about a program that the member for Mississauga South referenced, and that's the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships program. It's been increased. It's started off as a $10 million program. It's now $15 million. It's been wildly successful. Mr. Speaker, last year that program funded almost 100 fisheries conservation projects right across this country in partnerships with dedicated angling conservation groups. And that is true environmentalism. We just don't talk about the environment. We don't talk about process. We actually get out there and do things on the ground that actually fix problems that people see. And I will gladly debate anybody on the other side on that. They talk about the environment. All they talk about is process. We get things done. The Sydney tar ponds are being fixed up. Lake Simcoe watershed. Hamilton Harbour. On and on and on. Problems are being dealt with. And I defy any members opposite to name any environmental indicator in this country that has gotten worse on our watch. They're all getting better on our watch. Let's talk about the industry loans for apprenticeships. There's actually a labor shortage in my constituency. We have a booming oil and gas. We have a booming oil industry, a burgeoning oil industry. We have a forestry industry. We need workers in the skilled trades, and our industry loan program for apprentices will fill that gap. We have a major tourism industry in my constituency and indeed across the country, and there's now $10 million for recreational trails. There's a $90 million investment for the forest industry. It's called the Forest Industry Transformation Program, a national disaster mitigation program. And we all know about the disastrous 2011 floods that Manitoba experienced, and again the floods from a couple of years ago in Alberta. The Canada First Research Excellence Fund. And again, as a person who represents an agricultural constituency, I take a keen interest in biotechnology and agricultural research, and that it's because of the high-class research that our government has funded, the scientists that our government has funded, that Canada's agriculture is world-class and will continue to be world-class. And here's a nice little program that I think all members will agree with. I like our little program to remove red tape for the beer industry. I have a small microbrewery in my constituency that's starting to emerge, and you may have seen Dragon's Den a few weeks ago. And the beer is called Farmery Beer, and it's two young lads that started this brand of beer. They were on Dragon's Den. They're neighbors of mine, constituents, and I'm so very proud of Chris and Lawrence Warwick and their Farmery Beer. That's a free commercial for those guys, and it's worth it. And I'm looking for great things for them, and I urge all members, if they have a chance to try this beer, they should. I will gladly do that. In the spirit of nonpartisanship, I will gladly bring colleagues beer, Mr. Speaker. I guess that's it answered now, isn't it? Forever. You can quote me. That's okay. They can quote me, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the laughable economic policies of the NDP for a minute. I simply can't. I have a list. You know, the NDP. Okay. The facts of life are conservative, Mr. Speaker. Free markets work, deficit reduction works, merit-based societies work, private property works, economic freedom works, free trade works, and wealth creation is critical to fund social programs. What is the NDP's toxic ideology? They don't support free markets. They're suspicious of private property. Their cure for everything is more spending. They think we can spend ourselves rich. They're suspicious of business people and entrepreneurs, and they thrive on a culture of envy. In fact, the dirty little secret about the NDP is that they actually want people to become dependent on government because they think that that's in their own political interest. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll sit down and take questions. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my friend's discourse just a moment ago, and I note that there was a 400-page document in which the words climate change did not appear. Now, there were 5 pages dealing with national parks, but they dealt with mostly repaving highways and $10 million for snowmobile trails, which I presume is this government's environmental policy. The Minister of Environment went on Twitter, I'm indebted to iPolitics for this nugget, and went on Twitter on Budget Day and talked only about transportation. I'm making people wonder if she's still the Minister of Environment. Now, there was, however, an indirect reference to climate change, which may have been missed, and that was pointed out in other articles that said, well, at least they understood that unregulated economic development and providing hundreds of millions in subsidies to industrial development does require, are you ready, hundreds of millions for train crashes and infrastructure relief in disasters. So presumably they do understand, but they don't connect the dots. So, Mr. Speaker, has this government, I'd ask my colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, has this government entirely given up on the environment?
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River Marquette.
I want to thank my honourable friend for that question because that gives me an opportunity to illustrate what I said earlier about the NDP's lack of knowledge about the environment itself. We have instituted the National Areas Conservation Plan, where 800,000 acres has been conserved. We have 1,400 habitat projects under the Habitat Stewardship Program. And Canada has been a participant since 1986 in the North American Waterfowl Management Plan, which is a wetland conservation program. These are important for climate change mitigation. What the member opposite should realize is that the protection and restoration of natural areas, such as wetlands in particular, they are carbon sinks. And when you create wetlands and restore wetlands, you do more than just one thing. Sure, you sequester carbon, but you protect biodiversity, you improve flood control, you recharge aquifers. So what this government does are we implement concrete programs that actually do things on the environment, have multiple benefits, and yes, will mitigate climate change.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You might have heard a laugh. I didn't mean to interrupt the chamber, Mr. Speaker, but the member talked about having, I think it was 65% of rural MPs. What do they do? What do they do, Mr. Speaker? They certainly haven't spoke up for rural Canada. Certainly haven't spoke up for rural Canada. They do their trick. They stand up and say, "Hey," when they're asked to. You know, we would call that, Mr. Speaker, and well, maybe I'd better not use that kind of language in this House, Mr. Speaker. But my question to the member is this: he claims he's defending rural Canadians, and he's from Western Canada. Well, right now in Western Canada, there's 53 ships sitting empty in the port of Vancouver. The grain prices have been discounted by some 40%. Farmers can't get their grain to market. And the reason they can't is because this government, the government you're a part of, that you went yay, yay, yay to, that, Mr. Speaker, the member went yay, yay, yay to, they failed when they killed the Canadian Wheat Board to realize all the logistics the Canadian Wheat Board done. So now they have a crisis on their hand that backbench members in that party are responsible for, and it's one of the reasons why rural Canadians in the West are finding it difficult in the agriculture sector at the moment.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
I do appreciate the member's comments about the rail situation. He's actually right from the standpoint that it needs to be fixed. We have a bottleneck now, and of course the biggest problem is the farmers last year harvested basically a crop and a half, and the system simply couldn't stand it. But the best minister of agriculture in the world, our minister, is on this case and is working extremely hard. But let's talk about defending rural Canada. Yeah. Rural Canada hated the Liberals' long gun registry. And just recently, the Liberal Party has put on their website for their convention coming up a proposal to really reduce firearms ownership in this country along the Australian lines. That will get rid of 90% of the hunting firearms in Canada. Yeah, they really defend rural Canada, don't they, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I would say that I'm pleased to speak on the budget, but I'm disappointed at the uselessness of the finance minister's document in dealing with the problems that many Canadians face. And the absolute failure of this minister and this government to put Canada on a footing for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this book, Creating Jobs and Opportunities, is basically, I would say, a piece of fiction. Yes, there's a little tinkering and a little programming there, but it does nothing to deal with the big picture items of creating economic growth, really creating jobs broadly, and unifying the country from coast to coast in terms of a vision for economic development. In fact, what they do in this budget in many ways is split the country asunder. I would just quote, Mr. Speaker, from an article from the editorial that was in today's Guardian, and everybody in this House would know that the Guardian covers the island like they do. And I would quote this, Mr. Speaker. It's not often that any finance minister will try and camouflage a balanced budget while preferring to take credit for a small deficit. A sheepish Minister of Finance did his best Tuesday to convince Canadians this was the case, but really fooled no one. The budget is, for all intents and purposes, balanced. the federal minister prefers to speak those sacred words next year and election year, end of quote. And it goes on from there. So, Mr. Speaker, in this government, that's the context that the budget was in, setting the stage for partisan purposes to try and regain election next year. And that's irresponsible on the part of a government. A government's responsibility is to govern for all Canadians, and this government has failed in that responsibility. A government's responsibility is to plan and implement policies that benefit all Canadians, and a government's responsibility is clearly to deal with some of the issues that are out there at the moment that, in fact, some of their previous budgets and some of their previous policy decisions created. And many Canadians are hurting as a result of those issues. In my area in particular, and I've spoken about it several times in this House, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest areas that has caused hurt, split families, hurt communities, is the employment insurance changes. And you know, the government, yes, it's got the authority to make changes, but they should make them in a way that's going to contribute to the economy, not undermine the economy. And the employment insurance changes that have affected our seasonal industries and our seasonal workers very, very negatively. They have less income than they had the previous year because of the clawbacks. Businesses can't get workers because the time frame has been set has been set that it means people are getting their monies clawed back. And so as a result, there's a very serious negative impact on three of our major industries in Prince Edward Island: agriculture, fisheries, and tourism. And that's as a result of the EI changes. The budget especially failed my province of Prince Edward Island, but not only PEI, failed the other provinces as well because of the unilateral decisions taken by the finance minister. And you know, I just picked up an article, Mr. Speaker, in Inside Policy. It's a magazine of the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, and Stanley Hart, who used to be a deputy minister, well-known deputy minister in Ottawa, the headline of his article reads, quote, "Budget-making process requires provinces, feds, to understand each other's goals and intentions." End of quote. And it goes on to talk about, you know, the federal-provincial jurisdiction in this country and the need to work together to build a stronger Canada, that each sector has implications on the other, and that they have to work together in terms of, especially in the economy, building policies that will in fact strengthen the economy from coast to coast to coast. And Mr. Speaker, in that area, this government has failed terribly. They don't communicate with the provinces. They don't cooperate with the provinces. They unilaterally make decisions that download costs on the provinces, that change programs in the provinces, and in fact can negatively affect those provinces' economy. That's what's happened in EI previously, Mr. Speaker. But in this one, it was bad enough that the Government of Canada pushed the Canada Job Grant, actually spending $2.4 million in false advertising, but the minister knew the provinces opposed. Yet he went ahead. And replaced and put in place the Canada Job Grant, somewhat changed. He had some discussions with them. But for Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, this really replaces a $2.1 million labour market agreement, which was used for employment assistances for businesses and the unemployed. You know, what about all the folks that work in that system, Mr. Speaker, that were just transferred from the federal government, from HRDC, a few years ago, when it was a federal program? It was downloaded to the provinces. The money was given to the provinces. They were to be in charge of labour market development, and now they find the whole program's changed unilaterally by the federal government against the wish of the provinces. Secondly, in terms of Prince Edward Island, the government unilaterally eliminated the immigrant investor program. I spoke to people at the government level yesterday. Not a word of discussion, Mr. Speaker. That is a program that is very important to the economy, very important for us attracting people into the province. Just cancelled like that, and a new program come into place. Absolutely no consultation. For many citizens in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, who are retired public servants, veterans, retired RCMP, the tax grab by increasing the cost of health benefits is almost criminal. You know, retirees paid into those plans in good faith and felt their retirement was secure. But retroactively changing the rules, as this government done, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely wrong. They're trying to balance the books on the backs of public servants, veterans, RCMP folks, and others who worked their lifetime securing their retirement, and now they increase the health premiums. And while the government is claiming in this document, in this budget, while it's claiming it's deferring its military procurement, it can be seen as nothing else, Mr. Speaker, other than a cut. For Prince Edward Island, shipbuilding in Georgetown will certainly be affected, which will undermine our economy, possibly create a loss of jobs. And what, Mr. Speaker, happens to the shipbuilding in Halifax, which was a huge program, is it affected? We don't know. And further, this government, Mr. Speaker, has failed to ensure major industries like agriculture are on competitive footing with other countries, like the United States. President Obama announced signing the U.S. Farm Bill last week, $1 trillion over 10 years for their industry, enshrining in legislation country origin labeling that already cost our country, our beef industry, about $5 billion. Yet what we see this Minister of Agriculture doing is cutting programs. And so we're not even on a competitive footing anymore, Mr. Speaker. And the bottom line is that this government, in terms of the budget, has even created divisions in agriculture. They put in place a price support insurance program, but only for Western farmers. None for the backbenchers here in Ontario or Atlantic Canada. You know, we have a livestock industry right across this country, Mr. Speaker. Our livestock producers deserve that price insurance program as well. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget is an absolute failure in terms of ensuring economic growth and meeting the needs of Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it pretty rich coming from that member of Parliament, from the Liberal Party. He talks about our government downloading costs. Mr. Speaker, he was a member of that government who downloaded $25 billion onto the provinces. He was a member of that government, Mr. Speaker, who took $57 billion out of the EI fund. He was a member of the government, Mr. Speaker, under the decade of darkness, who starved our military, who sent our military to Afghanistan in green uniforms, Mr. Speaker. My goodness, where has that guy been living? And I would like to ask the member to reconsider his thoughts in terms of what we're doing to help Canadians. We've created over 1 million jobs, Mr. Speaker, since the recession. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we're coming into a balanced budget. And he should also remember it was his party under Pierre Elliott Trudeau who took the country down in the depths of deficits year after year after year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Malpac.
Harper. Oh, my gosh, are we really going back that far, Mr. Speaker? This government and the Mulroney government have added so much to the deficit since this government came to power, Mr. Speaker. I think it's, what, 169 billion they've added to to the deficit. In fact, this finance minister, I can't use his first name, Mr. Speaker, but I would put it this way: we should call him Deficit and use his first name, because that's what he's produced. And you want to talk about what the previous Liberal government done? I was proud to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. We balanced the books. We had 9 surpluses, and we turned over a $13 billion surplus to this government that it blew in a matter of time. We had the biggest health accord in Canadian history. We put in place the infrastructure programs for this country. We increased research and development. We improved the education system across Canada through scholarships. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm near running out of time, but the list is a lot longer. And that member should stand and say, thank you, former Liberals, for what you've done to this country, because you gave us a foundation that your government has undermined.
Questions and comments? Order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and interesting to hear quite a bit of passion in the House here. And I'd like to just turn back to the budget, Mr. Speaker, and ask about funding dedicated to something that's important to my riding and in British Columbia, the Pacific salmon. There's not a mention of what this government is putting towards the salmon. The government spent $26 million on the Cohen inquiry, an inquiry which I think was needed, and a lot of the government for calling that back in 2009. But they went on to listen to hundreds of interventions and witnesses, thousands of submissions. They produced 75 recommendations, good recommendations that I think are worthy of attention. Yet not in this budget, there is not a single dime being put towards those recommendations. I'd like to ask the member what he thinks of a budget that doesn't dedicate any funding towards something where the government has already invested $26 million.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Actually, simple answer: it's absolutely shameful that this government they do a lot of tinkering. They have a certain number of pet peeves, and they're trying to cater to a certain area. They do not govern for the country as a whole. And in terms of Pacific salmon, I relatively understand that industry. I used to be chair of the Fisheries Committee and did a tour of the salmon industry in Western Canada. Very important economic contributor. The report is a good one. Those recommendations would build that fish economy in the West from salmon for the future. But they ignored it. They didn't look at it. And that is an absolute shame. But the problem is there's so many other areas they didn't look at either. And, Mr. Speaker, I should make one point on broadband, because we heard a lot of that from the other side. But the the CEO of Xplornet, Alison Lennon, he expressed concern about the announcement of a federal broadband program in this budget, and he expressed it in this way: we are concerned that the government may be trying to fix a problem that does not exist. The only thing, he said, standing between rural Canadians and faster speeds now and in the future is spectrum, not funding and not technology. And I ask the government to take note of that statement, that maybe the problem is not funding, but maybe it's getting spectrum to the right companies. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise today to be able to express a few thoughts on what I believe is likely one of the most lackluster budgets that has probably been introduced in the House of Commons for many years, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I can't help but to reflect on what the leader of the Liberal Party has talked a lot about over the last 12 months, Mr. Speaker, and that is the importance of the middle class. That is something in which we believe the government has been negligent on, Mr. Speaker. We have seen and continue to see a growing gap of economic benefit for the hard-working middle class of Canada compared to the elite of Canada, Mr. Speaker, and that the government needs to start focusing more attention in regards to improving the conditions for our middle class, Mr. Speaker. And this is where I believe the government has fallen short again, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned that the government seems to be more interested in the politics of budgets than the practicality of the benefits of having a solid budget, even in between elections, Mr. Speaker. The government seems to be more focused on wanting to be able to deliver the big punch in possibly next year's budget, Mr. Speaker, at a substantial cost to Canada's economy this year, Mr. Speaker. And ultimately, you know, the government talks. It talks about a balanced budget, and that's really all it is, Mr. Speaker. It's just talk, because this government has not delivered on a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker. But they talk about that, Mr. Speaker, and they don't necessarily understand the best way in order to achieve a balanced budget. Let me kind of highlight, because it's very limited amount of time that we're actually provided to be able to share our concerns in regards to the budget. I'd like to take a bit of a look at the bigger picture. When government's highlight of this budget is its attempt to balance. We need to recognize, and I said this earlier in a question, Mr. Speaker, when this Conservative government took the reins of power, when Paul Martin was the Prime Minister of Canada, he handed over a multi-billion-dollar surplus. And this Conservative/Reform government, Mr. Speaker, turned that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And that was even before the recession, Mr. Speaker. So that is the truth. You might not like it, but that is the truth. And, Mr. Speaker, then you take a look, and that's its financial management. Well, what about the economy? Well, one of the biggest driving forces that we have in terms of jobs today is small businesses. We need to invest in small businesses. We need to encourage growth within those industries, Mr. Speaker. One of the ways in which we can tell and whether Canada is doing well economically is to look at our trade with other countries, Mr. Speaker. When we do that, let's again go back to Paul Martin when he was the Prime Minister, that he handed this Conservative government a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus. What did the Conservatives do, even though they talk about trade agreements, Mr. Speaker, that they're signing? And the Liberal Party has a long history of being progressive in achieving good trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. One of the most successful one was, in fact, back in the 60s with the automobile industry. We have a long record in terms of recognizing the value and the importance of international trade. Well, they took that healthy trade surplus, multi-billion-dollar surplus, and they turned that into a trade deficit. Billions of dollars of trade deficit. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? We're talking about tens of thousands of jobs that have been denied, Mr. Speaker. When you want to deal with the balancing of the books, what you need to do, Mr. Speaker, is take a different approach. The approach this government is taking today is not the way in which the Liberal Party of Canada would be doing, Mr. Speaker. Because we believe in Canadians, we believe in small business, and we recognize that the best way to balance the books is through the promotion of growth in the economy, Mr. Speaker. If the economy grows, so does government revenues, and so does there is a lack of dependency on different types of government programs that cost money, Mr. Speaker. The key thing here is to encourage and develop good, solid, sound policies that would encourage that growth to take place, Mr. Speaker. And if you're successful at that, the economy will grow. And that's the way the Liberal Party would be managing it, Mr. Speaker. Because we believe in Canadians. We believe in the middle class because it is the middle class that can make things happen. And instead of putting more of a burden on the middle class, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we should be lightening the load of the middle class and, Mr. Speaker, going where we can to support it. Let me give you an example, a very specific example. I'm going to go to the region of the country in which I represent, that being the prairies. I'm a very proud prairie boy, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you it's been very sad in terms of what we have witnessed with the wheat farmers over the last number of months. Imagine, if you will, tons of wheat being piled in steel bins, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, many of those piles are now in fields because the bins are full. And the farmers are not able to get their wheat, and we produce the best wheat in the world, Mr. Speaker. The farmers are not able to get that wheat out to the Pacific coast, where we have dozens of ships sitting in the Pacific Ocean empty because they cannot get that prairie wheat into their ships, Mr. Speaker, at a huge cost, tens of millions of dollars. It's even been suggested that it's gone into the hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And I would even suggest even possibly larger than that if you take a look at the depreciated value of the commodity of wheat as a direct result of some of the incompetence of this government. This should not be any surprise, Mr. Speaker. We knew that that wheat had to be transported months ago. And what has the government done, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. I think there was like a few months ago or a couple months ago a commitment of $1 million, which is absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. We have failed the prairie farmers, or the government of Canada has failed the prairie farmers, Mr. Speaker. And I say shame on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture. You know, someone said that we have the best Minister of Agriculture in the world. What a joke, Mr. Speaker. I think they should have a plebiscite on that issue in the prairies, and he might get the 1% that might agree to that, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you a vast majority of the farmers in Western Canada would never say something of that nature. And if you want to narrow it down to the wheat farmers and the canola farmers, Mr. Speaker, you're going to find it difficult to get anyone to agree to that sort of a statement. Our prairie farmers need support from the government. They need that support today. And what does this budget do, Mr. Speaker? It gives absolutely nothing. What does this Minister of Finance have to say about it, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely nothing. It's not even addressed in the budget. Only 1 minute to go, Mr. Speaker, and I have a litany of things that I'd love to be able to talk about. But let me tell you, one of the issues from coast to coast to coast here in Canada has got to be the issue of health care. This government has done nothing again in regards to renewing the health care accord, something in which Paul Martin put into place, which was good for 10 years, expires this year. Mr. Speaker, this is worth billions of dollars. We're talking about billions. When the government takes credit for the increases of health care, Mr. Speaker, it's not the Conservatives that did that. It's the Liberal Party of Canada that's responsible for the billions of dollars of increases in health care, and this government is doing nothing to ensure that that health care accord is being renewed, Mr. Speaker, and every Canadian from coast to coast to coast believes in our health care, and they want the government to deliver on this issue, Mr. Speaker. So my challenge to the government is to rethink its budget and to present something that's more sellable to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly have come to expect that kind of overheated rhetoric from that third party. That's one of the reasons why they are regulated to that end of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the member a factual question. Does he not recognize that there's been a 6% escalator since this government took office in 2006? We've seen the Canada Health Transfer go from $19 billion. By 2016, we should see it at almost $40 billion.
And that is, and again, that is something that we've honored. Unlike his party, that during the 1990s, when they went to balance the deficit, they cut into transfers, Mr. Speaker. They downloaded onto provinces. Does he not understand that the numbers speak for themselves, and the way that this finance minister has balanced or seeks to balance our books is in a completely different direction than that member? And does he recognize the hypocrisy in his kind of statements, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, there is no hypocrisy whatsoever. Let's recognize that it was Jean Chrétien that changed the tax points transfer system for health care, which would have meant under Brian Mulroney that there would have been eventually $0 being transferred from health care because it would all have been tax points. Mr. Speaker, it was Jean Chrétien that established the guarantee funding for health care, and then it was Paul Martin that ensured that we had the health care accord that gives us the amount of money that's going to health care that we have today. The Conservatives have nothing, zip. They have nothing to do with the amount of money that's going towards health care today, Mr. Speaker. It is the health care accord that has achieved the goals that he just finished making reference to, Mr. Speaker. And it is that health care accord that needs to be renewed so that provinces can continue to receive the type of necessary funds to have the type of health care that Canadians want and deserve.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know Canadians who are watching would much rather talk about the reality of this budget rather than who was at fault in the past for what happened. I think we're going to talk about this budget on this side of the House for the afternoon if we can. Now, I want to go to a question that the honourable member from Malpeque raised just in advance, and that is to say the notion of balancing the budget on the backs of whom. And I'd ask the member if he would agree with the Globe and Mail's coverage of this budget and a point made by the member from Malpeque as well, that the Conservatives significantly hiking premiums by retired civil servants, that is more than doubling them for individual coverage, will mean retirees will now have to pay 50% of the cost of their health benefits. The Globe and Mail reports that means that, for instance, a former government employee would see their annual premiums paid into the plan rise to $550 from $261, almost a $300 a month addition for people who are living on fixed incomes. So I wonder if that is the kind of way in which we're balancing this budget on the backs of retired public servants, and I ask my honourable friend for his comments on that issue.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good question. I would add to it by saying that it's somewhat ironic. There's been a great discussion and debate on the whole issue of the cuts that were being imposed on our veterans. And you'll find that the health benefits for our civil servants and so forth, Mr. Speaker, will also apply to our veterans. In fact, that it is, in fact, an issue of priorities. Are we trying to balance a budget on some of those cuts? I think it's the wrong way to go. Equally, Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic because I table petitions about how the government, and I must say the NDP are supporting them on this, and that is increasing the number of parliamentarians. We're having more politicians added to the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. And it's something in which, if you canvass, you'll find two things. Number one, people appreciate the benefits and services that we get, and they don't want to see those cut back on, whether it's increasing the age of retirement from 65 to 67 or decreasing health benefits, something in which individuals would have paid for while they were in the federal civil services. They don't want to see that sort of thing taking place, but they also do not want, and they don't believe that the government was correct in increasing the number of members of Parliament in the House of Commons today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to mention that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Burlington, and I know for sure I'm looking forward to hearing his comments. He always does such a great job when he addresses the House, so we'll have to wait just a few minutes before we hear from him. And I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague from Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before that the compass of our government points north with both purpose and intent to guide our nation and indeed the world to a land that's so diverse with history, heritage, resources, and culture. the contributions of Canada's true north plays a key role in our great country, from revenue resource sharing agreements that were put in place under our government that allows our territories across the north of our country to assured prosperity, both for those territories and for the nation. In Budget 2014, I'm going to talk about page 140 of the budget, where it reinforces this idea, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote. It says, Canada's North is a fundamental part of our heritage, our future, and our identity as a country. Building on the government's vision for a new North, Economic Action Plan 2014 is taking action to ensure that the North realizes its full potential by exercising our northern sovereignty, promoting economic prosperity, and supporting the health of Northerners.
Absolutely.
Now, let me just highlight a few things, Mr. Speaker, that will be beneficial specifically to my riding in the Yukon Territory. There are record transfers of support for social and health services under this budget for the Yukon. The Yukon will receive significant support through major transfer payments this year. All major federal transfers to provinces and territories will grow from current record levels, totaling $65 billion in 2014 and 2015. That's an increase of 56% since 2005 and 2006 under the former Liberal government. For the Yukon, that total major transfer will total $898 million, including $851 million through the Territorial Formula Financing Program, and that's an increase of $350 million from the previous Liberal government back in 2005, 2006. So we heard the member from Mount Peck talking about his Glory Day speech there, and he clearly forgets what the Liberal government was doing under those transfer payments, which was slashing them. He talks about balanced budget that they had back then. They balanced the budgets by slashing transfers to provinces and the territories, specifically hitting our territories square between the eyes. And Mr. Speaker, our government promised not to do that. We didn't do it, and in fact, we've hit historic and record levels. We've done that, coincidentally, without raising taxes on Canadian families.
Fantastic.
Mr. Speaker, $33 million is going to come to our territory through the Canada Health Transfer. That's an increase of almost $11 million, or a 50% increase since the Liberals were at the helm, and $13 million through the Canada Social Transfer. That's a 36% increase from what the Liberal governments did, as I say, balancing their budgets by slashing transfers to the territories and provinces, and then standing in this House and bragging about what they did to our provinces and territories way, way back. And of course, it probably was so far ago not many people can remember, but it's always worth a refresher as to why they're sitting over there in the far corner of this House today, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, stay there.
To keep pace with the needs of Canadians in rural northern communities, Economic Action Plan also proposes $305 million over the next 5 years to extend and enhance broadband services to a target speed of 5 megabits per second, and that's to support an additional 280,000 Canadian households. That represents almost universal access, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you when I consulted across our territory, when I met with the chamber, the city chambers, the territorial chambers, industry, small business, medium business, and large businesses, families. We're talking about broadband access and services in my territory. From 2011 to this date, they were asking our government to make a move on that. We've delivered strong commitment to give them the broadband access that they need, and that's going to help our Canadian families, and that's certainly going to help our businesses grow in our territory, and I'm proud of our government for doing that. Canada's North is blessed with an abundant natural resource with the potential to fuel northern economic and social development and to secure Canada's future prosperity. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, riches in the ground on their own do not guarantee economic success above ground. To realize its potential, the North requires efficient regulatory regimes, a skilled local workforce, low taxes, well-developed infrastructure, extensive scientific and geological knowledge. Further, it's important to ensure that Northerners have control over development decisions that to successful northern developments mean jobs, prosperity for Northerners themselves. And our government is investing in that infrastructure. And on the note of
control over their developmental decisions. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we all know in this House that we're moving closer and closer to the devolution agreement with the Northwest Territories so they can dictate their own fate and future and manage their own lands and resources with their local skills, knowledge, and ability. And, Mr. Speaker, I've been proud to be part of the committee that's been up there working on that devolution agreement, and I'm looking forward to being able to move that across the finish line for the great people of the Northwest Territories.
Here, here.
A federal contribution has been made in the past up to $71 million. The Yukon has benefited from the Mayo B hydroelectric facility, which brought electric power to our territory, clean, green energy, and meeting the needs of a major infrastructure concern for our territory at the time. The new Building Canada plan that was announced in Economic Action Plan 2013 includes $234 million in the first 5 years to municipalities and territories through the renewed and indexed gas tax fund. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you we've all heard great news about the permanency and the indexing of the gas tax fund from all our municipalities, from the Canadian Federation of Municipalities to the small communities in my home territory. They're exceptionally pleased with that. That's allowing those communities to dictate their fate and future, identify their plans and priorities, not just tomorrow, but for a much longer term, to invest with a more flexible gas tax plan that allows them to utilize those funds in a far different manner. So we've been responsive to their requests. We've been responsive to their needs. We've done that through consultation. Each one of us in this House, as members of Parliament, have an obligation to meet and consult with our constituents. So that's part of the government consultation process, is every one of us as individuals sitting here going into our communities, talking with groups and organizations and individuals to find out what their priorities are, Mr. Speaker, and those are reflected in this very budget and in previous budgets that don't just speak about long-term or one-year plans, but project us well into the future, 2016, 2017, and years beyond. And I'm glad that we're part of a government that not only listens, but incorporates things in the budget that are long-term planning, thinking beyond the life of a mandate, thinking long-term for Canadians' prosperity. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm going to end up running out of time before I get through the stack of all these the notes I have about this budget, but I'm sure we're going to get an opportunity to get some questions in the House that I'll be more than happy to answer, and I certainly hope some of them come from the Liberal Party so we can go back and reflect on some of the things that they did that led them to where they are and where we are today. Mr. Speaker, let me talk a little bit about our territorial mine training program. Economic Action Plan announced capital support for additional trades and technical facilities in the Yukon at the Yukon Centre for Innovation in Mining. That's been a widely successful program. It's growing. And, Mr. Speaker, this year we added in this budget a trades loan program for students going into Red Seal trade programs that's going to give them an excellent opportunity to access student loans where they didn't have that opportunity in the past. And why did we come up with that, Mr. Speaker? We came up with that because that's what we heard from industry, from businesses, from educational institutions, from our chambers. We heard that by consulting with Canadians about what they knew they would need to fill high-demand jobs, to put students, to put Aboriginal and First Nation people in our country in the best position to access highly skilled job opportunities that are available today. And we responded by making sure that education was accessible, education is affordable, and education is targeted and focused at those opportunities that exist today. And I know my riding in the Yukon Territory is going to be very much excited about this. I can go on about a number of other things that were directed clearly at the Yukon. And Mr. Speaker, I'll just touch on a couple that are really important. One was our government's reinvestment in the Strategic Investment in Northern Economic Development Program through the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. The Yukon Tourism Association asked for us to renew that program because it was a great way to diversify markets. The Minister of Tourism for the territorial government specifically said we get an excellent return on investment through this program. We'd like to see it continue. He talked to me specifically about it. He talked directly with our federal counterpart ministers about that, and our government listened by renewing that program. I can go on and on again, Mr. Speaker, but I know you're starting to stand out of that chair and tell me time's up for you, Yukon. So I'm going to sit down and look forward to some questions from my colleagues in the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the member's comments. I want to just turn to transit infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and the investment in transit is. Transit's critical in my riding. In fact, in my riding, we're growing quickly. Obviously it's a desirable place to live in Greater Vancouver. Many people are moving to Coquitlam, Port Moody, and New Westminster. One of the biggest issues in my riding is transportation and the funding of transportation. If it's people and goods, it's a concern. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is why is there no dedicated funding for transit infrastructure in Western Canada, in the lower mainland of British Columbia, one of the fastest growing regions in Canada? I know that we don't have a national transit strategy. This government refuses to develop a national transit strategy, but I have to say they have recognized the importance of transit as they've invested $600 million or promised to invest $600 million to Toronto in their subway system. But what about the rest of Canada? What about the lower mainland in Vancouver? What about the transit infrastructure and the investments there? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, the member opposite would know clearly that the entirety of the gas tax fund for that Port Metro area goes exclusively to transportation infrastructure.
Sure does.
The Build Canada Fund is the largest and longest infrastructure project in Canadian history. That's going to grow right into 2016. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I did mention it in my speech that our government is looking beyond the life of this current mandate and projecting and planning to allow growth in the Build Canada Fund outside of the term of this mandate because we understand the needs of our transportation sector, our infrastructure sector. And Mr. Speaker, the life and age of our infrastructure in Canada now is younger than it was in previous years substantially. So we have newer infrastructure right across this country. And the one thing I will say quickly to tie this up is that members stood up in questions before and asked about transportation across this country. And I can tell you that our investments in the Yukon have been substantial, and they're substantial right across this country, and it's largely because of that Build Canada Fund and the gas tax infrastructures. Thank you.
Questions and comments to honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the qualities of a great government is their ability to anticipate. For example, if there's going to be a recession, which this government clearly did not anticipate, in fact, didn't know quite what to do until the opposition parties told it to stimulate the economy. But I'd like to talk about one other area of anticipation, which is very, very important. Surely everybody recognizes that by last September, we knew in Canada that there would be this enormous wheat crop that would be produced by our Western farmers. Surely we knew that last September. Now, a really competent government would have anticipated that and made sure that we could ramp up the infrastructure necessary so that that fortune in crop that was worked on so hard by our Western farmers would get out to market. Now, why did this government get caught sleeping and not realize that all of this wheat was going to be in a difficult situation as it is now, simply because they did not anticipate and start the work on getting the infrastructure in place?
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for that question. Of course, I'm not sure if he's proposing that the government of Canada would have built a railroad in the last 8 months. But as my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Manitoba, did say, he said, yes, this is an issue. It is something that we're dealing with. We obviously want to get that grain to market. Our government understands that. Mr. Speaker, it was this government that freed Western farmers from a monopoly that allowed farmers in Western Canada to market their grain on a free open market. We're happy that there's been a realization of success. A crop and a half came off the fields this year in Western Canada. We have to find a way to get that crop to market. We know it's a great problem to have. We're going to deal with that problem. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's irresponsible for the member opposite to suggest at all that we would have built a railroad in 8 months to get that wheat to market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from the Yukon for sharing his time with me today. And he does an excellent job, not only today, but year-round. And I want to thank him for his commitment last summer for running around his whole territory on behalf of diabetes. disease, which I actually have, and I want to thank him for bringing attention to that and the work he does in that area. Now, Economic Action Plan 2014 is a conservative budget. Is anybody in here surprised that it is a conservative budget? It is conservative as we move towards a balanced approach to our finances in this country. We don't use magic. We don't think books balance by themselves, right? We have a plan. The Economic Action Plan 2014 builds on the plan that we've had for the years that we have been in office. And, you know, we do hear some things, before I get into the points that are in this budget that I think relate very well to Burlington, my home riding. We have heard, like, through the questions through today about, you know, not foreseeing the downturn in the economy and where we were this, and we had the member from Malpeque, as the previous speaker mentioned, you know, where the Liberal Party took $60 billion out of the EI fund and reallocated it to their own use, Mr. Speaker. So, and then we have them saying, oh, we're running big deficits. And then in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, they talk about adding more. Well, where do you think the money comes from? We either raise taxes, which we know the NDP want to do, right? Or, and now it sounds like that's what the Liberals do. They can't complain that we have deficits and that we're getting those deficits down. And we're working very hard at making that happen. And we're almost there. We got another year, hopefully. We'll accomplish that goal. And we did stimulus spending in an appropriate way so that we did create jobs in this country. You hear millions of jobs have been created since, 1 million jobs have been created since the end of the recession that we had. We have been working hard in those areas. So you cannot, I'm fully aware the opposition has a role to criticize. And they should be criticizing what's in the budget if they find things that they think they could do better. But to criticize us for our actions, to get this country back to work, to keep us the #1 economy of our partners, it's just not accurate. And I think it doesn't do this House or their parties any good. Now, back to what's in this budget that we have here in front of us, Economic Action Plan for 2014. There are a few things that I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker. And the reason I'd like to highlight them is that often, as a backbencher member of Parliament, there's an impression that you might not have a tremendous amount of influence. But I want to talk about areas where I believe, as a member of Parliament, through our finance minister, who has an open mind and an open door to suggestions about what should be in the budget, of what is actually in this budget that I have advocated for either this year or in previous years. Sometimes things don't happen overnight here. I know that's hard for people to believe, but sometimes you have to keep advocating for what you believe in. And I want to point out a couple of things that are in this budget that I have been working on as a member of Parliament on behalf of my constituents in my riding that actually have made this budget. The first one is very personal. I have a daughter who's just graduated from university. I know a number of her colleagues, her friends, and they're all out looking for work. Fortunately for my daughter, she was a co-op student. And the co-op has made a big difference in her ability to find employment because she has some experience. In this budget, the finance minister, in his wisdom, and under our prime minister, said, you know, this kind of learning, this kind of experience is what we need for our young people to get ahead, to get a start. And we have put aside $40 million for 3,000 full-time internships in high-demand economy jobs. It's exactly what we need to get young people into the workforce and moving forward on their careers. Another item, and people may say, well, this sounds really silly, but I have an open-door policy in my office. And year after year, there are 2 groups of university students, 2 organizations that come see me every year with demands. I do not agree with every one of their demands, trust me. And I'm clear with those young folks that I don't agree. But one of the items that I have agreed with and have actually put into a submission to the finance minister is not including their vehicles, if they own one, in their calculations of their student loans. So the value, if your car was worth $3,000 or $5,000, it would go against the value that they could borrow because that was an asset that we would account for. In this budget, we are eliminating that. And I'm very, very happy. There are 19,000 students in this country who drive to school. In my riding of Burlington, we don't have a university main campus. We have a satellite campus for McMaster in my riding, but it's for MBA students. But we don't have any main. So people drive often to Mac, to Guelph, to college in Oakville, or to Toronto. They stay home, they save money, and they drive to school every day. And this is an absolute request that's come year after year from these organizations that they thought that's, and I agreed with them that this is something we should look at. I submitted it to the finance minister last year and this year, and it made the budget, and I'm very proud that we saw the light that we need to be helping our young people in my area with helping them pay for their education. There's another area where we get criticized on research and innovation, which isn't accurate, but they like to criticize. In this budget, there's $1.5 billion work for Ford, but a lot more individuals work as in companies that are suppliers to Ford in my riding. We have, in support of innovation and an understanding that we need to move forward in this industry if we're going to stay ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, we are putting forward $500 million in the innovative automotive sector over 2 years. Additional money that automotive companies in this country can use to innovate and do research on the new products that they're going to bring to the marketplace. And that is not the only area. We're also looking at what has been working. Like, it's not in my riding, but there's been a transformation needed in the forest industry. And we're refunding, Mr. Speaker, to a tune of $90 million, the Forest Industry Transformation Fund, which allows forest companies to look at where they are now, what the future is going to be in terms of what products and services need to be provided, and gives them some funding to help them get there. Another area, Mr. Speaker, is seniors. Seniors make up almost half of my riding. I think the number is a little over 50% or 55 and over. Now, 55 is not a senior, but that's the statistics I have, and I'm getting there. So we have a program that helps seniors, and we've been able to deliver a large number of small projects in my riding through this program. And I'll give you one little example. We gave $5,000, Mr. Speaker, to a small organization that helps Polish seniors in my riding to be able to buy computer equipment so they can have access to the internet and an understanding on their piece. They were so excited that this money was able to be delivered to them. Our senior center has a new kitchen to be able to provide breakfast program to shut-in seniors who aren't able to get out. And without us being able to provide that money through the seniors program, they would not be out every other Sunday morning. We have refunded that to a $5 million a year program, which I think is excellent for my riding. And finally, Mr. Speaker, just let me finish with this. I had a private member's bill 8 years ago dealing with the DNA database for missing persons, a missing persons index. It didn't make it because it needed royal assent. It needed money spent on it. And the private member's bill, you're not allowed to do that. Today, in this budget, the DNA-based missing persons database is going to come to fruition. And I thank the minister and the prime minister for the foresight on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The time for government orders has expired. The questions and comments period for the honourable member for Burlington will take place when this matter returns, perhaps after question period. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, our finance minister is not the only one who brought home gold this week. We are also celebrating the tremendous achievements of our Olympic athletes in Sochi, Russia. To celebrate our success at the Games last night, Senator Joanne Booth and I, as co-chairs of the Canada-Russia Interparliamentary Friendship Group, hosted an Olympic celebration right here on Parliament Hill. All eyes of those in attendance last night were fixated on former Canadian Olympic skier and gold medal winner Senator Nancy Green-Rain and former Stanley Cup winning coach Senator Jacques Demers, who gave us an insider's perspective on what our Olympic athletes are now feeling and experiencing at Sochi. I'm so proud to say that my riding of York Centre boasts the largest number of Russian-speaking people of any riding in the country. But in the true Canadian spirit, who is everyone cheering for? Canada. Yes, support for our athletes runs wide and deep through all immigrant communities, just like when my family first came to Canada. Immigrants from all over the world joined the great Canadian family. Whether young or old, all rally behind our adopted home, the greatest country on earth, Canada. God bless our great country and our Olympians.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, Canadians are seeing that this government gets the gold medal for illusions in this budget. They recognize the dementia healthcare crisis facing Canada. By 2031, 1.4 million Canadians with dementia at a cost of $300 billion. But this government said no to a modest $3 million to kickstart a national plan. All we see is research money that was previously announced. Research is necessary, but a real plan means early diagnosis, integration of care, training of the dementia workforce, help for caregivers, partnership with provinces and cities. Canada is leading behind other countries with no leadership. Hundreds of cities, inspired by my bill, C-356, are passing resolutions. Dozens of petitions are being tabled. Let's put politics aside and agree to a national strategy for dementia.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, while much of our attention is focused on Sochi and the achievements of our Olympic athletes, it is important that we not forget the situation in nearby Ukraine. The struggle for freedom and democracy is being waged by hundreds of thousands of ordinary Ukrainians on the streets of Kyiv. I was in Ukraine recently, and I know that the resolve of the people is firm. They want a better future for their nation. While the Ukrainian government has partially withdrawn its draconian anti-protest legislation, opposition leaders are still being kidnapped and tortured, and protesters are still being brutalized. The treatment of Dmytro Bolotov, a leader of Automaidan, who was held captive for more than a week and beaten and tortured for the purpose of getting a false confession, is only one recent example. I therefore call on the government of Ukraine to sit down with the opposition and resolve this crisis peacefully. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, February is Heart Month in Canada. Today, heart disease and stroke takes one life every 7 minutes. 90% of Canadians have at least one risk factor. There is much we can do to protect ourselves and our loved ones. The Heart and Stroke Foundation continues to make a real difference in reducing death and disability caused by heart disease and stroke, and taking a lead in health promotion and prevention. The Heart and Stroke Foundation's 2014 report on the health of Canadians reveals that despite great gains, there is still room for improvement. There are indicators that our new generations are not as healthy as their parents. We owe it to our children to give them a chance to grow up healthy and to embrace a lifestyle that includes exercise and wholesome food. Mr. Speaker, we also need to continue to do our part in the ridings we represent by informing our constituents about the importance of active living. This is also our opportunity to create healthy environments and communities that make the healthy choice an easy choice. By supporting the Heart and Stroke Foundation this February, we can make a real difference for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to congratulate Mr. Lyle Karasiak of Prince Albert on receiving the City of Prince Albert's Citizen of the Year Award. Among Lyle's list of achievements are his many years of service to the Red Cross, the Canadian Cancer Society's Relay for Life, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and other volunteer-based organizations within the city. Lyle's raising of $1 million in 30 days to furnish a 60-room long-term care facility is remarkable. The facility is now set to open in Prince Albert. Lyle's contribution to our community has also been recognized through his reception of the Governor-General's Exemplary Service Medal, the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal, and Saskatchewan's Volunteer Medal of Honor. Thank you for your commitment to our community, Lyle. On behalf of the members of the House of Commons, I offer you my sincerest congratulations.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Repunctity?
Oh, Louis Saint Laurent. There she is. Okay, Louis Saint Laurent.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today I was made aware of a wonderful event that happened last week. Mrs. Louise Fortin won the Bernard Dufault Prize for doing more than 40 years of volunteer work in our community. This is a wonderful event. She has worked in every area of the community, and amongst all of the contributions that she's made, I want to congratulate her for her work in particular. She worked at the Maison Jeune Antidote, and thanks to her long experience as a teacher, she really contributed to the quality of life of youth in our region. I also want to congratulate my provincial counterpart, Sylvain Lévesque, for all of the work that she has done. Madame Fortin, for all of your great successes and all of your wonderful memories, I say congratulations.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are looking on with pride as our athletes are dominating at the Sochi Winter Games, I'd like to pay tribute to one very special Londoner, Andy Gilpin. He was a member of the Canadian hockey team that won the gold medal at the 1948 Olympic Games in St. Moritz. Mr. Gilpin is now 93 years young. He was a member of the RCAF Flyers, who won that great victory over Team Czechoslovakia to take home gold. The Flyers were selected from RCAF stations across Canada. 66 years later, we celebrated Andy Gilpin Day last week with a luncheon hosted by the 427 London wing of the RCAF Association. Along with his family and friends, Hockey Canada and the Ontario Hockey Federation made presentations in his honor. Andy is one of less than a half a dozen hockey players of the 1948 Olympic team to whom we still have the chance to pay personal tribute. We honor his exceptional service to our country, and we honor his incredible contribution to Canadian sport. He makes London and Canada proud. Through Andy Gilpin, we say, go Team Canada.
Go Canada! The honourable member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Economic Action Plan 2014 includes many important measures that will benefit the people of Mississauga. Since 2006, our government has been keeping Canada on the right path for economic growth. This includes lowering taxes in order to save the average Canadian family nearly $3,400 per year. We've also cut taxes for job-creating businesses, allowing them to hire more workers, and have opened up new markets for Canadian goods and services, most recently through the historic Canada-European Union trade agreement. We're also introducing the Canada Apprentice Loan to provide interest-free student loans to apprentices, which will help the young people in Mississauga benefit from the GTA construction boom. Our government is investing an additional $500 million in the Automotive Innovation Fund to ensure that Ontario and the GTA remain leaders in auto parts manufacturing and assembly. Our government is providing an additional $46 million in support for advanced research and scientific discoveries at Canada's leading universities and colleges, such as University of Toronto, Mississauga, and Sheridan College. Mr. Speaker, this budget delivers for my constituents in Mississauga.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week I had a conversation with Mr. Gaëtan Brassard, who is a 61-year-old man who lives in my riding. He's in a very difficult situation. He earns barely $10,000 per year. He gets around with a walker, and he's been so depressed the last few years that he told me that he has thought of taking his own life with a gun. But unfortunately, he's not the only person in this situation. There are millions that are in the same situation in Canada with the cuts that the government has made, and on top of that, with Canada Post that's going to cut back on its services. I have a hard time thinking of Mr. Brassard, who's going to have to go to the community mailbox to get his mail. Honestly, our people deserve better. Mr. Brassard deserves better, and in 2015, the NDP will provide better. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Canada continues to own the podium at the Winter Olympics, and we've seen many touching moments. Who can forget Alex Bilodeau celebrating his repeat gold performance with his brother Frederick? Or watching the Dufour-Lapointe sisters, Justine and Chloe, winning gold and silver, while their sister and teammate Maxime cheered them to victory. But yesterday, we saw something that really epitomizes both sportsmanship and friendship. I'm referring to Calgary's own speed skater, Gilmore Junio, who volunteered his spot in the men's 1,000 to his teammate Denny Morrison, who was knocked out of competition due to an unlucky fall in qualifications. Well, many of us have heard what Junio said to Morrison just before the race, and it was, just kill it. And Denny went on to do that, winning the silver medal. And along with Gilmore, they won the hearts of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, perhaps Denny Morrison said it best after the race when he said, "That's the spirit of the Olympics. That's the spirit of Canada."
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in the House today to highlight the inestimable contribution of one of my constituents, Mr. Michel Gouin. As a director of Parrainage Civique, Citizens Advocacy, he throws himself heart and soul into efforts to improve the quality of life of those with intellectual disabilities. This social engagement beautifully illustrates the importance he places on the full integration and participation of each and every person in our society. Moreover, Michel Gouin represents a source of inspiration for all of our youth through the Michel Gouin Foundation. He promotes the adoption of healthy habits. Last November, he traveled 320 kilometers from capital to capital, that is the capital here in Ottawa, to that in Drummondville. And yes, Mr. Speaker, Drummondville, as you probably know, thinks of itself as a capital. Beyond any shadow of a doubt, your projects make our community stronger, Mr. Gouin. Thank you for putting Drummondville on the map.
The honourable member for Essex.
Windsor Mayor Eddie Francis said our region scored a trifecta in the recent budget. Millions for retraining, $500 million more for the auto sector, and $631 million to kickstart the Drick Bridge between Windsor and Detroit, a project to deliver thousands of construction jobs and long-term investment to secure prosperity for Windsor families for generations. Sadly, Speaker, Windsor's 2 NDP MPs are turning their backs on Windsor, voting as their leader wishes and voting against these transformative investments. But sadly, too, this isn't their first time. They voted no to our border crossings fund in 2006, and in 2007, no to $400 million toward the Herb Gray Parkway. And in 2012, both NDP MPs took a pass on standalone votes on our Bridge to Strengthen Trade Act. But, Speaker, there's still time for the 2 Windsor MPs to reconsider. Will they stand in their seats and vote with Windsor and their families, or will they betray them?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the defensive Ontario members of Parliament from the government, Tuesday's do-nothing budget is bad news for Ontario and is failing middle-class Ontarians. During these tough economic times, the government is leaving Ontarians out in the cold by cutting another $641 million in transfer payments, money that could have helped support the people of Ontario. This insulting budget comes on the heels of years of cuts that have undermined Ontario's quality of life. The government has slashed funding for programs in health care, environmental protection, community safety, and skills development and training. Funding's been eliminated for the Patient Wait Times Guaranteed Trust, the HPV Vaccine Trust, the FedProv Transportation Action Plan for the Greater Toronto Area, and numbers of other critical programs Ontarians relied upon. Now the government is planning on running roughshod over the objections of the provinces in implementing their flawed year-old Canada Job program, which remains a non-existent fantasy to this day. How can the finance minister, an elected representative for Ontario, justify this abject failure of his budget to address the needs of Ontario?
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I rose in this House to point out the shameful scheme that the Liberal leader is cooking up to confiscate rifles and shotguns from law-abiding Canadian hunters. The media party and other Liberal elites seem to have taken issue with the fact that on this side of the House, we always stand up for law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. While the media party looks down their noses at us common folk who enjoy hunting and sport shooting, we can see that the Liberals are feeling the pressure. The Liberals have removed public references to their Canada-wide gun grab, but law-abiding gun owners will not be fooled by the now you see it, now you don't Liberal convention website cover-up.
they know Liberals are trying to bring back the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, it becomes clearer and clearer every day that only the Conservative Party will stand up for the rights of Canadian gun owners. In a rush to cover up his party's attempt to run roughshod over law-abiding firearms owners, the Liberal leader, like Quick Draw McGraw, has just shot himself in the foot.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. As Mr. Pétain said, a citizen concerned about the state of our economy, with the current situation, it's difficult to establish an adequate finance system, and the minister is the least suitable person for the job. Well, he was right. This budget attacks provinces and honest workers, and for everyone else, nothing. Nothing for rail safety, despite the tragedy in Lac-Mégantic, and the government twiddling its thumbs, refusing to even fine the delinquent company. Nothing for our unemployed youth, even if their unemployment rate is double that of the national average. Nothing for climate change. Nothing for health. And unfounded attacks against workers who are working to improve their living conditions. Yesterday, during question period, the minister did the same thing as in his budget, a big zero. He sat sitting there on automatic pilot while his boss was whittling away at what little credibility he has left. Today, he's trying to have us believe they're buddy-buddy. Canadians deserve better than a government that is taking a break for a year. They deserve the NDP.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Communications Security Establishment's independent watchdog, Judge Jean-Pierre Plouffe, confirmed that the agent was behaving lawfully. This assessment marks a significant humiliation for the CBC, which lined the Brazilian bank account of a former porn executive in order to pay for their so-called news scoop. All the media that repeated so breathlessly Glenn Greenwald's slandering allegations about Communications Security Establishment Canada will probably ignore the Honourable Jean-Pierre Plouffe's report. And they'll also continue ignoring the scandal of the CBC paying the porno spy Glenn Greenwald for news. But while they avoid correcting the stories about C-sex activities, which they initially reported on, Canadians can rest safe in the knowledge that Communications Security Establishment Canada continues to fulfill its mandate of protecting the safety and security of Canadians from threats, and that it continues to respect Canadian laws.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the Conservatives promised income splitting, which would benefit fewer than 15% of people. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance shed doubt on that promise, but right afterwards, the Minister of Employment said that the promise would be kept. For his part, the Prime Minister said, "We'll see." So, will income splitting be abandoned? Will it be maintained, or will we see? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Once the budget is balanced, which it isn't yet, once we have a surplus, which will be next year, our government is committed to greater tax relief for Canadian families. Only Conservatives, as a matter of fact, can be trusted to reduce taxes to Canadian families. In fact, we introduced pension splitting for seniors, which the opposition voted against.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I appreciate the minister's answer, but the Conservatives are flailing around in confusion over there, and the finance minister is directly contradicting Conservative policies. Under the Conservatives' tax plan, 86% of Canadians will get absolutely no benefit. 86% of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, does the finance minister stand by his criticism that a plan that doesn't benefit the vast majority of Canadians does not benefit Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of our government, Canadians enjoy the lowest taxes that they've had in 50 years. We've done something that Liberals and NDP people don't know anything about. That is, we've reduced government spending. We've reduced government spending for 3 years in a row. I know this is a foreign concept to the members opposite, but we've done it without reducing transfers to the provinces for health and education and transfers to individuals, including persons with disabilities.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Power to the people. Ce matin, le ministre.
This morning, the Minister for Democratic Reform appeared before the Procedure Committee, but his appearance didn't help to explain his attacks against Marc Méran or his refusal to leave the Ottawa bubble in order to consult Canadians. I'll give him another chance to explain himself. Why is he refusing to travel to the various provinces to consult all Canadians about his electoral reform bill? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I always leave Ottawa to speak with Canadians. In fact, I spoke to Canadians with regard to this bill on electoral fairness. For instance, I spoke with organizations representing people with disabilities who have trouble voting. Because they don't have the tools at their disposal, but we are going to give them the tools they need so they can vote, and we will make sure they are aware these tools will be out there for them. And this is just one example of what I heard from Canadians and what I put in the Election Fairness Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader left today's committee meeting on the Unfair Elections Act to say he was against cross-country hearings, and he said that Canadians would be a, quote, meeting with Canadians would be a gong show. Does the Minister of Democratic Reform agree with the Parliamentary Secretary? Is that why they won't have cross-country public hearings, or are they just afraid to face Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the committee will hear from Canadians. That member merely has to provide a list of witnesses, and they can all be brought to the committee for testimony. They can share their views. We'll take them into consideration. I know the learned members of the committee will consider those views as they improve the bill, which has been described by the former CEO as an A-, and hopefully the committee can work with the government for a change to turn it into an A+.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Parliamentary Secretary said he was opposed to cross-country hearings on the Unfair Elections Act because it would, quote, influence public opinion. Is that what the minister is afraid of? Canadians having the audacity to exercise their democratic right to express their personal view on this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. That member and his party declared their opposition to the Fair Elections Act before they had read a single word of it. And now they're trying to obstruct further examination of the question with an attempt at a costly circus that will distract from the work that the committee really needs to do, which is to study how we can keep Canadians, everyday Canadians, in charge of democracy by pushing special interest groups to the sidelines and rule breakers out of the game altogether.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Ministers of Finance, Transport and Small Business all expressed reservations on the income-splitting campaign promise. The Employment Minister rebuked them, saying Conservatives, quote, always keep their campaign commitments. Well, in the 2006 election, Conservatives...
Order. I've asked members before to hold off until members are finished asking the questions before they applaud. I know they're eager to applaud the member, but they'll be free to do so when he's finished asking the question. The honourable member for Papineau.
In the 2006 election, the Conservatives promised Canadians a patient wait times guarantee. For the Minister of Health, it has been 8 years. When can we expect this promise to be kept?
Hear, hear. The honourable Minister. The honourable Minister of Health.
Wait time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we've invested over $1 billion in the patient wait times guarantee, and there's been, according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, there's been excellent results on the wait time guarantees that we're working on with the provinces.
Honourable member for Papineau.
Still working on 8 years later. In the 2008 election, the Conservatives' most expensive campaign promise was to reduce taxes on diesel fuel by nearly $1 billion each year. For the Minister of Finance, it's been over 5 years. Has he reconsidered that promise as well?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We have reduced taxes in more than 160 ways since we were elected in 2006. And we will continue to keep taxes low and balance the budget. We do have a plan for a balanced budget. And unlike the members opposite, we will stick to our plan. And the budget will be balanced in 2015.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, in the 2008 election, the Conservatives promised to implement emissions controls regulations for the oil sector. The Prime Minister even boasted that it was the equivalent of pricing carbon at $65. It's been over 5 years. For the Minister of the Environment, when can we see this promise kept? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, our budget is committed to protecting our environment as well as keeping our economy strong, building on our record of protecting historic amounts of land. Budget 2014 is investing significant amount of money in urgent areas, including nearly $400 million to fix the dams and bridges and highways through the national parks that are in urgent need of repair. But I have a question for the other side of the House. Why, after a decade of being in power, did the Liberals do nothing to maintain the infrastructure in these parks?
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Finance Minister and the Employment Minister are at odds over income splitting. They're also at odds over working with the provinces. While the Employment Minister claims he's committed to negotiating a deal on job training, the Finance Minister is delivering threats and an ultimatum. He's uniting the provinces in opposition to this budget. Premiers in Ontario, Quebec, and even Saskatchewan are calling out the Finance Minister. So, will the Finance Minister start to listen to premiers like Brad Wall and maybe start working with the provinces?
Hear, hear.
What the budget says, if the honourable member cares to read it, is that negotiations are continuing with the provinces. The employment minister is continuing his discussions with the provinces, but that we want to move ahead by April the 1st. The reason for that is we have thousands of Canadians who are not matched with the thousands of jobs that are available. This matters to these young people in this country, and that's why we're moving ahead.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly this cabinet is divided and confused, and Canadians are being made to wait for help until the next election. No wonder this budget is being panned. The Finance Minister's budget also had nothing to say about climate change. Now, we know the Conservative approach: get marching orders from oil and gas lobbyists and then pit First Nations, environmentalists, and concerned Canadians against resource companies. But does the Finance Minister really think that new snowmobile trails qualify as an environmental plan?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
These NDP MPs want more.
Mr. Speaker, our government is world leader when it comes to addressing climate change. We continue to work with the provinces and the territories in reducing emissions from the oil and gas sector, and it is premature to comment further on any future regulations on that. But what I can tell you is that thanks to our actions, we have seen significant reduction in greenhouse gases, unlike the NDP who think that you can tax your way out of greenhouse gases.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the number of provinces which are opposed to the Conservative budget approach, is still going up. What's particularly frustrating to them is the April 1st ultimatum with regard to the Canada Jobs Grant. By refusing to hold consultations and by infringing on provincial jurisdictions, the Conservatives are first and foremost punishing workers and are putting the brakes on economic development. I understand that things are not rosy between the Ministers of Finance and Employment, but could they at least talk and withdraw their ultimatum, which does nothing to help labour training? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we need to do better with public investment in labour training. We have to increase investment on the part of the private sector. We have to match training with real jobs. That is the objective of the Canada Job Grant, and that's why we're working closely with the provinces to reach an agreement. We hope, in fact, that by the end of the fiscal year, we will be able to deliver not only training, but jobs as well to young Canadians. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, not only does this budget thus reverse the service cutbacks, which were shameful and irresponsible, to our veterans, but Conservatives have increased retirement taxes on those who have served our country. As with public service employees, members of the Canadian Forces will have to pay more for their retirement. So every year, Conservatives will take hundreds of dollars more out of the pockets of these people. Why are Conservatives asking for more concessions from our veterans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Veterans with service-related conditions are covered by the new Veterans Charters program. What we are discussing here are changes to voluntary supplementary health benefits. It's fair and reasonable that costs of this voluntary supplementary health care coverage be split evenly with the taxpayers of Canada. Even with the changes, this remains an excellent deal, and it will remain an affordable plan.
Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, in 1995, the Liberal government changed the means test of the last post fund from an entry level of $24,000 income to $12,000 income. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, 19 years later, the means test is still at $12,000. Now, I thank the government very much for the fact that there is more money in the last post fund. Some modern-day veterans may now be applied. But, Mr. Speaker, if you don't change the means test, many, many, many families and their veterans who pass away will not have access to the last post fund. So will the government now change the means test so that more veterans who pass away will have access to this program?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I want to assure him that our government remains committed to ensuring Canadian veterans and their families have the support they need, which is why in Economic Action Plan 2014, veterans' families now can avail themselves of some $108 million plus with regards to the last post fund to ensure modern-day veterans previously excluded will have and the ability to have a dignified burial. Mr. Speaker, we're doing the best we can, and we will continue working for our veterans.
Well said.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The Conservatives have blocked cross-country hearings on their Unfair Elections Act. Obviously, they're afraid of public opinion. They're proposing massive and complex changes to our election laws that significantly change the way our democracy operates. Unlike the Conservatives, the NDP wants Canadians to have their say. Why are the Conservatives so opposed to consulting Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
She mentions the changes in the Fair Elections Act, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there are changes which will keep everyday Canadians in charge of democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. It will close loopholes to big money like the one the Liberals used to make unpaid debts into illegal donations. It will crack down on political imposters who make rogue calls. And, Mr. Speaker, it will make it easier to vote for law-abiding citizens while preventing voter fraud.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have admitted that the reason they don't want hearings is because they're too afraid of public opinion. They're shutting down debate in this House and refusing to consult Canadians. From Squamish to St. John's, Canadians are concerned, and they want an opportunity to have their say. Elections belong to the people, not to politicians. So why won't the government take the time to listen to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to Canadians, and they told us they want better law enforcement. That's why we're giving the watchdog of elections law sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. Sharper teeth means stronger penalties for existing offences. Longer reach means dozens of new offences that he will enforce, including a prohibition on obstructing his investigations or lying to his investigators. And a freer hand means that he will be completely independent, controlling his own investigations, his own staff, and no one can fire him without cause.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are stubbornly refusing to consult Canadians because according to the Parliamentary Secretary, the NDP would mobilize too many people. Thank you for complimenting our organizational capacities. But in fact, the NDP had no hand in the fact that Canadians are mobilizing against this affront to democracy. Canadians should leave the Ottawa bubble and listen to what Canadians have to say in Quebec City, Sept-Îles, and Sherbrooke. What are they afraid of? The Honourable Minister. We're not afraid of anything, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we want a debate on the substance of the Fair Elections Act. But even before having read a single word of this bill, the New Democrats came out against it. Mr. Speaker, they should work with us to help to strengthen our laws, to prevent rogue calls from occurring, and to prevent illegal donations from being made, like the illegal union donations made to the NDP. The Honourable Member. I knew that Conservatives were in the habit of preventing any debate in the House, and I knew that they would rather force their will on the legislative process, but this time Conservatives are truly laughing at Canadians. They're using legislation to favour their party at the next election. They're not listening to what Canadians have to say, and it's probably because they're afraid of what they'll hear. If Conservatives want to assess the quality of the Chief Electoral Officer's work, why aren't they asking Canadians for their opinions? The Honourable Minister.
I do not believe in voter fraud. That is why the Fair Elections Act will protect the integrity of our voting system. For example, we know that in the last election, according to a report by Elections Canada's own commission, that there were 50,000 irregularities linked to vouching. In fact, those were serious errors. Judges described them as serious enough to potentially overturn existing votes and maybe even elections in individual ridings. We think that is serious enough to tackle, and that's what the Fair Elections does by ending vouching as a use of identification.
Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister attacked the Conservative policy on income splitting. He said, "I'm not sure that it benefits our society. I think income splitting needs a long, hard analytical look by our think tanks." Mr. Speaker, this analysis has already been done, in fact, by the C.D. Howe Institute and the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. So now that the analysis by think tanks has actually happened, does the minister agree with these think tanks that income splitting would do nothing for 86% of Canadian families, and that, quote, "it's an expensive tax gift for the rich"?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when I contemplate thinking about issues, I rarely think of the Liberal Party. As I've said, once the budget is balanced, which it's not yet, our government is committed to greater tax relief for Canadian families, and only Conservatives, because our track record shows it, can be trusted to reduce taxes for Canadians.
Now remember for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, when I think about balanced budgets, I rarely think of this minister. Yesterday, the minister dismissed the Conservative election promise on income splitting. He said he's not sure that it benefits society. He said that other priorities
should be acted on before income splitting. But the employment minister disagreed. He said, we keep our promises and we made this commitment to do this policy in the next budget. So does the finance minister still speak for the government on tax policy like income splitting, or is it now the employment minister who speaks on fiscal policy for the government?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I remind the member opposite that it is this government that brought in pension splitting back in 2006, which has been a remarkable success, and which, for some strange reason, the opposition voted against.
For Vancouver, Quadro.
Speaker, for 8 long years, nearly every military equipment purchase, even those deemed urgent, has been botched or cancelled outright. This budget slashes $3 billion from defense equipment spending, and that's on top of $7 billion that had been clawed back previously. The Conservatives' failed defense strategy is little more than a tax-funded photo op with troops while secretly balancing the budget on their backs. What exactly is being cut this time? And what essential equipment will our troops continue to have to do without?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there has been no cut. Any suggestions from the opposition are completely false. Since National Defence did not spend the money this year, Economic Action Plan 2014 will ensure that all of this money will remain available to the Canadian Armed Forces next year and into the future. Again, this money is there when the armed forces need it. After the Liberal decade of darkness, we put our men and women in uniform first by increasing the budget of national defense by 27% since 2006. We've made the single largest investment in our armed forces in a century, and the budget continues in the same direction.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
MMA has been involved in 129 accidents and have repeatedly violated safety rules. For years, the government have done nothing, not one single fine. The victims of Lac-Mégantic are suing Transport Canada for allowing MMA to run trains through their towns despite company's terrible safety record. Will the minister now join with the people of Lac-Mégantic and prosecute MMA? Which side is she on, the people of Lac-Mégantic or the violators?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member Cross knows, because we saw each other there, I was in Lac-Mégantic, and I did go, and I witnessed the devastation. And it's something that you never get out of your mind. So, of course, just like the Prime Minister says, we stand behind the people of Lac-Mégantic in all of their troubles, and we will be there without a doubt. Without a doubt. Mr. Speaker, if I may finish, with respect to the difficulties with MMA and their non-compliance with the rules, this is exactly why last year we brought in the ability to administer fines. Before then, it just simply didn't exist.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie. There were 21 documented infractions between 2004 and 2013, but MMA received no penalties, contrary to the 28 fines in the United States. That is the record of the Conservatives and the Liberals on rail safety. Yesterday, the minister said, and I quote, "If this company is found to have violated the rules and regulations of this country, it will be absolutely penalized to the ultimate extent of the law." The company violated rules 21 times. Why weren't there any sanctions? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada has a variety of compliance measures that they use on those infractions, but that's the past. What this government has done has brought in the ability for frontline workers to fine companies who are in violation of rules and regulations. As these prosecutions or as these investigations continue on and we get the results of these investigations, it is very clear. If there are violations to the Railway Safety Act or the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, there will be prosecution to its full extent of the law.
Right on. The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie. The minister is talking about the past, but the victims of Lac-Mégantic are fed up with her inconsistency. Undoubtedly, that's why yesterday they filed the class action suit for gross negligence by Transport Canada, which failed to enforce its own rail safety rules, the ones we mentioned in the previous question. By allowing MMA to continue its operation despite these repeated infractions, does the minister acknowledge or recognize that the minister has failed in its responsibility to protect Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the aftermath of the rail accident in Lac-Mégantic, investigations continue on, but this government too continues on to ensure that we strengthen rail safety in every way possible with cross-country consultations, with meetings with FCM. We're doing absolutely everything we can to ensure that information is in the hands of the community, that railways know that there are emergency directives in place and rules that are expected.
Bravo.
We constantly work on this file. And what does the NDP do? They decide to block a government committee and a parliamentary committee from getting real information from real safety experts around the country. That's their politics. We get it done.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This do-nothing budget fails to deal with long-standing problems with rail safety. It also failed to protect passenger rail service to Atlantic Canada. CN is selling off a section of track in New Brunswick that could effectively put an end to passenger rail service to Halifax. My question is, what's this government going to do? What are New Brunswick and Nova Scotia MPs going to do to protect passenger rail service to Halifax through New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite the honourable member to look at actually a rail map, perhaps, so we can see that there's more than one way to get from the Ontario-Quebec area into the Maritimes in Atlantic Canada. I would say this, Mr. Speaker, as well. Via Rail is an independent company. It takes its own business decisions, and it takes its own decisions with respect to service levels and routes. CN is currently in a process under the Canadian Transportation Agency to divest of this rail. We will see what happens with respect to this particular piece of rail, but no decisions have been made.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the safety and security of Canadians. Last November, the Minister of Transport asked the Transport Committee to study the transportation of dangerous goods to ensure they are moved safely and securely. I know that when it comes to rail safety, our government is taking an approach focused on prevention, response, and liability, much like our world-class tanker safety initiative that we developed for marine transportation. Can the Minister of Transport update the House on the committee's ongoing work in this study?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Prince George Peace River for his work on this matter. And indeed, as I mentioned already, the committee had been prepared to go across the country and talk to safety experts in their communities. Unfortunately, the NDP are playing politics, and they've decided that they want to block this rail safety investigation to continue. I'm extremely disappointed in this, Mr. Speaker. And I would just say, just a tip to the member from Trinity Spadina. I know that she's immersed in her mayoral campaign right now, but just if you're thinking about communities, perhaps it's a good thing to think about consulting with communities instead of playing politics.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the economic engines of our communities. They're responsible for almost a third of Canada's GDP and almost 80% of all job creation. But Budget 2014 just axed the hiring credit for small businesses. This government is abandoning Canada's real job creators. Why are they giving no-strings-attached handouts to their friends on Bay Street while rolling back job-creating incentives for hard-working business owners on Main Street, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of State for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the opposition, we know that it is entrepreneurs, small business who create jobs and wealth in this country. It is not a big, fat government. And it is why we have in our budget, we control our spending to be sure that we will have more freedom for entrepreneurs through less government. That's it. That's all. And like that, we'll create economic growth in this country.
Honourable Deputy de Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have abandoned the small business sector, which is important to our economy. Large corporations, however, have seen their tax rates go down despite the recession. At the same time, small and medium-sized businesses have not received any assistance. They've abolished the hiring credit for SMEs, and they say that they want to focus on job creation, but they're abolishing one of the main tools to help them achieve that. Why did the Conservatives abolish the hiring credit for small businesses? Why? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, regularly we see here in this House the NDP vote against proposals for entrepreneurship, proposals for entrepreneurs, and this budget is a pro-economic growth, pro-entrepreneur budget, because what we're doing is controlling our expenditures to allow entrepreneurs to create jobs and generate wealth. It's not government expenditures, as the NDP is asking for, that will create worth. No, that's not a stimulus, Mr. Speaker. It would be a sedative for the Canadian economy. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about economic inconsistencies on the part of the Conservatives. Despite an unemployment rate of 14% and more than 390 young people who are looking for a job, Budget 2014 contains nothing for them. Organizations like Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi, a driver of jobs in Quebec, has vigorously denounced the negative effect of the federal government's going ahead without agreement from the provinces on the Canada Job Grant. Why is the Minister of Finance doing everything in his power to make the situation of youth unemployment worse? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On top of what our government has already been doing to help young people get back to work, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we have also done in this current budget. We've created the Canada Apprenticeship Loan, which helps apprentices which are registered in the rail sea trades complete their training by receiving over $100 million in interest-free loans each year. We've also supported youth employment, additional investments of $55 million for youth apprenticeships in small and medium-sized businesses and high-demand entrepreneurs. We're helping young people get back to work.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives froze contributions to EI at $1.88 for each segment of $100 of insurable income. They're continuing to cut benefits. Is it because of a lack of funds? No, not in the least. The EI fund may well hit $6.4 billion in surplus by 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, will the beneficiaries benefit from these surpluses, or will the Conservatives use those age-old Liberal tactics that involve dipping into the EI fund to pay down their debt? The Honourable Minister.
I think we made it quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that we've frozen EI rates because of the fragility in the global economy, and not wanting to, at this time, jeopardize the very modest economic recovery that we have in this country, as well as in the United States, unlike Europe, so that we do have job growth, even though it is modest. We will unfreeze the rates, and they will go to market. They will go to balance in the next few years. But for the time being, we're not going to put a greater burden on employees and employers. We want to create jobs, not kill them.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. I have a concern shared by the artist community, one that could be dissipated with a clear answer. Some arts and cultural programs are set to expire in 2015. The budget renews some, but only in part. The book fund will go from $37 to $9 million, the music fund from $23 to $9 million. Can the Minister confirm that these two programs, let's start with the two that I mentioned, the book fund and the music fund, that these two programs will be renewed in their entirety without any budget cuts, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister and the budget does commit to ensure that both those budgets will remain intact for 2014.
Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, the budget touches upon social housing, but not a mention of co-op housing. Over the last decades, the Government of Canada helped build 60,000 co-op units in which 250,000 Canadians live. Mr. Speaker, through agreements, 20% of these people receive geared-to-income support. The bulk of these agreements will expire in the next few years. So why did the government choose not to include the renewal of these agreements in their 2014 budget?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Well, let me begin by saying it was the Liberal government that stopped renewing these agreements in the 90s. These agreements are going to be completed over the next 20 to 40 years. They're completed, Mr. Speaker, because the mortgages are paid off. We all know that when mortgages are paid off, subsidies don't need to continue, and we don't keep paying the banks. Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we've renewed our investment in affordable housing, and the provinces certainly have the flexibility, if after these agreements end, if they want to continue to provide other types of subsidies, we're giving them that flexibility. We're actually giving results, Mr. Speaker, for the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, grain bins across the prairies are bursting at the seams because farmers can't get their grain to market, and they're being forced to sell at fire sale prices as low as $4 a bushel. Now, the grain companies tell the Agriculture Committee that they can't ship grain because of the cold weather, as if cold weather is something new on the Canadian prairies. And the real problem is they're shipping twice as much oil cars dedicated to oil, as cars dedicated to grain. And there's no Canadian Wheat Board there to negotiate reliable shipping. Now, we've heard a lot about rail safety today, Mr. Speaker. What is the Minister of Transport doing about rail service to ensure that Canadian farmers have the rail cars they need to get their grain to market?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, the member from downtown Winnipeg's got his grain companies and his railways all mixed up. At the end of the day, we've been working with all of the players in the supply chain, Mr. Speaker. There's a holistic approach required. We continue to work with everybody, looking for every efficiency that we can find. Grain is moving, Mr. Speaker, not at the rate that is going to be required to clean bins out before road bans hit and so on. I continue to meet with the railways and the grain companies. The next meeting, February the 24th, where they're to bring their plans forward as to how we attack the piles of grain that are out there and get them moving to port and off to import countries.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, grain farmers haven't seen a bottleneck like this since the 1970s, contrary to what the minister's saying. Grain is vital to Canadians' economy. We must have an efficient, reliable grain transport system. The current law is not protecting the interests of our producers. We need better rail service laws with enforceable performance standards, accountability and penalties. Will the Minister of Transport finally agree to meet with the producers and establish the long-awaited regulations on performance?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been doing just that as a government. The Minister of Transport and I continue to meet with the grain farmers, oilseed producers across Western Canada that are most affected by this. We continue to work with the grain companies and the railways to work through the holistic situation that needs to be put in play to make sure that everybody has access to good rail freight. The cold weather can't last forever, Mr. Speaker. This global warming has to stop sometime. And when that does break, trains will get back to the length they need to be, and there'll be more grain moved to that port authority and moved off to countries around the world.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's estimated there are over 600 unidentified human remains across Canada. That means there are over 600 families who have not been able to have any closure over the loss of a loved one. Our government is standing up for victims by returning to the heart of our justice system. That is why we have announced a Victims' Bill of Rights. Could the Minister of Public Safety please tell this what our government is doing to assist families of unidentified missing persons?
Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Burlington who has presented a private member's bill on that very same issue and for standing up for victims. Monsieur le Président, dans le budget de...
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2014, on page 246, we announced that we will be putting in place a DNA data bank for missing people. It will be appreciated by organizations like Enfants Retour Québec.
And all the colleagues who have supported the coming of this ADM, the database, Mr. Speaker, this will help to bring a closure to family. And I want to praise Jody Patterson, who's been advocating for this for 20 years. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
3 times the government has insulted Chinese Canadians. First, they capped the Canadian Experience class which disproportionately affected Chinese Canadians. Right. Then they raised the age limit for citizenship language tests from 54 to 64, when many older Chinese people speak imperfect English. And then they eliminated the Immigration Investor Program, where almost 80% of the applications are Chinese. Are Conservatives inadvertently picking on Chinese people?
Sounds that way. Absolutely.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's an unbelievable accusation against a government that has apologized for the head tax, that has made China our top source, or almost our top source for immigration for multiple years now, and continues to receive the largest number of visitors, the largest number of students, and to issue the largest number of work permits to citizens of the People's Republic of China. That never happened under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. And moreover, we're cleaning up the Liberal mess by eliminating a program that did not achieve its objectives, where education, employment, tax outcomes for immigrants were lower than in all the other economic immigration programs we have, where there was a 10-year backlog left by an incompetent Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. We're still cleaning up their...
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafiore. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative cuts announced in the recent budget will cut CFB Baguetteville's operational budget used for operations and maintenance by 19.2%. That will have devastating consequences for the economy of my region. Can the Minister of Defence tell us if, yes or no, these cuts will take place? If yes, does he realize the impact of these difficult choices will impose on the only Francophone commander of an Air Force base in North America? Can the Minister confirm that this will not affect training of our fighter jet pilots?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to ensure that our armed forces are equipped with the best equipment to protect our interests at home and abroad at the best value for Canadian taxpayers. We're going to continue to help and support and thank our men and women in uniform, and that is our commitment. Our commitment is to renew our Canada First defence strategy, and now and in the future, Canada's armed forces will defend Canada and protect our borders, maintain sovereignty over our northern lands and waters, fight alongside our allies, defend our interests, and respond to emergencies with Canada and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the safest and healthiest food systems in the world, and our government has a strong record of action on this file. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we study Budget 2014, we can readily recognize the absurdity of the Liberal leader's statement that, well, the budget will balance itself. So, with responsible budgeting in mind, can the Minister of Health please update this House on our government's latest investments in food safety?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2014 will deliver nearly $400 million to further strengthen our healthy and safe food framework for Canadians and hire additional frontline inspectors. And today, the feedback has been tremendously positive. Just yesterday, it was said by a particularly high-profile supporter that, quote, there is good news in the budget with regard to food safety, including the hiring of 200 new food inspectors, and this is a good idea. And who said that, Mr. Speaker? Our very own Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, Canada's space industry needs assistance to recover and develop. This week's budget doesn't contain any provisions to help the Canada Space Agency. Thousands of direct and indirect jobs depend on that, especially in Saint-Hubert. The Conservatives are standing by while job losses are accumulating in this highly competitive sector that's so crucial for our economy, namely at Bombardier and Aero DevTech. How can they let a jewel of our economy crumble away like this? The Honourable Minister of Industry. As my colleague should know, Mr. Speaker, last week alone we announced our new policy for space. We had the support of Chris Hadfield. Mr. Saint-Jacques will also be involved in the process in the future. There are new investments with this new policy to protect key jobs and to support this new policy. We are moving forward with the Emerson report, with the new approaches, and there will be benefits for each region in the country in the space industry.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario technically qualified each and every year for equalization between 1977 and 1982. Understanding that Ontario had not suddenly become poor, rather resource-based provinces had become relatively richer, Premier Bill Davis turned down equalization, reasoning that if Ontario qualified for equalization, this must mean there's something seriously awry with equalization formula, not something wrong with Ontario. His principled position was a source of pride and confidence for all Ontarians. Rather than crying poor, Premier Davis and the Big Blue Machine focused on building a stronger Ontario with great success. Mr. Speaker, as an Ontarian, the Finance Minister has directed record federal transfers to Ontario. Can he please detail these massive transfers to the province of Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank the Honourable Member for Peterborough, Ontario, for the question. Ontario will receive almost $19.2 billion in federal transfers this year, which is an increase of 76% from under the old Liberal government, including almost $2 billion for equalization, over $12.3 billion through the Canada Health Transfer, which is an increase of 60% since 2006, $4.8 billion through the Canada Social Transfer, which is an increase of 53% since the Liberals. This support ensures that Ontario has the resources it needs, if properly spent, for health, education, and social services.
And that concludes question period for today. Imagine how I feel. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Rising over a question period, the Minister of Transport raised a serious concern about the ability of the Transportation Committee to travel, to hear from Canadians about rail safety. She didn't express those consultations as being a gong show or in a costly circus, as her colleagues have done, so I would seek to move the following motion that I believe will remove the impasse and allow the Minister those hearings that she so desperately wants, and allow Canadians to also have hearings that they so desperately want about our Election Act. That it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs that in relation to its study on Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, it have the power to travel to all regions of Canada, Atlantic Canada, Quebec, Ontario, Northern Ontario, the Prairies, British Columbia, and the North, as well as downtown urban settings and rural and remote settings in the winter, spring of 2014, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to close this motion? There's no consent. It being Thursday, I would imagine the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley would like to pose a traditional Thursday question.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, they said this is a great example of what happens when the NDP tries to work with the government in order to serve Canadians. About our, when it has to do with our democracy, it's fine to consult on one subject but not another. On behalf of myself and other Canadians and other members of the NDP, this is a huge problem for this government.
This government puts its partisan interests in place and in front of the interests of Canadians. We have just sought to allow the government to move forward, not just on all committee travel, but essentially on allowing Canadians to be consulted and listened to when it comes to our election process. This is not about politicians making the rules. It's about Canadians building and reinforcing and renewing our democracy. The homeless, First Nations, seniors, new Canadians, all groups that will have their voices limited by this government when it comes to our country. We now have the spectacle of a Canadian government calling the idea of such cross-country consultations as a partisan circus, a costly circus, a gong show. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker, unprecedented in Canadian history, that a government would seek to say that creating new election laws is a partisan activity and that Canadians should be shut out from the process and it take place here in the Ottawa bubble with only Conservatives driving the car. We think this is wrong. New Democrats will stand against this. We will seek to be reasonable with the government at all stages, as we have just attempted to do, and in all cases and in all ways represent the interests and values of Canadians that want to see a healthy, vibrant democracy, not one constructed by this minister and this government.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think that was the Thursday question and a question about what business we will be undertaking. Donc, je vais dire le suivant.
So I will answer the following. We will continue this afternoon the second day of debate on Economic Action Plan 2014, as we learned in Tuesday's budget, and have been hearing in this House in the debate since. Our government is on track to balance the budget while keeping taxes low and protecting the programs and services Canadians count on. Since the global recession, Canada has achieved the best job creation record in the G7. The strongest income growth and one of the best economic performances in the G7. Economic Action Plan 2014 builds on this record of achievement with positive measures to grow the economy and help create jobs.
A motion adopted by the House here yesterday. The vote on the Liberals' sub-amendment to the budget will be held on the evening of Monday, February 24th. The third and fourth days of debate on this year's budget will take place on Tuesday and Wednesday, February 25th and 26th. Of course, Mr. Speaker, those dates follow the upcoming constituency week. But before we get there, we will debate Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, at third reading tomorrow. On Thursday, February 27th, we will be sitting with a Wednesday schedule because at 11 a.m. that morning, His Highness the Aga Khan will give an address to both Houses of Parliament, an event which I am sure all honourable members will eagerly anticipate. That afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we will start second reading debate on Bill C-24, the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act. This bill represents the first comprehensive overhaul of Canada's citizenship laws in a generation. That day will also be the day designated pursuant to Standing Order 66-2 for concluding the debate on concurrence in the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Monday, February 24th, shall be the fifth allotted day. Finally, while it's not reflected in Standing Order 28, tomorrow, Friday, shall be Valentine's Day. To this I say to my wife Cheryl, Liberals are red, Conservatives are blue. This motion's not debatable. I really love you. So I wish, in the spirit of love and Valentine's Day, all the best for everyone and those that are close to them here in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ways and Means, Government Bill. Resuming debate on Ways and Means. Number 6, considering on the government, as well as Mr. Bryson's sub-amendment.
Debate reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the federal budget does not meet the needs of Londoners. In fact, Mr. Speaker, my constituents cannot afford this do-nothing budget. They're looking for action on accountability and affordability. They're looking for retirement security and the creation of good jobs. Instead, Conservatives seem ready to put partisanship first and delay help for still struggling families until next year. Conveniently, an election year. With thousands more Londoners unemployed today than before the recession, London families need help now. Quite simply, they should not be made to wait until it is politically convenient for the Conservatives. This is the reason the NDP has proposed practical, low-cost solutions that will help give families a fair break. Practical solutions that include capping ATM fees, banning pay-to-pay billing, cracking down on payday lenders, reining in credit card rates, job creation tax credits for youth and small business, bringing back the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Tax Credit, and restoring funding for veterans. Specifically, we need an increased investment in Service Canada and Veterans Affairs. Both need an increase in the number of skilled staff persons to address the growing needs of Canadians requiring the services these offices provide. Veterans have been very clear about what they wanted from this budget. Instead, Conservatives are pushing ahead with their cuts and closures. Even the Canadian military is still waiting on medical personnel who specialize in mental health. Promises were made in 2009 and 2012 for more mental health experts on bases and available to military personnel. Promises that have not been met. Military personnel with critical mental health needs like post-traumatic stress disorder are waiting 6 months to see a mental health provider. Mr. Speaker, this can become a matter of life and death. What Londoners need to see in this budget were initiatives for manufacturing, food production and processing, and small business startup help. I'm really sorry to see that there was very little help for Londoners to get them back to work. With 11,300 fewer manufacturing and food processing jobs in the area since 2006, we're in desperate need of concrete solutions. We're glad Conservatives are promising to act on some new Democratic proposals like banning pay-to-pay billing and reducing the cost of paying bills for consumers. But they've made these promises before, and Canadians are still waiting for them to follow through. Not so long ago, the Conservatives promised to address the problem of high credit card rates. Nothing happened. Credit card interest rates are still unacceptably high. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about making choices. Instead of attacking the challenges facing Canadian families, Conservatives are instead attacking public servants, unions, charities, environmental groups, anyone with a criticism. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think we should all give serious consideration to what a federal government is supposed to do. Government is supposed to be the entity that protects communities, builds the economy, supports important public services, and safeguards the vulnerable. Unfortunately, the Conservative approach to seniors over the past few budgets has focused on tax breaks that only the wealthy can access. And this government has seen fit to raise the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS to 67. It's an attack on the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats would take a different approach. We've been calling for an increase to the GIS to ensure that the poorest seniors are not facing retirement in poverty. We have committed to reversing the changes to OAS and GIS and reestablishing age 65 for eligibility because vulnerable seniors cannot hold on until age 65. New Democrats have also long called for the government to work with the provinces to negotiate an increase to the CPP, ensuring all working Canadians have retirement funds on which they can rely.
You have to say the years, please.
I know, but whom? With whom?
It doesn't matter. Just say the years, please.
This Conservative government has been clear in its refusal to increase the CPP, leaving many Canadians without retirement security. This budget does not include any indication that Conservatives will reverse their position. It is indeed a do-nothing budget when it comes to the retirement security of Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform you that I'm going to split my time with a colleague. Mr. Speaker, the New Horizons for Seniors program was trumpeted in this budget as receiving an increase in funding. However, part of its funding was set to end this year. The increase is $5 million per year, the same amount that was set to expire. The so-called increase is not really an increase. This is nothing less than a sleight of hand. These valuable programs enrich the lives of seniors, build community, and contribute to the local economy. Seniors organizations such as the Congress of Union Retirees and the National Pensioners Federation have long called on the government to take action to ensure that seniors are made a priority by the federal government, and that the government negotiate with the provinces to implement the much-needed increase to the CPP, that government take action to end senior poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, this government has failed time and time again on both counts. Canadians deserve better. Canadians deserve a plan to address the backlogs at Service Canada and Citizenship and Immigration to ensure fair and timely service for everyone. In this budget, there was no new money for Service Canada, despite the continued increases to its responsibility to deliver programs. Canadians deserve more money for Veterans Affairs and the reopening of the Veterans Affairs offices. Our military desperately needs investment in mental health care for our soldiers and our veterans. I'm disappointed to see that there was no investment at all in mental health. Canadians deserve a strategy for improving the manufacturing and food processing sectors. What we got were further tax reductions for big corporations involved in manufacturing and processing. Tax breaks totaling more than $60 billion from 2008 to 2014. And, Mr. Speaker, there was an extension of this measure for an additional $1.5 billion. For these profitable big businesses, these tax breaks do not include any guarantee of job creation or any other benefit to our communities. I'd say that that's a failure to build the economy. What Canadians deserve is a real job strategy that actually helps people get back to work, not more TV commercials offering false hope. We need to hear about real progress with manufacturing, food production and processing, and small business startup help. Mr. Speaker, Canadians also deserve a plan to keep our postal service. The current plan for Canada Post will stop doorstep delivery for millions of Canadians while dramatically increasing postal rates. Ending doorstep delivery is a real threat to vulnerable Canadians with mobility issues, including seniors and people living with disabilities. And hiking the cost of stamps by 59% will hurt overburdened families and small businesses that rely on those mail services. The Conservatives often say they want government to run like a business. But what business survives by making customers pay more to get less? New Democrats believe it's time to modernize Canada Post to better serve Canadians and strengthen the bottom line. But getting there requires innovation, not decimation. Unfortunately, instead of keeping their promise to protect Canadian consumers, the Conservatives are too busy protecting themselves and their insider friends in the Senate and PMO. Canada Post connects Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's an important entity, and it's important to keep that connection and to keep it affordable. We can do this. This government could have done it in the budget. Canadians deserve better than a do-nothing budget that tells them to manage with less from a government that doesn't understand its obligations to the people. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, government exists to look after those who are vulnerable, to create a climate where jobs can be created, to protect communities, and to deliver services. This budget has none of that, absolutely none of that. We see layoff after layoff at Service Canada among the people who provide the services. We've seen veterans' offices closed that serve veterans. We've seen tax cuts to corporate entities that don't need them, that make huge profits, and nothing of significance to the small and medium businesses that are part of our communities, that believe in our communities, and actually create jobs, and nothing for the youth of tomorrow. Our young people deserve that opportunity for access to the economy, and small businesses, medium businesses could do that with a tax credit in the budget. Not there, and that's a travesty.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable member, well, the government is dipping into the retired public servants' health fund to the tune of $1.5 billion, and now they have to pay more for their benefits. Those people have already paid into this regime, and so now they will have to pay 400% more than they did before. So I would like to know what my honourable colleague thinks of this measure. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question, and as I indicated in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, this government is about attacks. They've attacked civil servants, they've attacked veterans, they've attacked charities, environmental groups, anyone who has a criticism or a concern. This attack on civil servants is counterproductive. Their pension, the pension to which they have contributed significantly, should be there for their senior years, for when they retire. We know, Mr. Speaker, that right now in Canada there are 250,000 seniors living below the poverty line, seniors in abject misery. Do we want to add civil servants to that? Instead of attacking people and attacking pensions, this government should be working to bring all Canadians up to a level where they have a secure and safe pension. They could have done that with the CPP improvements that we suggested. They could have done that long ago. They've chosen not to. They've ignored the advice of Labour, of the provinces, of people who are pension experts. They ignored everyone who had something positive to say about pension reform in favour of, well, this do-nothing budget.
The comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague and I are both from the province of Ontario. And I'd like to give my honourable colleague an opportunity, given that the government of the province of Ontario was not at all happy with the budget earlier this week, to give her the opportunity to talk about how she thinks the budget treated the province of Ontario.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I've heard concerns voiced by the province of Ontario, I have to say that I would feel much better if the province of Ontario managed its funds more wisely. I can't say that I'm particularly impressed with the big corporate tax cuts that the province of Ontario has given away over the last little while at the expense of the people of Ontario. But when we talk about transfers, I think we should talk about what's happening to all the provinces. And the fact that this government will transfer $37 billion less to the provinces for health care. Health care is the center, is absolutely the center of our democracy. It allows Canadians to access services, and the provinces will receive less. A very important service, not properly funded.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her comments and reminding everyone that we're providing $5 million to the New Horizons program. But I'd also like to correct something in regard to where she mentioned that the veterans' offices were closing again, and would just like to reiterate that they're actually merging. 5 offices were merging in the same exact building. One office is across the street, one is less than a kilometre away, and the other one is less than 4 kilometres away. So we're actually providing more services to veterans and not closing the offices. But I would like to give you some of the other things that we are doing for Canadians in helping them with jobs. We're launching the Canada Job Grant. We're creating the Canada Apprenticeship Loan. We're launching a job matching service. We have more paid internships for young Canadians, and we're helping older workers get back to work, Mr. Speaker. Those are just some of the things in Economic Action Plan 2014 that we're doing for Canadians. Thank you.
45 seconds left for the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, like I said, Mr. Speaker, this so-called $5 million is sleight of hand. $5 million was cut. They put $5 million in. That's not really an increase. In terms of the so-called expanded sites of service, the reality is that they've been talking over and over again about 600 sites, Service Canada sites, but they don't have veterans applications on their website, and they don't know how to manage what is really unique to veterans. So this is not an increase of service. In terms of job grants, well, it's a matching grant. The province has to kick in, the employer has to kick in. If they don't, there's no job grant. So I'm not impressed, Mr. Speaker. I stick by what I said. This is a do-nothing budget. It doesn't help my constituents.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleagues on the Finance Committee, the members for Parkdale High Park, and Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques for their very constructive support for the debate that we are having today as members on the 2014 budget and its impacts. Yesterday, I heard the member for Kitchener-Conestoga say that even high school students understand this budget better than the opposition members. Mr. Speaker, it would be a good idea if the members across the way stopped saying such absurd things. The citizens in my riding are exasperated to see their buying power wane while the government fails to take any real measures to relaunch this country's economy. The first question we have to ask ourselves is who will be the new victims of this budget? For example, public service retirees. The government is dipping into the Public Service Retirees Health Fund to the tune of $1.5 billion, and yet they have to pay more as an assessment. For example, There are a number of retirees in my riding who have called or write to me to tell me that they are being deprived of $42.76 per month instead of up from rather $10.34 per month in June 2013. That's a difference of $32.42 per month, or $389 annually. That is an increase of 413%. Why are the Conservatives going after public service retirees in this way? Other victims of this budget, the unemployed. There are an additional 300,000 unemployed people since before the 2008 recession, and this budget doesn't have any major investments to create good jobs for the middle class. This is something that we have followed closely here in the NDP, and our leader said employment insurance is the most important program in Canada linked to the labour market. This program provides income replacement benefits for the unemployed to help them and their families, and offers Canadians training and other support measures on the labour market to help them find jobs. Since the economy and the labour market is ever-changing in Canada, the government must ensure that this program is there for Canadians when they need it. The government must also ensure that the program contributes to creating jobs and economic growth. Since the changes announced in the 2012 budget, fewer people are eligible for EI benefits, and more people are forced to take low-paying jobs, as well as numerous people being redirected to provincial social programs. Under the Conservatives' reign, access to EI benefits has reached a record low. Fewer than 4 out of 10 people are eligible for these benefits. The changes made are just as harmful to seasonal industries such as tourism, fisheries, forestry, and the agricultural sector. Canadian workers and employers pay EI premiums, and the government is making profits at their expense. Further victims of this budget, skills training. The budget changes the rules of labour market training. The federal government announced that the skills training grant would be put in place on April 1st with or without the agreement of the provinces. And yet, labor market training is under provincial jurisdiction, and this goes back to last century. They are trying to impose a new way of doing things. It will no longer be job seekers who will receive support, but rather companies. How can they impose on the provinces the obligation to be accountable, whereas this area is under provincial jurisdiction? A Canada Jobs Grant will also be launched in 2014. Who will be eligible? Companies that have a training plan designed for unemployed Canadians or underemployed Canadians to allow them to find a new job or a better job. All Canadians can benefit from the Canada Jobs Grant, but on one condition. They must be in partnership with an employer. In other words, they have to find the employer themselves. This puts in place many changes in just a few sentences. Currently, provinces train workers and allow them to enter or re-enter the job market. Sometimes this process is longer when the future worker needs to use a guidance or training service before going back to work. For example, a 55-year-old worker who loses his job after his plant closes, it can be placed if his job is in demand, for example, a plumber. But if his sector is not as much in demand, it will be more difficult, and he will have to be trained to do another job. So sometimes this is longer. After 10 budget presentations, the Minister of Finance should better understand what provincial jurisdiction means. The Minister of Finance complained that the government has paid billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars to the provinces for them to be able to train workers for certain jobs. Some provinces, he said, are not even accountable to us, and we don't know what they're doing with the money, so we're going to do better, and we're going to get results. So that is not very tactful on his part. I would like to tell the minister about what my province is doing in terms of labour market training. First, I would tell the minister that there is a process where employers, employees, unions, and the education sector are all involved. Everyone works to allow potential workers to enter the labour market. Targets are put in place to integrate the disabled, young people, immigrants, and women, in addition to older workers who need to find a new job. If the minister really wants to know what is happening with skills training in the provinces, I would recommend very strongly that he consult the internet and use a search tool, perhaps Google. He should search for Emploi Québec or Jobs Ontario. No other private company is as transparent as they are. They set out their regional action plans, their directions and strategies in order to achieve results. Further victims of this budget are families. I'm going to talk about income splitting for families with a dependent under age 18. That was one of the promises made by the Conservatives at the last election. Income splitting means that spouses can divide between themselves their total taxable family income in order to reduce the tax to be paid by their family. Since the Canadian tax system is progressive, the spouse with the higher income can have a higher marginal tax rate than the other spouse. By splitting the total of their taxable income, some couples would benefit from a more advantageous real tax rate. So an example, Mr. Speaker, the average tax to be paid by a couple with children when they make less than $35,000. If the spouse earns between 0 and 10% of the family income, well, they will save $10,000. But if they make more, then they will save some $3,200. In Canada, the gap between the rich and the poor is increasing. Income splitting might help reduce this gap, and if so, we would consider it, but in fact, the rich will receive more than the poor. The CD Howe Institute has stated that 85% of households, especially lone parent households, will not benefit from this formula. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would say that I have never seen such a boring budget and one that provides no assistance to families or workers. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to pick up on an issue in which is very important out west, in particular in our prairie provinces, the issue of grain and the movement of grain, Mr. Speaker. It is, in fact, a great number of farmers, wheat farmers, that were quite disappointed that the government didn't recognize the fact that we have these piles of wheat not only in steel bins, but sitting in fields that need to get from the prairies to the west coast, where we have empty ships waiting to receive it, and the sense of that the government has failed them. They haven't been able to ensure that the infrastructure was going to be there to transport that wheat, and we've known about this for months. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide a perspective how important it is that when you present a budget, that it's important for the Minister of Finance to deal with crises that are in the nation. And I use what's happening in the prairies as one such crisis, that we have a crisis in the prairies dealing with literally tens of millions, if not into the hundreds of millions of dollars in wheat product. And the government has dropped the ball on a particular issue. If she might want to provide comment.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right. It's as if this budget is some kind of Ionesco farce. There are needs in the Western Canada with regard to the transport of grains, but they're just focusing on pipelines, on oil sands, and they're simply abandoning a large part of the economy. So if they really wanted to look after all companies, then they would move on that kind of infrastructure. But instead, they're just talking about, or rather they would fund companies so that they could fund training. But here, this is, the government is in its own jurisdiction, and it must be able to intervene in situations like that. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Ville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that in the budget, the EI fund had surpluses of over $6 billion. And at the same time, the government had decided to restrain access for the unemployed. We know that the Liberals and the Conservatives stole $57 billion from the fund. I'd like my colleague to comment on the fact that this arrogant government wrote in its own budget that the fund had a surplus of over $6 billion, but continues to restrict access to EI to people who need it the most and who have no jobs. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know very well that the Conservatives and Liberal governments took $57 billion from the fund. In 2012, we had surpluses of $3.1 billion. This is money paid by employees and employers. These are surpluses in the EI fund. Now we're talking about $6 billion. Once again, these are funds that go into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. I would call this theft, to be honest. And they just restrict access. The fewer unemployed knock on the door to get EI, the less they have people who are entitled to benefits. Everything's interrelated, so the profits keep accumulating. This is not an income tax increase. This is a targeted population that pay money sent into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. It's fraud against employers and employees, quite simply.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and for Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's a pleasure on behalf of my constituency to rise up and speak on this budget for 2014. First budget, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and for Western Economic Diversification. Mr. Speaker, as you know, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, I travel a lot around the world representing Canada. Everywhere I go, questions always come and say, what did Canada do? How did you avoid the major ramifications of the recessions that hit Europe, the Americans and everyone, Mr. Speaker? That was because of the sound management this government provided under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, as well as other cabinet members, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, let's just look at a bigger picture. You know, Mr. Speaker, sitting here and for the NDP and for the Liberals to keep complaining, all we keep hearing about them is spend, spend, spend. This is a nitpicking. But the real picture is this, Mr. Speaker. Since taking the office in 2006, we have made sure that the GST was cut, Mr. Speaker, from 7 to 5. Mr. Speaker's taxes were reduced. Mr. Speaker, we had an income splitting done, Mr. Speaker. We had a tax-free savings account. We worked in a manner that we made sure that Canadians had more money in their pocket, because more money in the pockets of the Canadians is more benefit to the consumer and to the economy than having fat government programs that the NDP and the Liberals keep saying that we need. But, Mr. Speaker, the other main necessary point, as you will see, the government went through the exercise of cutting expenses, unnecessary expenses. Speaker, we had reduction in expenses where it was not felt it was doing anything necessary for the country. The combination of both of this, Mr. Speaker, the combination of both of this is where today we stand, as the Minister said, that by 2015 we'll have balanced the budget, Mr. Speaker. We would have balanced. This would have not been happened. None of these measures would have not been taken. And, Mr. Speaker, the balancing of the budget allows us to have more money for most important of our programs that we consider important, like health care, social services, other programs, Mr. Speaker, that are very critically important that Canadians want, Mr. Speaker. And so today we stand at a threshold of where the budget is going to be balanced, Mr. Speaker. This is not, we have never heard at all, for all these speeches that the NDP and the Liberals are making, anything to say that the balanced budget. I remember when I came here in the opposition and the Liberals, when they were touting that we are going to balance the budget, Mr. Martin tried to balance the budget by cutting transfers to the provinces and everything, which we didn't do that. Mr. Speaker. We provided the necessary atmosphere in the economy for the economy to move forward, for jobs to be made, over 1 million jobs made, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also working hard enough to ensure that, our economy moves. People are working. That is what Canadians want. Therefore, this budget, Mr. Speaker, after all these things, is based on getting the people to work. I just heard from the NDP and from the Liberal over there talking about ES surpluses and everything, and that was because we have cut. The important point, Mr. Speaker, is to get the people to work, Mr. Speaker. The people who have the schooling, apprenticeship, all go to work. And so this government decided to do that. We now have more money given to people who can go and become apprenticeship out there. No point, Mr. Speaker, in getting a lot of foreign workers coming and doing these jobs when we can train our Canadians to go ahead and do this job, Mr. Speaker, as well as those who are coming from high school graduation, Mr. Speaker. So this budget, through the Minister of Employment, is all focused on how we're going to get people to work, how Canadians are going to work. The more Canadians work, the more taxes they pay, the better economy, their consumer spending out there, it is better for the economy, Mr. Speaker, in the long run here. Simple mathematics in economics that the NDP should know. But, Mr. Speaker, most importantly is Canada, Mr. Speaker, is a resource-rich country. We are a trading nation, Mr. Speaker. We have one of the best practices for mining, for resource extraction, which the world comes over here to look at, to see and say how we are doing these things, Mr. Speaker. When I travel overseas, I go when the countries, newly developed countries like Mongolia, Tanzania, all these things that are going, who are now having their extractive sectors coming in, they look at us. We tell them, come to Canada, look at our regulations, which you can then apply back in your country so that you can have the benefit of natural resources for your citizens. This is the key messages that we give out there, and the companies, you, Mr. Speaker, I just listened to us, countries listen to us. I was just coming back from, I just returned back from Ethiopia, where the mining over there sector said they wanted to see Canada's best practices because they identified Canada as one of the best places where resource sector is properly utilized to the benefit of its people, Mr. Speaker. But resource sector needs to be developed, Mr. Speaker, and this thing. And we find very strange, and this thing, is that the same people who are on the other side who are getting up and saying that they want this expenditure, they want that expenditure, think they're bad and everything, that they are the one that oppose, Mr. Speaker, the pipeline and this thing, that would take our resources out to be marketed around the world, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we have one of the best places. Yes, there's always room for improvement. Instead of stopping these things as the NDP normally does, as they're, they get up and they say, no, I've been sitting here. Trade deals, they say no. For resource extraction, they say no. Everything they say no. I haven't got where they will think that the money comes from, Mr. Speaker. Only in the NDP's area they know where this money will come to meet all these programs, the excellent programs we have out here. It is important to note the government of Canada, our government has not cut very critical programs that are needed in this thing. But we will refocus the resources that we have to the areas where it will become productive, which is where Canadians will get the most benefit out of it. That is what responsible government is all about. Responsible government is not standing up and throwing money here and throwing money over there, as the NDP will do. Same time, Mr. Speaker, this government is very proud of having signed trade deals around this thing, for FIPA agreements and trade deals, because this will allow our countries to go ahead, companies to go outside and do what they are best at doing, selling their products, their services, of which are very good, Mr. Speaker. The deal with the European Union, Mr. Speaker, free trade agreement with the European Union, free trade agreement with NAFTA, Mr. Speaker, are all beneficial to the businesses. Ask them. They're all excited at this thing. This is the economy expanding, and the expanding economy means better jobs for Canadians. Better jobs for Canadians means more money out in the economy, which will all, Mr. Speaker, go towards ensuring a better future for young Canadians, for older Canadians. And let's not forget the seniors who are relying on many of the programs they have, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget giving full credit to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance to say that, you know, they have chosen this path, and we are now standing proudly to say that we will balance the budget in 2015. What more greater thing do you want than that, Mr. Speaker? And what criticism do we say? Oh, we are doing this because the election year is coming. Oh, no-show budget. Oh, boring budget. You know what? I would rather have a boring budget, Mr. Speaker, and this thing. Stay on track, and by 2015, we would have a balanced budget, a surplus, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, we have worked for since forming the government in 2006. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, although I have to point out a couple of things. Mr. Speaker, what we saw with the previous government, they used to have this parlor trick where they would look at the estimates and say, oh, our surplus is going to be X and it'd be Y, and it'd be, you know, of course, a lot more than they had initially predicted. So we put the Parliamentary Budget Officer in place, and we worked with the government to do that. There's a new parlor trick. It goes like this, and actually Kevin Page identified it, is you don't actually spend the money that Parliament assigned to you. So we have $300 million in foreign affairs not spent to help things like the START program to help South Sudan. We have programs that were actually needed for Canadians not being spent, and the government says, oh, look how great we're doing. We have $7 billion booked in this budget that is coming out of the pockets of public servants here in Ottawa. And this is some magical, great financial wizardry. Mr. Speaker, they can't even procure defense equipment, so they have to kick the can of $3 billion ahead. What I'm laying out here, Mr. Speaker, my question to my colleague is, there's no great financial management here. This budget had a lot of references to the previous budget. So how can he stand there and actually look people in the eye and say, we did a good job managing, when they can't even fulfill the promises of expectations from the last budget? They can't procure defense equipment, and they're doing this budget savings and surplus and deficit on the backs of everyday people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me look at him directly in the eyes and tell you I am absolutely proud of what we have done and we are going to achieve. You say I feel ashamed? Absolutely not. I'm absolutely thrilled, happy to say that. Now, let's go back to the other question that he talked. You see how they twist, Mr. Speaker. He's talking about the defense, $3 billion, Mr. Speaker. This is a capital expenditure. Now, do you really think that those planes that you want to buy are sitting out there? You just go and write a check and you get the planes coming in. They need to be built, Mr. Speaker. And as they're being built and everything, this money is allocated for that. Therefore, that money is sitting there to be allocated. When those capital expenditures are ready, we will be there to buy them. But look at them twisting the fact that for some reason it is this thing. But I want to tell him. As for all the other ones, Mr. Speaker, he needs to recognize the fact that there was a recession in 2008. And by the way, for your information, the budget officer was appointed by this government. Okay, this was this government that went ahead and appointed. So we have nothing to be ashamed of, and we were as transparent as anything. But, Mr. Speaker, let's celebrate to say 2015 we'll have a balanced budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, just a general question, because I know my honourable colleague has been in this House for a while. But in reading the budget document, the book that's about this thick, I find it hard to sort out what's new and what's old. And I'm wondering why the government doesn't make it a little bit clearer in the document so that average Canadians who are reading it can see like what's new and what was already announced a year ago.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the bigger picture. I'm very glad, let me tell you this, that we got such a little skinny little booklet to say this thing. I've been sitting here, I used to get these fancy books over this. This way at least we don't have to spend too much money to this thing. But let me say exactly the point. She's coming in power, gradually working out. The bottom line is this. Today we have programs that will match for jobs, but most importantly, we will be able to balance the budget in 2015 and giving tax breaks of almost $3,000 to every Canadian family in this country over the period of time. If that is not sound management, Mr. Speaker, I have not a foggiest idea what these guys think is a sound management.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to address a question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that I've been trying to get to previous speakers, so I hope he'll bear with me. I will start with this quote. Perhaps the greatest threat to confront the future of humanity today, quote unquote, describing climate change. That's a quote from the Prime Minister in 2007. And another quote is from the Secretary General to the World Conference, the World Commission on Environment Development, Jim McNeil, a Canadian global diplomat, who said the single most important environmental statement from any government is its budget. So here we are in 2014. The Prime Minister said it was the single biggest threat to confront the future of humanity today. He said that 7 years ago. And Environment Canada now reports that against the Copenhagen target, not taken on by a previous Liberal government, but taken on by the Prime Minister in Copenhagen in 2009, a commitment to reduce by 130 megatons greenhouse gases by 2020. Environment Canada now says will reduce by 3 tons. A complete failure. How is it, and can the Parliamentary Secretary explain how this government can put forward a document in 2014 that doesn't use the words climate change, carbon, or greenhouse gases and has no measures to reduce them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will not agree with the Green Party to say that we are going to put carbon tax out here. No, Mr. Speaker, we're not. But the Minister of Environment has stated quite clearly on many occasions that, yes, we are addressing the issues of climate change. We always attend all the conferences where climate change is spoken and it's on the agenda and everything. But our view also is that it is a global issue that everybody should be part and parcel of it, not this thing. And so we'll continue working with our allies, with the rest of the country, to address the issue of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very delighted to stand up here today and speak to our Economic Action Plan number 2014. And I also want to congratulate the Finance Minister on, again, having a budget that is absolutely right for Canada in the time that we're in right now. I think what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk a lot about the context, because I think it's important. People are hearing about the measures that are actually in the budget, but I think I need to set the stage for this debate in terms of the context, and the context going back to 2009. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to make one comment. Certainly our approach is not the NDP approach of raising taxes and actually having a myriad of programs that they want to use your and my money for, and everyday Canadians' money for, is for their programs. And also, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals, we know that we need a long-term plan. We need a plan. The budget does not actually balance itself by magic, but it balances itself through a lot of hard work, a lot of thinking, and again, creating a plan. And I'd really like to demonstrate where we're at today and why this plan is working. So throughout my speech, actually, I'm going to take very liberally from some of the past budget speeches given by the Finance Minister, because I think as we go from 2009 to 2010, we're going to see the very dramatic things that were happening in our history, and indeed, actually, the global recession impacting the entire world. So first of all, I'd like to take you back to January 27, 2009. I was a newly elected MP at the time. I was elected in 2008. And the government previous to that had been paying down the debt. And to give the Liberals their due, they had paid down some debt also. And we continued that path. And we had paid down, I believe it was close to $39 billion in debt in the first 2 years. Now, shortly, as 2008, 2009 headed in, we recognized we were heading into some very, very challenging times across the world. So January 27, 2009, I want to set this picture, and these are some quotes from the speech. And it is, since the last fall, the global economic situation has deteriorated further and faster than anyone predicted. And Canadians are feeling the effects of the global recession. They're concerned. They're concerned about their jobs, their savings. They're concerned about their families, their businesses, and their communities. Mr. Speaker, we must do what it takes to keep our economy moving and to protect Canadians during this extraordinary times. And back in 2009, in response to the global recession, it was the industrialized countries that agreed that they needed to take unprecedented action. I often hear the opposition talking out of both sides of their mouth, because I remember at that time they were saying spend more, spend more, spend more, and then they're saying, oh, you have a debt. Well, Mr. Speaker, they can't have it both ways. They can't say spend more, spend more, and then actually criticize the debt. But it truly was a very difficult time. And so the Government of Canada and the Finance Minister made a deliberate choice to run a substantial short-term deficit. And it was a temporary deficit, and it was an investment that was to stimulate our economy and to meet the short-term needs while serving the long-term goals. And I think it's also important to note that Canada, unlike the United States and Europe, entered this very difficult time not with a heavy deficit like the other countries. So we really had more capacity within Canada to respond to the risks that we were facing. We also said at that time we won't be running a permanent deficit. As the economy recovers, we fully expect to emerge from deficit and return to surplus. I think it was important that it was also said that Canadians regret the need to run a deficit in order to invest in our economy, and we, the government, also share that regret. So that sets the stage for 2009. Very, very difficult time, and a purposeful decision was made. A year later, a year and a couple of months later, again, I'll take liberally from the speech at the time, and it was the minister rose in the House and he said, "Our nation is at a crossroads. We have passed through steep and rocky terrain. Much of the territory was uncharted. We have prepared and we have protected ourselves. We're making our way through, and our compass has not failed us. The way forward remains challenging. Some would urge us to turn at this crossword. Experience tells us that this would eventually lead us backward. We need to keep helping those who need a hand up. We need to stay the course. We see our destination on the horizon." And I think it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, at that time, there's many international institutions that were failing, but they weren't failing here in Canada. Stock markets around the world had plunged deeply, and for a time, the whole global financial system was at risk of shutting down. But we worked in partnership with the G7 and 20 in terms of an effective, coordinated response. And Mr. Speaker, these numbers are going to be important as I go through my comments. July 2009, Canada had generated 135,000 net new jobs, and in the same time, the U.S. continued to lose jobs. So let's go another year. We're now into March 22nd, 2011. And Canada is emerging from this recession as one of the world's top-performing economies. Compared to other countries, Canada's economy is performing very well, but our continued recovery is by no means assured. We have a plan, it's working, we need to stay on the track. So we were looking at additional targeted investments to support jobs and growth, but we also committed to tackle government spending and stay on track to eliminate the deficit. And we also, at that time, indicated we weren't going to do that like the Liberals did through, cuts to transfers for healthcare and education, and we weren't going to impose massive tax increases. So here we are, and we have now 480,000 net new jobs, more than that were lost in the recession. If you might recall, Mr. Speaker, it was at that time that the opposition decided that we didn't have a good plan that was working, and we took it to the Canadian public. And the Canadian public gave us a strong, stable, conservative majority government because they believed in this plan to move forward. So we actually introduced the very, very similar, I believe it might almost have been word to word, the same budget in June 6th of 2011. And I have to note again, we have gone now from just in a few short months between when the budget was presented and when this election was called and we present the next budget, we're now at 540,000 jobs created since July 2009, which of course was the height of the recession, and we had 7 quarters of positive GDP growth. Heading into March 2012, and of course Canadians have every reason to be confident. Other Western countries face the risk of long-term economic decline, and our goal was to strengthen the financial security of Canadian workers' families to help create good jobs, prosperity in every region in the country. And so we also look towards positioning our country amongst the, as dynamic, moving forward, and able to compete. We're now, and mark this, we're now 610,000 net new jobs. So again, this was a year later. You see the very important improvements. We were looking at this point for innovation. We needed to plan for a rapidly aging population to secure long-term prosperity. And again, that doesn't sound like the magical wishful thinking when you have aging populations and you need to create a plan actually to help your country move through the challenges that it faces. So at that time, we were on track. We've cut the deficit in half. We did this by doing exactly what the finance minister said when he introduced the economic action plan, the stimulus spending. He ended it. And I know it's often very, very difficult to end stimulus measures because, of course, it's very popular, but I think it was temporary, and he did actually take the steps necessary and started to look at controlling the growth of new spending. So at that time, we made a commitment to implement some moderate restraint in government spending, with a vast majority coming from eliminating waste in the internal operation of the government to make it leaner and more efficient. And then finally, as part of that time, is we were really looking at ambitious trade expansion. I guess I only have a minute left, and this is such a great story. March 2013, we're at 950,000 new jobs, and we're taking strong, decisive action, which was required, but we're really moving forward as per the plan. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest to the opposition, if you look at that history, what our finance minister indicated was going to happen, it's moved along directly. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of twists and turns along the way because there's some factors outside of our control. But we've been at the reins. We've been guiding things. I'm very proud of our record. I'm very proud to see that we're approaching a balanced budget. I look forward to a balanced budget in 2015-16, and I think that the measures that you will see in this budget this year are really targeted towards those important, very strategic investments and some very important investments that will continue to leave us as a prosperous and Canada in the great position it has in the world. Thank you.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? Honourable from Mrs. Crum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague across the way for her speech, and I would like to ask her why in this budget there is no mention of climate change. We at the NDP understand that it's clear climate change and sustainable development are crucial subjects. I invite you to follow the second hour of debates tomorrow, in fact, on C-481, second reading, which will place sustainable development at the very heart of the House of Commons debate. I would like to congratulate the Kitchener-Waterloo member who said on CBC, on air, we can see the impact of climate change. With these climate change come extreme temperatures. We can see flooding in Alberta as well as ice storms in Kitchener, Waterloo, and Toronto. Those are wise words indeed. It is urgent to act. We have one planet and one planet alone. It's all very well to balance budgets, to have electoral strategies, as some say, but we must protect our planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have to say I find it very, very ironic. In past budgets, we've had measures around climate change, we've had measures around navigable waters, and we have been heavily criticized by the opposition who say that the budget should be about the budget, and this is an omnibus budget. And so now we have a budget that's focused on some very important budgetary measures. I would certainly welcome and suggest that the honourable member go to the Government of Canada's website for the environment. He'll see there that there's a very important plan, there's a very strategic plan, the goals are there, and it's looking at how we're going to go ahead in terms of our environmental commitment to Canadians. But again, I have to point out the sort of dichotomy of the two sort of different positions. 1 minute we're criticized by having it in, and now we're criticized by not having it in.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my Conservative colleague for her review of the government's stimulus of the economy during the and following the 2008-2009 Great Recession. But I'm reminded of an article in the Globe and Mail this past weekend about how billions of dollars were wasted in that stimulus. Now, this is not meant as a criticism, but I want to ask the member, given her recounting of the history, whether she thinks it would be a good idea to do something which was suggested by Martin Chubik, economist in the United States, and also Michael McKenzie here in Canada, which is to have an independent panel that maintains a list of pre-evaluated public works projects so that if a recession hits and that we need to provide stimulus, we have a list, a good set of quality, non-partisan, economically viable projects ready for stimulus, whether that would be a good way to avoid wasting billions of dollars in hurried stimulus of an economy in the next recession.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to point out that Canada was not alone. We were with the G20 nations in terms of this economic action plan. And I'd also like to point out that the Auditor General gave an incredibly favourable report. And I think it's unprecedented in the history of Canada where we've had such a positive response to our economic action plan, our economic stimulus. And really, I look at the important projects in my riding, and I know that these were, not only did they create jobs, but they created valuable infrastructure for the citizens of those communities. You know, I think if we look right now, I think we have a list of infrastructure projects that we know very well from our municipalities that will certainly keep us going for a long, long time in terms of what we need to do in terms of move forward.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Louis-Thierry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to tell you that I'd like to share my time with my excellent colleague from Montcalm. When I looked at this budget, Mr. Speaker, I looked at it from a point of view, from a regional point of view, first of all. The first thing I realized was that there's nothing for the Quebec region, and there's nothing for my riding of Louis-Hébert. In all the federal government's sectors of activity, I saw nothing in the budget for the Quebec Bridge, to deal with the problem of pink dust in Limoilou, for Davy Shipbuilding, to reassure the elderly in our city who will continue to receive mail at home rather than having to go get it in the middle of the winter. I saw nothing for retirement, for pension plans in our society, who are in ever greater number. I have a university in my riding, Mr. Speaker, 2 other post-secondary institutions as well. I saw nothing for post-secondary education in terms of transfers to the provinces. I saw nothing of the sort. Nor did I see anything for basic research. We talk about applied research and industrial research, but basic research is the starting point for creating wealth for tomorrow's society. I saw nothing of the sort. Let's come back to the Quebec Bridge. In my writing, after having seen this government spend over $400,000 in legal fees over the last 9 years, I haven't seen anything about this in this budget. In 2005, the Prime Minister came and gave a speech before the Quebec Chamber of Commerce and promised that he would take the paintbrush out of the Liberals' hands in order to have this bridge painted. 9 years later, 4 ministers later, the paintbrush has still disappeared. The Conservatives have cloned Liberal incompetence. It seems that they seem to like copying Liberal recipes more and more as time goes by, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that during the last election, this government's slogan was, "Our region in power." What have the Conservative MPs for the Quebec region in this budget? The answer? Nothing. But let's come back to a macro view of the budget. we were told that there was going to be a $2.9 billion deficit. This is a fake deficit because there is a $3 billion provision in there. So we are seeing, once again, Paul Martin's old approach when he was Minister of Finance, which is to say that you underestimate the capacity to create budgetary surpluses, and then at the end of the budget, ta-da, look what wonderful managers we are. This is what's coming down the pipes, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister for Public Security said in an interview, for that matter, on television, that they had created virtual surpluses. I certainly hope, or deficits rather, I certainly hope that the Minister of Finance is not going to truly borrow this money to make taxpayers pay interest and make payments for nothing. I certainly hope he's not going to do that. The Minister for Public Security also said something very interesting. He said government is about creating wealth, and that's all. I'm sorry, the government is there to serve citizens. Wealth creation is a part of what a government must do in serving its citizens. And I would also finally like to draw your attention to the fact that this budget, in order to balance the books, as my colleague from St. Charles said, some people are paying for that. Lots of people are paying for that. Here's the first example. Public service retirees. It's quite petty to take $1.5 billion away from people who are no longer working. That is petty, small-minded. It's shameful. There are no words strong enough, even unparliamentary language, to describe the pettiness of that gesture, Mr. Speaker. When it comes down to taxing people who are on fixed income, people whose revenues are probably going to decrease over time. When you are creating a surplus on the backs of those people, that is small-minded, Mr. Speaker. In my riding alone, there are 679 retirees, federal retirees. There are 7,200 in the greater region of Quebec City. There are 34,000 in all of Quebec, and there are 186,000 of them in Canada. And they're all going to be getting a taste of that shameful recipe. Some way to treat those who contributed to turning our federal public service into a model for the whole planet. Is that the idea? You sign a contract with them because when you work and you've got a retirement plan, a pension, you have your wages, and part of the wages are put away for later. You're going to collect that income later, and then all of a sudden turn around and say, oh, sorry, the deal doesn't apply anymore. What kind of mentality is that? The other shameful thing is the government's attitude towards training workers. They announced it in last year's budget. It did not happen. Provinces are against it. They spent uselessly $2.5 million of taxpayers' money on a program that does not exist, and now they're announcing we're going to discuss these things for 6 weeks in a positive way, and otherwise, if we can't conclude an agreement, then we'll just impose a solution. And the Minister of Finance said the money that goes for job training is not money that comes from provincial taxes, it comes from federal taxes. A provincial government has no business telling the federal government how to spend federal taxes, except that they're always going after the provincial governments. And now, he used to be from one of those governments, and he used to protest this type of approach, and now all of a sudden he's doing it. This is quite unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and this is why the NDP in the Sherbrooke Declaration said that such situations could happen, that each province would have the right to retire with full compensation from these programs. I invite this government to respect those principles, the principles that are in the Sherbrooke Declaration. It's important for us, it's important for everyone. As to the Liberals, well, a budget can be balanced all on its own. For Conservatives, it's an accounting exercise where all you do is line up numbers and they have to balance out. It's an accounting exercise that's very cold, that could not care less. about repercussions on the people who live in our society. That's quite right. Yes, it's true, they are going to balance the budget. But people are going to pay for it. It's not being done properly. A budget should be, Mr. Speaker, for everybody in society. It should be for all the citizens. It should help our businesses grow. It should help create jobs. It should help our young people study and go and fulfill their full potentials. It should be helping the elderly along and seniors. It should be helping our farmers. Do you see anything like that in this budget? Not at all. Not one bit.
This is just a cold accounting exercise that takes no account of the consequences. It doesn't care who pays for it. It doesn't care where we're headed with that. And the best example is these reckless cuts. The parliamentary secretary was giving us a history lesson. Well, we'll give him one now. When the cuts were made to the different departments, they cut the food inspection services, 300 positions. And with that, we saw the largest food recall in Canada, in the history of Canada. And today, well, all of a sudden, it's an announcement to fix the problem. So they cut recklessly, blindly, without thinking of the consequences. And then all of a sudden, it became a budget announcement. Mr. Speaker, that's completely unacceptable. Thank you. A budget needs to offer hope to Canadians. We should be able to live healthily. We should be able to educate our young people. We should be able to think of the future, to invest in research so that later in future we'll be able to innovate and prosper. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget is unaccompanied by action, and so we'll see the results at the end of the fiscal year. A budget is supposed to offer a perspective of sustainable development for our society in all its facets. We need an employment strategy, not just an exercise. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I regret that this government has chosen confrontation. I regret that this government has developed a budget that is an electioneering budget, and on behalf of the citizens of my riding, Louis Hébert, that the jewel that is Quebec has no place in this budget. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Grand-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, very passionate speech. There's something he said that stayed with me. He said that this budget is simply a cold-hearted accounting exercise, and that it is simply an exercise for the government's friends across the way. Whereas what we in the NDP want to do is make life more affordable for consumers, for Canadians, for citizens. So I have the impression that my colleague, I would like my colleague rather to tell us how he's going to make life more affordable for Canadians in 2015. The Honourable Member. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. That is at the very heart of the speech that I made. The budget is one of the important instruments of what we do here to adopt legislation. The budget needs to be a tool that is at the service of the development of our society. And he talked about making life more affordable for Canadians. Well, we're talking about interest rates. We don't want them to be rates fit for loan sharks. We don't want Canadians to be overly indebted. We need to support them as to help them pay down their own family debts. Well, we talk about the government debts here, but we see that household debt is very high in Canada. The NDP proposes measures. Well, I'm just thinking of just the pay-to-pay problem. You know, people who have to pay to get paper bills. the ATM transaction fees. Those are all measures that are not too expensive and that will allow people to have a more affordable life.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to pick up on one aspect of the budget that I find is unfortunate in the sense that the government's not attempting to really address, and that is the issue of citizenship. Citizenship in Canada is going to become more difficult to get. It's going to become much more costly to get. So when they say about increases, there's 1.5 million landed residents here in Canada, and ultimately we want to encourage them to become citizens of Canada. They're going to be paying a lot more money as a direct result of this government in order to get their citizenship, somewhere in the neighborhood of $300-400. Plus, they're going to have to get IELTS testing done and so forth. And they're expanding the age from 54, I believe it is, to 60-something in regards to being able to have that IELTS testing done. They seem to have missed the mark here. There has been a huge increase in terms of the backlog. It takes now 3 years, 2 to 3 years, to be able to get your citizenship after you've actually qualified to receive your citizenship. It seems to me the government should have been investing more in speeding up the process so that when someone does qualify to become a citizen, that they're not having to wait 2, 3 years, and often far more than that in order to acquire Canadian citizenship. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide a comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for that question. He is talking about some very important issues. He's talking about how to manage government, the public administration, the importance that government has with regard to service delivery. That is something that this government has really slashed in recent years. It's this government is so set on streamlining the state and making cuts that it has forgotten what the purpose of service delivery is. And in the case of immigration, Mr. Speaker, what is important to underscore is that these are people who want to contribute positively to our society. They want to have hope. And what is the government doing? It is simply throwing up obstacles all over the place, not because they want to be mean, just because they don't know how to administer the system. So it is all about the incompetence in the management of these files by the government. If they had their priorities in the right place, then they would be able to swiftly help these people to contribute much more rapidly to our society. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by saying something that seems clear to me. This budget is supposed to represent Canada's Economic Action Plan for 2014, but it really doesn't give me the impression that it is going to change anything for the citizens in my riding, the riding of Montcalm. On the contrary, it is condemning my region to stagnation, that it is pushing back economic health to next year, and is not even trying to hide its electoralist agenda. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have gotten us used to this kind of maneuvering to the detriment of workers who are ensuring our economy, to the detriment of indebted families, and abandoning regions that don't bring them enough on a political level. They are fostering political cynicism and backroom games to the detriment of democratic debate that Canadian democracy is based on. Canadians deserve better. It's as simple as that. This attitude is irresponsible, and this government is clearly showing that its re-election is by far its #1 priority. Recently, we heard a throne speech that was based on the government's so-called ambition to better protect consumers and to better ensure their interests. Given more and more difficult requirements on the part of business and large corporations, citizens expect to be properly represented in Ottawa, but the least we can say is that the government is a long way from answering the minimum demands of Canadian consumers. To protect consumers, we need more than empty rhetoric. First, we need an environmental protection agency that has the means to act. Next, we need an oversight agency for food products that has enough power and staff to ensure that Canadians are eating clean and edible food. Third, we need researchers and scientists who produce reports on the effects of industrial development and the best practices to be adopted to ensure that the future is as profitable as possible and as the past has been. The government apparatus must benefit everyone objectively and with no ideology. Are they scared of the government apparatus? Don't they understand how things work? Therefore, the Conservatives, with this budget, have had the occasion to fix a number of problems that they themselves have created. If they are so worried about getting reelected, they should genuinely apply the some effective measures that are good for citizens. I guess I need to repeat this again, but the NDP has proposed a number of pertinent solutions to a family's daily problems. On many occasions, the NDP has offered to work with the government to ease Canadians' economic burden. There are now some 300,000 more unemployed in Canada than there were before the recession, and this budget does not give us much hope that things will change. The Conservative government missed a golden opportunity to give a bit of respite to Canadian families, and it shows that its action plan does not concern the most vulnerable Canadians. This budget provides no new investment to create quality jobs and allows the fact that vulnerable jobs are increasing to appear as if these were statistics regarding good jobs. With record high unemployment among young people, the government has missed the opportunity to set things straight and to develop the future of young Canadians. It's a great shame, but there is no measure in this budget to help the majority of Canadian youth. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we in the NDP don't turn our backs on anyone. We prefer to spread hope rather than the Conservative ideology that simply pushes back any perspective of a better future for thousands of citizens who are disgusted by this penny politics. The Conservatives want people to wait. They do not seem to understand issues that affect private citizens, and when they claim the contrary, they really don't walk the talk. We were glad to see that there was a certain opening to some of the measures proposed by the NDP, such as prohibiting exorbitant ATM transaction fees or reducing the credit card interest fees. What we wanted to do, basically, was save money for consumers by limiting disadvantageous practices for people. It is not only the tax system that affects Canadians, we need good management as well. The government needs to learn how to do more and to do better. It promises to act, but it is very difficult for us to trust it after it has broken so many of its promises. As we are used to do, we will continue to monitor this government. We will force them to be accountable if they do not respect their promises. This budget is simply smoke and mirrors. It is simply a boring budget with no concrete measures for private citizens. How can they think that they can attack the 25% price gap between products that are sold here and those sold in the United States? This is simply lip service. But they don't tell us how they're going to achieve this piece of magic. Smoke and mirrors. So they presented a typically conservative budget to their advantage, and despite their repeated failures in this area, they are trying to reduce the deficit and the debt, which is one of the largest in all developed countries. Because of this obsession, they have forgotten that our primary objective should be to leave as much money as possible in the pockets of taxpayers. Neither do they seem to understand that it is the wallets of everyone in Canada that has allowed Canada to become enriched. It is not the banks or natural resources or large corporations that help our common good, but citizens like you and I. And what they should have done was put their ideology on the back burner and use common sense instead. These simple, effective, and inexpensive measures proposed by the NDP would have been a good idea, but it seems that the government prefers electoral imperatives. Balance is a concept that means that many elements must work together. So they might say that this budget is balanced, but I'm confused because they have put aside a number of policies that would have mitigated a number of irritating factors for Canadians. The citizens of Mascouche will not be satisfied with your budget. Neither will the people from Terrebonne, Saint-Jacques, Sainte-Julienne, Saint-Calixte, Saint-Lin, Saint-Roch, Saint-Esprit, Saint-Alexis, and Saint-Grégory. So all these people from my beautiful riding of Montcalm will be dissatisfied. They expected better, and this budget is written in the ink of disappointment. You are abandoning people who trusted you, and they will not soon forget the sacrifices you were forcing them to make. Do I still have time, Mr. Speaker? Do I have time? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you. Well, I will take this opportunity to talk about disabled people. Mr. Speaker, the complaints from organizations that work with persons with disabilities are piling up on my desk. These organizations do not have the same financing capacity as people who work with people who are able. So I'm talking about universities and health centers, especially because their clientele are part of the most poor and marginalized in Canadian society. However, their structure and the funds that they receive are important for people with disabilities. The changes made to the method of financing for national organizations for persons with disabilities by the government create real pressures on these organizations, and this will have direct impacts on the services provided to persons with disabilities. Thus, the support granted to their network will decrease. Therefore, persons with disabilities will lose jobs, support services will be abolished, and there will be less assistance for persons with disabilities who are the most vulnerable and the most poorly served in Canada. I imagine that I still have a bit of time, so I'm going to talk about veterans. The government cut a number and closed a number of veterans' offices, and the government persists in offering them online services, but veterans need to talk to real people. There is no money set aside for veterans, and there is no commitment to reopen the Veterans Canada offices. Do I have any more time, Mr. Speaker? No? Thank you. And before questions and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou on health, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine on rail transportation, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on Library and Archives Canada. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to pick up on the member's comments in regards to disabilities, because there was a fairly important issue that affects all Canadians that was recently, relatively recently, decided upon, and that being with Canada Post. Canada Post is now wanting to make significant changes, and there's where the ending of letter carrier services, for example, door-to-door delivery. And it's interesting, you know, the CEO at the time said, well, it allows people to get exercise, as if that's a justification for ending it. And when the member made reference to individuals with disabilities, the other component that came to mind right away was many seniors. There's many vulnerable within society that, in fact, the cancellation of door-to-door delivery services will have even a more profound impact on. This is something in which the government seems bent on supporting and allowing for Canada Post to do, when in fact Canada Post over the last decade has literally made hundreds of millions of dollars, has been an outstanding corporation, and there really is no need to make that change. My question for the member is, maybe she can just bring a perspective, a disability perspective on the issue of that decision by Canada Post on this important service to Canadians.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, of course, I find this completely inhuman, asking disabled people. I mean, I said it during a late show, but I'll say it again. Telling disabled people to go get their mail on icy sidewalks makes no sense. Everybody knows that. This will be a terrible hardship for them. I personally called Canada Post, and I had an opportunity to talk with a lady, and in order to accommodate the disabled, they'll give them a second key for their post box that they can give their neighbor if the neighbor is kind enough to go get their mail at the same time as their own. So that means that if the neighbor charges them something, these people, who for the most part have very low incomes, will have to pay to get their mail. I was also told at Canada Post that there was a special service that was available that could be requested. When you're disabled, you can ask to get your mail delivered at home. I did the test twice in Sainte-Marie-Salomé, and I did it in Saint-Jacques. And it's been over a week and a half, and I'm waiting for an answer. So I think that service simply doesn't exist. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague from Montcalm for her speech, but also for all the hard work she does in her riding and with the disabled. This is a source of inspiration. I know it. And I did greatly appreciate what she said in her speech. We sense the same discouragement in our riding. People are expressing their views about the budget since it came out. The mayor of Gatineau said it was disappointing in many respects, especially social housing and infrastructure. He had great expectations for subsidized social housing, which is a crying need in all Canadian cities and towns. There was nothing about that, nothing for infrastructure. People who belong to organizations in our communities who had great hopes for social housing, seniors, retirees. I have many in my riding who are discouraged because their living conditions are being changed after commitments were made. I know my colleague talked about that, but I'm wondering if it's as bad in the riding of Montcalm as it is in my own riding of Gatineau. The honourable member for Montcalm. I'm pleased to answer my colleague. You know, when you talk about a budget, this is a question of choices that are being made. This morning I was talking to a Mr. Jean-Guy de Moncoté. What he told me is that he didn't want a passive budget. He wanted the government to act so that he could have a more affordable life and stop paying excessive fees for things. What he wanted was some kind of retirement security and job creation for youth, which we haven't seen in the budget. That's deplorable. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. There's a lot to talk about in the budget, and in the limited time I have available, I'm going to focus on three areas. I'm going to talk about what we're doing in research and development, Mr. Speaker. Also, what we're planning to do with infrastructure and transportation, because that's a critical element of the budget for all of us and Canadians, and especially in my city of Toronto. And finally, I'd like to talk about the need and the plan to return to balanced budgets. So first of all, when it comes to research and innovation, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to convince you, Mr. Speaker, that research and innovation are key to building a 21st century economy. It's a way to develop differentiated products and services. It drives productivity. It drives long-term sustainable competitive advantage. And that's how we're going to compete on the world stage as a country. We want Canada to be a country where the best and brightest from around the world come to Canada and they innovate and they showcase their talent, and then they can enjoy the benefits of their hard work, their dedication, and their creativity. When we support innovation, our businesses continue to fuel job creation and economic growth in Canada. An Economic Action Plan 2014 introduces many new measures to support risk-taking, entrepreneurship, and innovation. The first one I'm going to mention, Mr. Speaker, is the Canada First Research Excellence Fund, with $1.5 billion over the next 10 years. Now, this is a really important measure, Mr. Speaker. It builds Canadian leadership in science and innovation and it's working through our world-class post-secondary institutions. Another important pillar of our research and innovation agenda, Mr. Speaker, is continued support to advance scientific research granting councils. So there's $46 million in new annual funding for organizations like the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, also the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, and I should mention also the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. Another very important item in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the announcement of $222 million in funding for the Triumph Physics Laboratory, which supports leading research and also launches cutting-edge spin-off companies. I should mention the support for the Institute of Quantum Computing, which is really some leading-edge research that's being done in the field of quantum technologies. There's $15 million allocated for that. And then another initiative, which I'm very close to through my work that I do with the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, is the creation of the Open Data Institute, which has all kinds of opportunities for using government data to create businesses and startups and provide good services to Canadians. Ongoing and continued now is $500 million over 2 years for the Automotive Innovation Fund, which is really critical for replatforming and for leading Canadian and Ontario-based automotive industries into the 21st century. And also very important all across the country is $90 million in the Forest Industry Transformation Program to advance new technologies in Canada's wood products and also the pulp and paper sectors. Economic Action Plan 2014 plans to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, which is really important. We can have great products and services, but we need to be able to sell these things across Canada. And that same thinking, Mr. Speaker, applies to our plan to launch campaigns to promote high-quality and high-value Canadian-made products around the world, which is very aligned with our very ambitious and very successful trade agenda. So all these new markets that are opening up for us because of our trade agreements with Europe, around the Americas, and now into Asia, will be leveraging some of the developments we have through R&D. You know, in these research and innovation measures, it's not a new thing. We're building on some of the past successes. I should mention, Mr. Speaker, that since 2006, we've provided over $2 billion for universities and colleges for construction and repairs through the Knowledge Infrastructure Program, and also $2.3 billion to support advanced research through the federal granting councils. And then there was also $800 million to support post-secondary research through the Canada Foundation for Innovation. All these measures, Mr. Speaker, add up to a strong support for the R&D space in Canada. I should mention one specific one, which is $1.5 billion to support private sector R&D in Canada's aerospace sector through the Strategic Aerospace and Defence Initiative. And last year, you might recall, Mr. Speaker, we launched the Venture Capital Action Plan to increase private sector investment in early-stage companies. So Canadians are innovators. We have been throughout our history, and we can compete with anybody around the world. Economic Action Plan 2014 gives them that shot in the arm they need to succeed around the world. The second item I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is infrastructure and transportation. One of the most common conversations I have in my constituency office and with constituents in the Etobicoke Lakeshore is the need for the City of Toronto and other cities in Canada, but especially in Toronto, to build more infrastructure, to get people moving, to get goods moving, and to help build the foundation for a strong economy. In 2007, we launched the $33 billion Building Canada Plan, which supported over 12,000 infrastructure projects across Canada. And of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, in 2008 and 2009, in the stimulus phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we supported an additional 30,000 infrastructure projects across Canada. And in 2013, we announced a new Building Canada plan, even bigger and even longer, a $53 billion investment in predictable infrastructure funding over 10 years, which is the largest and longest federal investment in job-creating infrastructure in Canadian history. And since 2006, I should add, when I talk about the Greater Toronto Area, we've invested $4.5 billion in GTA infrastructure in major projects like the York-Spadina subway extension. We've enhanced GO Transit, and we've also invested in the revitalization of Union Station. Now we're going to support Toronto with its plans to bring much-needed mass transit to Scarborough. Economic Action Plan maintains these promises of the new Building Canada Plan and delivers new measures that benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including $40 million to accelerate repair and maintenance of small craft harbours and a $200 million fund to establish a national disaster mitigation program. I'd be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't mention how we provided increased and ongoing support through the Gas Tax Fund first doubling its size to $2 billion per year, making it permanent, and indexing it at 2% per year beginning this year. In housing, which is mentioned by some members in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, we invested over $1 billion since 2006 for renovations and energy retrofits for close to 200,000 affordable housing units. And we've invested $600 million in the homelessness partnering strategy and over $1.25 billion in the investment in an affordable housing program to help those Canadians in need find and keep affordable housing. These long-term investments, Mr. Speaker, in our roads, subways, railways, bridges, harbours, and other critical infrastructure are key to keeping Canadians moving and maintaining our quality of life and our prosperity. We benefit from these investments, and I especially feel it because it reduces our commuting time so families can spend more time together. Let me talk about why these things are important, Mr. Speaker, when we, in the context of returning to balanced budgets. You know, prior to the global recession, our Conservative government paid down $37 billion in debt, bringing Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio to its lowest level in nearly 30 years. This placed Canada in a strong fiscal position to weather the global recession. When the recession hit, we made a deliberate decision to run temporary deficits by generating economic stimulus through our infrastructure program. We also decided to leave money in taxpayers' pockets. We lowered taxes, despite opposition howls to maintain them and even raise them. This gave Canadians more money to spend and kept the economy going. Conservatives know you cannot tax your way out of a recession. We've cut taxes over 150 times, reducing the overall tax burden to its lowest level in 50 years.
That's fantastic.
We've cut federal taxes in every way governments collect them. We've cut personal taxes, we've cut consumption taxes, we've cut business taxes, we've cut excise taxes, we've cut duties, we've cut many more. Our record of strong tax relief saves a typical family of four in Canada $3,400 a year. It's unbelievable. In addition to lowering taxes for Canadian families, we've lowered taxes for seniors and low-income Canadians by increasing the amount Canadians can earn without paying taxes, by increasing the age credit and the pension income credit. We've removed over $1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls altogether. Part of our plan to balance the budget is to control the federal government costs, including public sector compensation and departmental expense. We need to ensure compensation and benefits are fair and in line with those of other public and private sector employees. I should mention, Mr. Speaker, that unlike the previous Liberal government, our deficit reduction plan does not include cutting transfers to the provinces. So the benefits of a strong fiscal position, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to convince you. I know you understand the importance of having lower borrowing costs, our AAA credit rating, the only G7 country to have that AAA credit rating from Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's. All the measures in Economic Action Plan 2014 lead to a higher standard of living, and we avoid burdening our children and our grandchildren with our debts. The future is bright for Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I strongly suggest that all members of this House support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, and he certainly gave a great resume of the Conservative government's perception of how things are going. One of the interesting things is that he left out is all these tax cuts he mentioned. One of the dilemmas that the government has, though, is the astronomical household debt. We put forward some very practical solutions to help everyday Canadians. In fact, some of them were adopted in their speech from the throne, but somehow disappeared by the time they got to the budget. So I'd like to know what happened there. The other issue, of course, is when we look at youth, this loans for apprentices is not going to help. If you actually talk to my friend who's actually gone through the trades from Winnipeg Centre, he'll tell you, that's just more debt burden. Back to my original point about household debt, it's not going to help when we're hearing that. You need to do more to help people get to the apprentices and then get to the jobs. And finally, if this government's serious about, going forward, they have to be coherent. And I just would like to know what his opinion is on income splitting. Is he with his finance minister on this, or is he with his prime minister on this? Where does he stand?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's three questions rolled into one. I'll try and answer them as briefly as I can so other members have the opportunities to ask questions also. His first question had to do with household debt. And, you know, there's only, if you actually look at and you do some analysis, you realize that not only is Canadians' household debt increasing, but Canadians' net worth is also increasing. So what's happening is people are borrowing against their net worth. And so in and of itself, household debt is not a problem. You have to get down into the layers and look at what kinds of people are borrowing and inappropriately. And that's why we put in some measures with respect to credit cards, and we've put in other measures with respect to borrowing. Ultimately, though, this is a vote of confidence. People are borrowing, especially if you think of young people who buy homes, and part of that debt is their mortgages, because they have the confidence in the Canadian economy. They know they can buy those homes and meet those mortgage payments. So I think my friend in the opposition is building a solution for a problem that doesn't quite exist in the way he thinks. The second question, if I recall, has to do with training, and I know we need to leave some time for other members, but I'll just say that our job plan, the Canada Job Grant, is really important. There's a lot of jobs out there, thousands of jobs out there that are unfilled, and this is where the Job Grant really comes in. And I know that I've had many discussions with our Minister of Human Resources. We're committed to getting people into those jobs that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from the Conservative Party mentioned the Venture Capital Action Plan, which was announced in last year's budget. And I was looking at the description of the funds that they would be investing in, and I read the words invest primarily in Canada-focused funds. So that's not investing exclusively in getting Canadian discoveries commercialized. I'm wondering if the member is concerned about that, and if he might be able to quantify the government's thinking in terms of what qualifies as sufficient Canadian content for these venture capital funds that we're investing taxpayers' money in.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, it is the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, and when it comes to capital and ideas and intellectual property, they do travel around the world. So to try and narrow down, you know, what numbers of investors, what number of ideas, and who participates on teams that create these ideas, is really besides the point. There are Canadian-based institutions that do this research and development, and that's who we're trying to promote. And I thank the member for his comments about commercialization, because that's an important piece, and we've made a lot of investments when it comes to commercialization to make sure that these kinds of ideas actually have real markets, and that's the next hurdle that many of these companies need to go through, to make sure that these products are really fitting the needs for markets that are out there around the world. Just while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to make one comment about income splitting, because my friend brought it up, because it just goes to show how little they have to criticize this budget when they don't want to talk about this budget and they want to talk about the budget in 2015. So I think give my friend some time in 2015. In the meantime, I'm very proud of this budget, and also I should mention the income splitting measures that we put in for seniors. It's really helped a lot of people who grew up in a generation where the single income family was the norm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise today and talk about our new Economic Action Plan 2014, the road to balance, creating jobs and opportunities. And I've been thumbing through it and just excited about all the good things that are in this budget, and that we are on our way to a balanced budget, that we'll be able to start paying down debt and making more investments into our economy and into Canadian families. You know, there's so many great things in here, and I'm just going to brief through a few of them, and then I'm going to talk about things that are really important to my riding of Selkirk Interlake. In this, you know, we were talking in 2014 that we're launching the Canada Job Grant effective April the 1st, that we're going to partner with most provinces, and we're going to move ahead in matching jobs with people that need jobs. And so we're going to have the investment and the partnership coming from the business community. And that job matching service is something that we're going to do to help automatically match Canadians who are looking for work. And we're going to create the Canada Apprenticeship Loan, run it the same way that we run the Canada Student Loans Program, and finally allow youth that want to participate in the Red Seals trades an opportunity to actually get student loans while they're taking their apprenticeships. We're going to increase the number of paid internships out there for young Canadians, $55 million, cut more red tape for small business. I know our small businesses up and down Main Streets in my communities know that they have to do so much work from the standpoint of just filling out paperwork. And so more that we can do to reduce that overload. We've been cutting and working at this for the last several years, and the more that we can do, the better off our businesses are going to be. And we're going to continue to have more research in technology and innovation and development, $1.5 billion over the next decade to allow our universities and colleges to establish the Canada First Research Excellence Fund. So those are just great things. Now, there's a number of things that I was hoping to see in this budget that are here, and I'm very pleased to see them in here, and they're important to Manitoba, they're important to Selkirk-Interlake. One of the things that we announced is a $200 million natural disasters mitigation program. Now, this is going to help communities prepare for natural disasters. Selkirk-Interlake has had a number of floods, overland flooding, because of either ice jams on the Red River, flooding over Lake Manitoba because of the diversion along the Assiniboine River, and Lake Winnipeg. And so whenever we've had weather bombs come through and raise lake levels, or it's just excessive moisture because of heavy snow melts as well as wet springs, we've had a lot of damage. And where we've been able to put in flood mitigations like the Red River floodway, Duff's Ditch we call it in Manitoba, that has saved billions and billions of dollars from having the city of Winnipeg flooded. And so now if we can continue to make those types of investments in dikes and diversions and floodways, it's going to provide more opportunities to protect more communities and more property and more Manitobans. And not just in Manitoba, this is available across the country. And I know that in Quebec we've had flooding. We just saw some disasters this past spring in Calgary and High River and other places in southern Alberta. So this is the type of dollars and investment coming from our federal government to ensure that we can mitigate those types of disasters and provide the infrastructure that will have ongoing benefits to communities and not have to cost the Treasury time and time again when, in the billions of dollars when we see devastation like we saw in Calgary this year. Really excited to see the New Horizons program getting another $5 million in addition to what it already gets. I know that our New Horizons centers in my riding, as well as other senior centers, have really benefited from this program, whether it's through accessibility grants, whether it's mentoring programs, whether it's investing in their facility. It provides a place for seniors to be able to gather, to share, to have fun, to pass on their knowledge to the next generation, and I know that they really appreciate it whenever they get money to keep improving their facilities. Back in 2005, one of the bills that I introduced when I was in opposition was called Jonathan's Bill. And that ultimately became law a couple of years ago through the hard work of my friend and colleague from Leeds Grenville, that we were able to establish a program that provides EI sick benefits to parents and families who are caring for a terminal or critically ill or injured child. And that program, I am happy to report, is being enhanced by $2.4 million over the next 2 years, and will continue after that at funding of $1.2 million in excess of the EI benefit that is there to allow families to stay at home and care for their child. There's nothing worse for a child than having to go and depend on the care of someone that's not their mother or their father or their grandparents. That they're sitting with strangers, maybe in the hospital, and it's better for their recovery, it's better for their own well-being if they can have time to sit at home and be cared for by a family member, especially if they're undergoing treatments and if they're dealing with surgeries. It's going to be important that they're there with loved ones and that their families get the support they need to help their child recover. I often hear, Mr. Speaker, in my riding how difficult it is to be wired in on the internet. And rural Manitoba, as lots of places across rural Canada, internet access is difficult. It's either dial-up or it's really poor wireless service. And so really happy to see a $305 million broadband program that was announced in here that's going to speed and extend and enhance broadband high-speed internet networks across Canada to over 280,000 Canadian households. That is going to be such a welcome addition to so many homeowners as well as businesses throughout Selkirk-Interlake. We've been investing another $40 million to improve small craft harbors. Now, I know a lot of people don't realize that in Manitoba that we have an inland sea. In the riding of Selkirk-Interlake, we have over 1,000 commercial fishers. And those commercial fishers on Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba depend upon having safe harbors. And so it is important that they have the ability to access funding, to improve those harbors, to keep them safe, to deal with some of the weather damage that they've experienced over the last few years. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that they are thankful. Now, as a farmer in an area that represents a large farming and ranching area, I'm glad to see one thing I've been asking for some time is to extend the tax deferral for livestock producers when they undergo drought or overland flooding. Right now, only cattle, goats, sheep, bison, and hogs are really the only livestock that qualify for a tax deferral. If you're in a situation where you got no feed, you have no pasture, you have no opportunity to grow a crop because of flooding or drought to feed those animals, the one option that a lot of farmers and ranchers entertain is actually selling that livestock and then rebuying in when the weather conditions improve. So we've always offered them a tax deferral up to 12 months if they had to liquidate their herd, so that they have that cash rather than having to pay it off in its income tax. They have that cash on hand so that they can go back out there and purchase their replacement livestock. Well, I'm glad to report that in this budget that we're extending that to include bees and horses. And because in our area we have a lot of PMU operations and horse breeders, and so those are commercial farm operations. And people, not only when we talk about bees, we're not just talking about honeybees, but we're also talking about leafcutter bees that pollinate a lot of our crops that are out there, especially clover, alfalfa, and some of the other legumes that are so important to the overall production of Western Canadian crops. Now, one thing that my friend from Dauphin Swan River Marquette has been working on is having the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program. We ran it for the last 2 years as a pilot. It went over so well that we've extended it another 2 years and increased it to $15 million. I see my friend from Wetaskiwin is here, who has also been a very big player in having this program. And I can tell you that that enhances not only the commercial fishery, it enhances, and it's supposed to be for the recreational fishery, for the sports fishers who go out there and angle, going after trophy walleye and trophy catfish that we have in the Red River in Manitoba, as well as northern pike, or we call them jackfish. But there's so many opportunities there now for working along with, in partnership with local fish and wildlife organizations in our small communities, develop better fisheries, enhance the habitat, protect and conserve those important natural areas. And so I'm very excited to see that one there. And one thing that has been very positive as well in our area is our trails program, whether it's for snowmobiles or recreation, going out there and hiking. This $10 million for the National Trails Coalition will improve accessibility for people that love the outdoors, that want to get out and see our natural spaces. And it's one area I know that has great benefit to the riding the Selkirk in our lake because of not only all the snowmobilers and off-roaders, but people that take to get out there and go out on their bikes and go out there and hike and just enjoy the beautiful area of Selkirk in our lake. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to take some questions from my colleagues, and I encourage everyone in the House to support this great budget as we get back to having a balanced budget and start paying down our national debt again.
Here, here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to listen to the member, you would tend to think that they're the friends of the fishermen and the wildlife. But yet, this is a government that just removed a subsidy to the ACR line, and a lot of the tourism companies or lodges up there are extremely concerned about whether or not they're actually going to have a season this year. And even the people that are going, that usually go there, are up in arms about whether or not they're going to have a vacation this year. So this is loss of jobs that would actually occur. So if they're so serious about tourism, about fishermen's, about jobs, then why is it that they would cut $2.2 million of subsidy to the CN that will see the passenger rail discontinue for the ACR line, and why is it they're pushing for further losses of jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I just last week was at a gathering of hunters and fishers at the Broken Head Game and Fish Association's annual meeting and banquet, and the reception I received there was overwhelming. People are so happy that we got rid of the wasteful long gun registry, that they're able to go out there and enjoy the outdoors and do their hunting and not have to feel like they're being watched by Big Brother in every step that they take, that their property is being respected. They really appreciate the money that we're putting into the recreational fishery, and they stand with us knowing that this is the only party on this side of the House that is promoting their way of life, that is making sure that they get to enjoy the great outdoors without being regulated out of business by the opposition or the previous Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a great emphasis in terms of the impact of the budgets, consecutive budgets from this government on the middle class in Canada. One of the biggest concerns that we have is the accumulating consumer debt. We need to recognize that the consumers in Canada have record amounts of consumer debt that we should all be concerned about. And my question to the member is, how does this budget that the government is proposing help directly deal with what is one of the biggest issues that Canadians are finding today, and that is record high consumer debt. And that goes over and above mortgage debt, Mr. Speaker. We're just talking about consumer debt, well into the high 20s, low 30s thousands of dollars.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell my friend from Winnipeg North that I actually took out my first farm mortgage back in 1984 at the tender age of 19, and was under a Liberal government. And you remember what the interest rates were back in the early 80s because of the way they managed the economy and how they managed consumer debt? Let's increase interest rates into the 20% level. Now, I paid over 21% on that first mortgage for the first 5 years, and it was almost impossible to make those payments. So, yeah, Canadians may have been spending a little more actively during the economic recovery because we've been able to keep interest rates so low. And that is good for our businesses. That is overall good for the economy. And it's been good for how this country has moved forward. The IMF, the World Bank, all the major credit rating agencies continue to rate this country as one of the safest places to invest. Just recently, we were again called one of the top countries in the world to do business. And we like to brag about how great we do live in this, how great it is to live in this country, not just because of its economy, but because of the high standard of life that we enjoy under this Conservative government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the honourable member relates to what he talked about in terms of the action that will allow farmers to extend tax deferral due to forced sale of livestock. And I want to ask him, I thought the language used here was unusual, quote, due to, these were having to dispose of breeding stock, quote, this is at page 149, quote, due to drought or excess moisture conditions, unquote. I think they mean by that floods. This budget throughout it has many measures dealing with increased levels of natural disasters. There's a whole section on residential floods and having to deal with the insurance industry to try to get better protection. There's an acknowledgement through this document, including here at page 149, for the help for farmers who have increased droughts and increased floods. Yet the document, despite spending money addressing the costs that are hitting Canadians and hitting our economy due to climate change, refuses to acknowledge that the climate crisis must be addressed. And I wonder if he has any comments to that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, definitely, things are difficult, as always, in Western agriculture. My grandparents lived through the dirty 30s trying to farm, and so you adapt and you change. And so when we are talking about excess moisture, sometimes excess moisture is not just overland flooding. Sometimes it's just heavy rainfalls at the wrong time, and crops don't mature properly. Bees, in the particular case of bees, they can't get to the flowers and pollinate because of all the moisture that's happening. Or, and the alfalfa field will just not even go into bloom. So excess moisture covers flooding, yes. It also covers excess rainfall and other conditions that are going to occur from time to time, which seems to be more of a norm. But I know growing up that we've always dealt with extremes. As a former farmer and rancher and still living on the farm today, I can tell you that we have to deal with the climate, and that's one thing that as farmers we understand and appreciate, and we really appreciate when the government steps forward and helps us out deal with those difficulties.
As it is 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the debate and set aside any question in order to deal with the sub-amendment currently before the House. This is a question. Mr. Flaherty, supported by Mr. Sorensen, proposes that the House support the government's
following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following: this House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it A, fails to take any meaningful action to create jobs while 1.3 million Canadians are unemployed, B, refuses to work cooperatively with the provinces on federal transfers, skills, training, and infrastructure funding, C, does nothing to cap ATM fees, crack down on payday lenders, or rein in credit card rates, D, does not introduce a youth hiring and training tax credit to combat soaring youth unemployment, E, threatens to unilaterally impose the Canada Job Grant over the unanimous objection of the provinces, F, pushes ahead with office closures and cuts to veteran services, G, repeats previous government's misuse of EI funds, and H, slashes billions of dollars from the healthcare plans of Canadian public service retirees. Now the sub-amendment. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Casey, moves the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be amended by deleting all of the words after the word services and substitute the following: G, slashes billions of dollars from the healthcare plans of veterans, RCMP officers, and other Canadian public service retirees. H, fails to offer a real plan for long-term economic growth that would help middle-class families. I, helps families from workers and takes money from workers and employers by keeping employment insurance premiums artificially high. J, fails to invoke the Budget 2013 tariff hikes that increase the cost on everything from wigs for cancer patients to tricycles. And K, fails to fill the $3 billion infrastructure hole that Budget 2013 created in the Building Canada Fund. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favour of the sub-amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, February 12, 2014, the division stands deferred until Monday, February 24, 2014, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I ask you seek unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
The Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Yes. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming debate on the motions in Group 1 at report stage of Bill C-461, the CBC Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act, standing in the name of Mr. Rathgeber.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-461. The NDP will support the amendments, and if those amendments were not presented, we would vote against this bill.
What should we say about this bill? Well, that it is just like this government. It gives a name to a bill, and it does exactly the opposite of what is provided for in the title. We were supposed to have a bill on clarity, on transparency, on disclosure, and that is not at all what we got. This bill
gens, salariés du gouvernement, directement ou
that all wage earners, government employees, were supposed to disclose their salary if they earned above some $180,000, and the government, in order to not to have to indicate the remuneration of its special advisors, so as not to have to disclose the remuneration of the people who work in the PMO and their numerous consultants, well, they raised that to some $444,000. It's absolutely crazy. And this is a bill that has been presented by a member who was a conservative at the time, and really it was all about transparency. The taxpayers must know what the people paid, who are paid for out of their own tax money, how much they earn. And, $188,000, that was the level that was originally set. You could be for or against that. But the government, with a view to concealing its use of the state apparatus for its own personal purposes, raised this amount to $444,000 and some. That's quite something. So just that alone shows the attitude of this government. And Mr. Speaker, this is accompanied by measures that attack Radio-Canada, CBC, on the pretext that CBC is an enemy of the Canadian people. It's a bad thing. It's a bad state company. Whereas Sun News is so much better. It's so much more intelligent. In reality, all it is more conservative. This is the use for strictly personal and partisan purposes of state legislation. And this is not something new. We saw it in numerous other bills that have been tabled here in this House. They deregulate private enterprise. They allow them to do anything they want. But if you're a member of the First Nations, then all of a sudden financial regulation is there. They've got more of it than you could ever use. They're going to spend more time filling out government forms than fighting for so that the people in their communities have decent living conditions. And that is just fine with the government. While they're filling out government forms, they're not asking them to build social housing. So that's very typical of this government. We saw it with the unions as well. There again, the government's not shy. Imagine, everything has to be public, including private contracts. We saw Xerox. Listen, Xerox has agreements with the unions, and if they pay well, and they don't want the unions to come and say, well, you lower your prices too. But with their union bashing bill, once again, they're cutting things. The private companies can create never any kind of company, but if you're a union, if you're a worker, a unionized worker, well then it becomes very difficult. And once you're unionized, well, it must be easy for the employer side to be able to challenge your union certification. Well, how about environmental groups as well? All environmentalists are now in this government's sights. Didn't you know that these environmental groups are dangerous? Imagine, they challenge the fact that the government is unable to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I don't think I need to tell you that that doesn't work. Yesterday, we saw a very surprising bill that could be subject to legal challenges, and it's certainly very morally dubious, against parliamentary officers. Now these people have to declare their political past for the past decade. But as far as I know, in this country, people still have the right to have political opinions that are their own. They have the right to vote for whichever party they want to. But this government doesn't seem to agree with that. So obviously, this is what they come back to. This is ample proof that this government has been in power for too long and that the PMO is not interested in transparency. Well, that's clear. This bill does not seek transparency. What it seeks is to exert control. It wants to allow private businesses to gain control over CBC, the kind of control that would not allow CBC to be competitive. Now, we'll talk about that, but that is actually what the goal of this bill is. This government, in a very partisan fashion, sees CBC as an enemy, and so, of course, it's using this bill to do the opposite of what it was originally supposed to do when it was tabled. That is to indicate the payroll wages of people who earn higher than the salary of a member of parliament. So it is clear that the Prime Minister's office does not want this kind of information to come out. Despite that, though, between you and me and these four walls, sometimes the Conservatives are even more astute than that. Instead of getting a Conservative fund to pay for certain expenses, for example, the people who organize their fundraising campaigns, in order to save money and get the get the taxpayers to pay, well, they just name people. They appoint people to the Senate. Doesn't cost the Conservative Party anything. They've got people who are earning wages through taxpayers' money, and there are people who will raise funds for them. Now, this is not good, though, for Canadian taxpayers. They're not very happy about this. And when we see that the mess that some Conservative senators have gotten into because of their exaggeration, and then we can understand the government, I guess. But, Mr. Speaker, organizers, even in the private sector, came to the committee and said, this is nonsense. The members of the committee, the Conservative members of the committee, could not give one single reason for these amendments. So that says quite a bit, Mr. Speaker, on this government's inability to truly defend transparency. But, like anything else, the facts remain. The environmental issues, for example. You can say there's no acid rain, there's no greenhouse gas emissions. They can say that, but people notice the effects. With regard to science, they can very well say that they're for science, but when all scientists say, I'm sick of being controlled, of not being able to talk about my discoveries, well, there again, the facts are clear. With regard to the census, everyone told them, don't do it, but they did it anyway. And now Canadian censuses can no longer be used to make any kinds of forecasts, for example, the kind of medical services that will be needed in the future in this country. Climate change. Well, for the Conservatives, it simply doesn't exist. So, there's the people in Texas who are stuck in a snowstorm who are probably laughing right now. So they're saying that, this CBC thing is not a problem. But, Mr. Speaker, we are going to support the amendments. We're going to support that in terms of transparency. We're going to say yes to the amendments. And if the amendments are not accepted by this House of Commons, we will have no other choice but to vote against this bill, which is flawed, which is anti-Canada, and which does nothing for transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak on the subject of Bill C-461, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, Disclosure of Information. This bill was introduced in this House on the 5th of November 2012 by the member from Edmonton St. Albert, and has been the subject of numerous debates. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill was referred to this House from committee
for third reading debate. Shortly before the debate took place, the member from Edmonton St. Albert tabled 8 motions to amend the bill as adopted in committee and as reported to this House on June 6, 2013. Today, I wish to speak to these motions. It is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that these motions fundamentally alter the state of Bill C-461. They would remove everything related to the records of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. These motions do not only fundamentally alter the state of Bill C-461 as amended by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, they also go against what the member from Edmonton St. Albert originally proposed for Bill C-461. This bill initially proposed to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act to make most of the CBC's information accessible under these acts. This was an important component of Bill C-461, Mr. Speaker. At that time, the bill proposed to change the treatment of the CBC's records to be in line with the recommendations made by the Ethics Committee during its study of Section 68.1 of the Access to Information Act. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that Section 68.1 is the ambiguous and confusing exclusion currently applicable to the CBC. This is the provision that the Federal Court of Appeal described as a recipe for controversy in paragraph 69 of the decision in 2011 FCA 326 CBC versus Canada Information Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, the government will oppose all 8 motions presented by the independent member from Edmonton St. Albert and will ask that Bill C-461 be voted on in the state that it was referred to this House on the 6th of June 2013. I will now speak on each motion separately. Motion number 1 would modify the long title of C-461 to remove the reference of the Access to Information Act. Based on this motion, the title would now read, An Act to Amend the Privacy Act, Disclosure of Information. This motion goes against what the member of Edmonton St. Albert originally proposed for Bill 461 and what was approved in committee. Excuse me. The approved version proposed to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act to make most information under the CBC's control accessible under both of these acts. Motion number 2 would modify Clause 1 of the bill, that is the short title of Bill C-461, by removing the reference to the CBC. With this motion, the short title of the bill would read, This Act may be cited as the Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. Again, this motion goes against what the member from Edmonton St. Albert originally proposed for Bill C-461 and what was approved in committee. Bill C-461 was originally about increasing transparency of the CBC by removing the broad exclusion that applied to it. The government will oppose both of these motions as they fundamentally modify Bill C-461. Motion number 3 proposes to delete Clause 2 of Bill C-461 and so remove the proposed injury-based exemption which would relate to how records of the CBC are to be treated under the Access to Information Act. I will remind this House that the bill originally introduced by the member from Edmonton St. Albert proposed this injury-based exemption. As a result of this, repealing the current ambiguous exclusion available to the CBC, that is, Section 68.1 of the Access to Information Act, would no longer be viable. That is reflected by motion number 4, which would delete the relevant section of Bill C-461. Mr. Speaker, the effect of these 2 motions would be the continuation of the status quo for the CBC. The Access to Information Act would not apply to information under the control of the CBC that relates to its journalistic, creative, or programming activities, other than information that relates to its general administration. This ambiguous exclusion would remain, and the public would be prevented from getting access to much of CBC's information. As I have indicated, Mr. Speaker, the government will oppose these motions. Motion number 5 would amend Clause 4 of Bill C-461 by modifying the categories of personal information which could be disclosed by government institutions respecting their employees or officers and the threshold for doing this. The new proposed threshold will be based on the sessional allowance payable to a Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, members have already debated what information should be disclosed under the Privacy Act. The bill was amended to reflect what the government considers necessary to promote more transparency at a certain level of public administration. The government will oppose this motion as it alters Bill C-461. Motion number 6 would delete Clause 5 of Bill C-461 and would therefore remove the proposed injury-based exemption which would relate to how records of the CBC are to be treated under the Privacy Act. Here again, I will remind this House that the bill originally introduced by the member from Edmonton St. Albert proposed this injury-based exemption. Mr. Speaker, the government will oppose this motion as it modifies the essence of Bill C-461. Motion number 7 would delete Clause 6 of the bill, which provides for an exclusion for personal information under control of the CBC that would reveal the identity of any confidential journalistic sources and for personal information that the CBC collects, uses, or discloses solely for journalistic, artistic, or literary purposes. The government amended the bill in committee to add an exclusion for any information under the control of the CBC that would reveal the identity of any confidential journalistic sources. The government strongly believes that the confidentiality of journalistic sources is a fundamental aspect of journalism, and we do not want to place the CBC at a disadvantage to private sector broadcasters. The government will therefore oppose this motion as it alters Bill C-461. The effect of motion number 8 is that the status quo would remain for the CBC with respect to access to its personal information. The Privacy Act would continue to not apply to personal information that the CBC collects, uses, or discloses solely for journalistic, artistic, or literary purposes. The government will oppose this motion as it modifies Bill C-461 in a fundamental way. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak on these motions amending Bill C-461. As noted at the beginning, our government will oppose all 8 motions presented by the member from Edmonton St. Albert, and we ask that Bill C-461 be voted on in the state that it was referred to this House on the 6th of June, 2013. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to take a long time in this debate. I will suffice to say that during the last round of debates, or before it hit committee, I was one of those who voted against the bill. However, with the amendments brought forward by my friend, I think they go a long way towards establishing the intent of the bill about transparency. I find it very ironic that the government, who touts itself as being champions of accountability, do not want to expose salaries above the $160,000 mark. They moved it to $444,000. Imagine, if you make anything more than $160,000 up to almost $500,000, no, we don't want you to know about that. Why? They should know about that. Why don't you know? That's the government of accountability, so they say they are. So, which is why I'm actually absolutely astonished by the fact that they would not allow this to go through. I mean, we just heard about this. How can you be someone who is of accountability, conservative, when anybody who makes below $444,000, we don't want you, including bonuses? It's really incredible. You know, they want everything out there. They want to protect taxpayers' money, but they don't want taxpayers to see how they spend their money within their own offices such as the PMO and others, including bonuses. That's the part that really gets me on this one. It's not so much about the CBC as it is about that. That's what it's all about here. And I'm absolutely astonished that the government, who claims accountability, will go to this measure to do this And it is such, it goes against the grain of conservative principles. You have yourself an honest member of Parliament here who became an independent as a result of it. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise today on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North to speak to Bill C-461, the CBC and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. Bill C-461 is a blatant attack on the CBC's ability to remain competitive and independent, which the Conservative government has tried to cloak with language of transparency. The Canadian public will not be served by the changes proposed by this bill. The only beneficiary will be the CBC's competitors. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that federal government, which while demonstrating a trend of greater secrecy and less transparency, can ask for exactly the opposite from everyone else? In a stunning display of hypocrisy, the Conservatives continue to demand near limitless disclosure from First Nations, labour unions, and now the CBC, while they simultaneously refuse to disclose the number of employees in the PMO who earn over $100,000. If the Conservative government was truly interested in transparency, it would have supported the original salary disclosure measures in this bill. Instead, during the Ethics Committee study of the bill, the Conservatives gutted these provisions by raising the minimum income to allow for full salary disclosure for federal employees from $188,600 to $444,661 annually. Mr. Speaker, this amendment that they introduced during committee is designed to effectively neutralize Bill C-61's salary disclosure measures, and rather than supporting transparency as the name of this bill suggests, the Conservatives are doing exactly the opposite. By gutting the salary disclosure provisions proposed in this bill, the Conservatives are at it yet again, Mr. Speaker. They're demonstrating their aversion to any measure of actually true transparency. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Canadians are wondering why the Conservatives voted to raise the salary disclosure threshold. Certainly there must be a valid rationale behind this particular decision. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to disappoint the Canadians searching for this answer. A reasonable explanation from this government but there doesn't seem to be one, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Federal Director of Canadian Taxpayers Federation noted that not one witness nor one committee member even spoke to why increasing the threshold was a good idea. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with the Director's prediction that this was probably because they couldn't think of even one good reason to justify their action. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are demonstrating that they are nothing if not consistent in this position. Over the past few months, we've seen this in this House, their attempts at evasion and cloaking the truth. Even independent transparency experts have criticized this government for its deteriorating commitment to transparency. Mr. Speaker, how can we expect to work towards transparency when the government is unable to set a good example of what that should look like? Mr. Speaker, why should we settle for transparency for everyone except the Conservatives? On this side of the House, we believe in a regime of transparency and accountability that applies fairly to all aspects of federal government. This is clearly not the view that is shared by my colleagues across the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that we can all agree that this is one of the utmost important that CBC remain accountable to Canadians. However, it is also important that CBC is able to protect its journalistic, programming, and creative activities in order to perform and deliver in this marketplace. This bill will make protection of that information significantly difficult and will threaten CBC's competitiveness and its ability to produce investigative journalism. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is important to acknowledge First of all, that the CBC has taken measures to improve its access to information operations dramatically. In fact, the Information Commissioner, in her 2011-2012 report card, remarks that CBC has had, and I quote this, achieved an outstanding level of compliance and awarded the CBC an A grade for its performance under the Access to Information. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the CBC proactively discloses information to the public beyond what is required. The CBC's improvement in this area are even more impressive when compared to federal government's own appalling performance in this regard. The amendments in this bill would repeal the exclusion from the Access to Information Act of CBC's information related to journalistic, creative and programming activities, and instead replace it with an exemption, Mr. Speaker. Under this exemption, the CBC will be required to demonstrate that the disclosure of a record would reasonably be expected to prejudice the corporation's journalistic, creative and programming independence. Currently, the Office of the Information Commissioner reviews the requested documents to ensure that the information relates to protected activities, then makes a decision. Under the proposed exemption, the CBC will be required to turn over documents as well as legal arguments outlining how release of this information would cause injury to the CBC. This places an undue and unfair burden on the CBC and will open the door to damaging requests as well as needless and expensive legal battles, Mr. Speaker. No other broadcaster is subject to similar measures. It is clear to see that these amendments would seriously threaten CBC's journalistic operations. The majority of the CBC's access to information requests are already come from its competitors, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will only serve to exaggerate the situation and force CBC to spend more time and effort protecting information relating to journalistic, creative and programming activities from its direct competitors. Why, Mr. Speaker, would we want to expose our public broadcaster to this extra burden that will seriously threaten its competitiveness? These amendments, Mr. Speaker, are unnecessary. CBC has already demonstrated excellent compliance with the Access to Information Act, and the Federal Court of Appeal has already settled this matter to the satisfaction of both Information Commissioner and the CBC. There is absolutely no need to place an additional burden on our public broadcaster, CBC, Mr. Speaker. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Mr. Speaker, I must point out the hypocrisy of this bill. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives can expect CBC to adhere to an even more demanding access to information procedure when they aren't even performing to the level that CBC is? This is truly perplexing to me, Mr. Speaker. This bill is backdoor attack on the CBC, targeting its ability to remain competitive and independent. The Conservatives have demonstrated with their amendments to the bill that they are not committed to ensuring transparency on salary disclosure. I agree that the CBC must remain accountable to Canadians, but this bill hinders its ability to protect journalistic, programming and creative activities, which will negatively impact its ability to perform and deliver in the marketplace, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the CBC should remain a strong, independent public broadcaster. The bill demonstrates that the Conservatives clearly do not feel the same way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The question is as follows. On motion number 1, Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-461 be amended by replacing the long title on page 1 with the following: An Act to Amend the Privacy Act, Disclosure of Information. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. And the recorded division will also apply to motions number 2 to 4 and 6 to 8. And now on motion number 5, Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-461 in Clause 4 be amended by replacing lines 4 to 20 on page 2 with the following. 3.
The total annual monetary income of the individual, including any performance bonus, as well as the job classification and responsibilities of the position held by the individual, and any additional responsibilities given to the individual, if that income is equal to or equal than the sessional allowance within the meaning of the Parliament of Canada Act, payable to a member of Parliament.
The salary range of the position held by the individual, as well as the classification and responsibilities of that position, if the individual's total annual monetary income, including any performance bonus, is less than the sessional allowance within the meaning of the Parliament of Canada Act, payable to a member of Parliament. Et 3.2.
And 3.2. The expenses incurred by the individual in the course of employment for which the individual has been reimbursed by the government institution. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division is deferred.
And normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to Standing Order 98, the divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, February 26, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. At
this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House be now adjourned. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let's stay calm here. I'm even dropping my papers, Mr. Speaker. On January 27th, I put a question concerning a recent incident of toxic red dust in Limoilou. I went to see for myself the deposits that were in a specific area of Limoilou, the farthest point south, but that affected hundreds and hundreds of residents. The question was about the fact that the Port of Quebec and the company are hiding behind the federal government to fail to take action. And the federal government, through a letter I got from the Minister of the Environment, claimed that this was contamination related to air pollution, and that was an area of provincial jurisdiction. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I've been looking into this issue for over a year. I've worked very hard. I did many access to information requests, and I expressed in the House that I was very unsatisfied with some of the answers I got, be it from Transport Canada, Environment Canada. This demonstrated a flagrant lack of action. And that was for some answers. Others, on the contrary, were so difficult to figure out that I was unable to determine the results of the interventions by the two departments concerned. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the departments are hiding behind certain clauses of the Access to Information Act to claim that there's too much information of various types to be able to reveal it, which is an excuse that goes far too far and is so obvious. What's particularly maddening is that many access to information requests that I made remained unanswered, despite the fact that they were very late. So let me get back to the answer I got from the Minister of the Environment, which was cut and paste by a bureaucrat in her department. The question of air quality comes under the Quebec Ministry of the Environment in this specific case. Thank you for signaling the time I have left. And this answer is contrary to what the Minister of Transport said. She sends the ball to the Quebec Port Authority and washes her hands of the whole thing, whereas at the Quebec Port Authority, through Ms. Joanne Lapointe, who claimed during this last episode that anything involving contamination by this dust in Limoilou comes under the aegis of the Quebec Ministry, but the rest will have to be determined by the court. So here's another loophole when it comes to the corporation Arrimage Québec with the complicity of the federal government. So what I'd like to hear from the minister is, when is she finally going to assume her responsibilities and settle this impasse that has been keeping the public in my riding hostage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for his question. First of all, I'd like to remind him of the efforts of Transport Canada in monitoring the file related to dust emissions in that area. First of all, I believe it's important to mention that Transport Canada is working in close cooperation with the Quebec Port Authority, which is responsible for administering, managing, and operating on a standalone basis the infrastructure under its responsibility. Also, I would like to emphasize that the federal government is not involved in the day-to-day operations of Canadian port authorities, and that any consequences resulting from these operations are under the port's jurisdiction and responsibility. However, regarding the dust emissions, the Port Authority implemented measures for monitoring the types and quantities of air emissions associated with port operations. As the member will know, the Quebec Department of Sustainable Development, Environment, Wildlife and Parks has determined in a report that the high source of contamination of nickel in the air is due to the transfer of mineral ore by Arrimage Saint-Laurent, an affiliate of Arrimage Quebec. Since then, as a follow-up of the notice of non-compliance sent by the Quebec government, Arrimage de Saint-Laurent has worked on the development of an environmental action plan, the latest version of which was sent to the Quebec government on October 15th. Note that Arrimage de Saint-Laurent already announced a full review of its operations, the installation of water and snow cannons and dust sensors, the implementation of washing stations, and the relocation of an access route. I'd like to highlight that the cannons and the dust sensors are now fully operational. The Quebec Port Authority, which works in collaboration with all of its lessees in order to limit the impact of the port activities on the community, follows up and cooperates in the implementation of measures put into place by Arrimage Saint-Laurent. It is also worth noting that the Port Authority now dedicates a full-time resource whose role is to ensure the smooth operations of the transshipment of ore. In light of the recent dust emissions developments, I'm confident and satisfied with the efforts made by the Quebec Port Authority to further the region's economic development while ensuring the quality of life of residents of beautiful Quebec City and the quality of environment. Furthermore, Arrimage Quebec said that they will collaborate with the Government of Quebec to address this incident. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his reply and his availability, but I should note right away that I am dissatisfied, because when he talks about Transport Canada's efforts vis-à-vis the Quebec port, what is he talking about? What efforts? I'm unable to get answers. So at the outset, there's no transparency. That's obvious. And I especially want to remind the House that the powers and scope of responsibility in port authorities are determined by Ottawa. So the federal government determined these parameters that mean that port authorities operate in a silo and never have to be accountable when there's an incident. This is a press relationship, more or less. Unfortunately, the population of Limoilou is subject to the consequences of the port operations, and we're unable to get answers. So I'm totally dissatisfied with his answer, and I'd like to know when we're going to get greater transparency and cooperation.
Terry.
Speaker, I appreciate that the member would like the minister to interfere, but I'm not sure what part of arm's length organization he doesn't understand. I mean, the Port of Quebec is an arm's length organization responsible for its own operational decisions, and the consequences of that, be they to the environment. We know they are working not only with their lessees, those who are leasing and are tenants on their land, but they're also working with the Quebec government, Mr. Speaker. We continue to monitor that file.
L'honorable député de Gaspésie.
Honourable member from Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today of continuing a debate which is of great concern to the people of my riding and region, and that is the loss of Via Rail service. We are going to lose Via Rail service from all over across the country, Halifax, Gaspésie, the Gaspé region. It's a huge concern, and this service has existed for 100 years. At least. And now, because of a lack of interest on this government's part, we may lose these services forever. I'd like to come back to what the minister answered in the House here today after a question by my Halifax colleague. She said that perhaps we should look at a map in order to better understand the geography of the region. I guarantee her that we're quite familiar with the geography of our region, and in fact have studied the map with the other opposition members in order to better understand how difficult things will be if the federal government does not invest in the 70 kilometers of railway lines at risk between Miramichi and Bathurst. If this investment does not take place over the next 5 months, we may lose Via Rail services forever. If the federal government does not invest in the railway, over the next few weeks, the railway may be closed in my region forever between now and the month of March. We're not talking about huge amounts of money here, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a 70-kilometer railway line. We're talking about an investment in partnership with CN of $10 million over 15 years, and that would allow us to save the line and to save Via Rail services elsewhere in Canada as well. In the case of the Gaspé, we know that in partnership with the province, the federal government could invest in partnership with the region a few $1 million in order to save the Gaspé rail line and ensure Via Rail service. I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Via Rail service in the rest of Canada are 2 Via routes that are actually twinned for about 2/3 of this route. It's a single train that is divided once it gets to the Quebec, New Brunswick on the boundary between the two provinces, the Quebec and New Brunswick. So if we lose the Halifax line, we will certainly lose the Gaspé line as well, because it's the same train. The government keeps saying that it can do nothing, that its hands are tied. The government says, unfortunately, CN is a private company, and Via Rail is a Crown corporation, but it's quite independent from us. It's much too complicated for the federal government to invest into a Crown corporation. Well, the members of the board of this Crown Corporation are named by the government. This is a branch. A Crown Corporation is a branch of government, and that's for a very good reason in the case of Via Rail, because they wanted to ensure regional access to adequate transportation. But now, in this case, this government doesn't find that enough people are using the service. I assure you, Mr. Speaker, that it's quite the opposite. The people in my region are spending money on Via Rail to get to big cities. Via Rail seems to be saying that people who are living in different regions will have to make other arrangements. They for example, take the bus, but the bus service will also be cut in my region, I believe. That will soon happen too, and we saw under the Urban Company who suspended transportation services in the Acadian region. So I remind you that in many regions now there are absolutely no modes of transportation available to people. Via Rail must keep offering this service so that people in the region can fully participate in the Canadian economy and contribute to it. This is all part of our economy. It is part of wellness. It is part of the wealth of our wonderful country. Via Rail needs to be present and offer adequate service to our citizens. I would like to hear what the Parliamentary Secretary has to say and what it is he plans to do to help the people in my region. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and speaking for the Minister of Transportation.
I appreciate the intervention by the New Democrat member. And let me start by saying, of course, that our government has a strong record, I would say, of investing in Via Rail. First of all, I know that we've made investments of $1 billion since 2007. I shared some of this with the member from Acadie-Bathurst. Since 2007, we made strong capital investments, refurbishment of some of the stock at Via Rail. Reminded the member, of course, that we voted against all of that support. I know that the support for the Via Rail network last year across the network was $275 million. But I have to remind the member, Via Rail, in fact, is a Crown Corporation. It's not a branch of government. It's not a department of the government. The minister doesn't sit down every day and figure out where the trains go and what routes are done with what. There's a board and there's a CEO. They make decisions, commercial decisions about how to run the business the best that they can. Their primary objective, of course, is that they provide safe and efficient passenger rail service. But they also try to do it in the most cost-efficient manner as possible. Now, Speaker, we're in CN has entered as a private company into a discontinuance process. That process is set out in regulations, and they're following that, and they're following the regulations that are in place. In the meantime, they're responsible, obviously, for things like the track safety. But I believe I heard the minister today, in question period, I believe it was, on this particular issue. She said that our government has taken no decision in this matter.
Honourable Député de Gaspésie,
Honourable Member from Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
We need a decision. We need to know that there's going to be support. We need to know the rail is going to be there so that we can ensure that there's service in our region. We need to know the government is going to be there to help the people of New Brunswick, help the people of the Gaspé, help the people of all of Eastern Canada past Quebec City, that there's going to be a sufficient investment so that there's going to be continuous service. The minister today suggested, well, maybe there's going to be an alternate route. Well, the alternate route is through Edmundston and Plaster Rock. That route, unfortunately, is largely forested. There's very little base for passenger service in that area. There's certainly no recent history of passenger service. I'm all in favor if Via Rail wants to expand service in other areas, please go ahead and do so. But let's go where it's been tried, where it's been true, where there's guaranteed use of that service, and that's in northern New Brunswick, and that's in the Gaspé region. And the inadequate response of we haven't taken a decision yet, the time is ticking, Mr. Speaker, and the National Dream of Sir John A. Macdonald is going to disappear right before our eyes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I reject the hyperbole of the member if he's to suggest that somehow there isn't rail service going from Halifax to other parts of the country, for example. I know his honourable colleague from Acadie-Bathurst had tried to make the same assertion that somehow we wouldn't have rail from coast to coast. I think the ocean line still runs from Halifax to points westward, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, as I said before, CN has taken a decision, a private business decision, as they are certainly entitled to do so. They're following the regulations of a discontinuance process. They're responsible for the track safety. And as I repeated earlier, Mr. Speaker, the government has not made a decision on that. Thanks.
Debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to pursue a question that I first asked in the House of Commons a few weeks ago that dealt with the question of the legality of the current administration's decision to shut down libraries and dispense with materials. The stories in the media were deeply disturbing. We heard about the Freshwater Institute in Winnipeg, for example. Now, these were particularly Department of Fisheries and Oceans libraries that attracted a certain amount of media attention and certainly public outrage and scientists expressing concern. The shutting down of these libraries was explained on government websites as having to do with digitalizing the material so that we could enter a modern age and we wouldn't have to rely on papers and books and documents and so on, but could go online and look things up. That didn't excite a lot of protest. It wasn't until the actual physical dismantling of these libraries occurred that the libraries of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans was shrunk across Canada and collections were essentially, according to eyewitness reports, materials were taken to dumpsters. People who had books out on loan were not requested to return them, so they just held on to them. People who were concerned with the loss of Department of Fisheries and Oceans materials showed up at, say, the Freshwater Institute and helped themselves, either to salvage or to benefit from the fact that this material was available for free. Someone I know quite well who works with a Manitoba NGO called Manitoba Wildlands saw a private contractor, does a lot of work for Manitoba Hydro, help themselves to large volumes of material that have been put together on behalf of the people of Canada, paid for by the taxpayers of Canada, and taken into private hands as the libraries were essentially looted before being dismantled. Now, those stories prompted my interest. I'd certainly been concerned. I know that the libraries for Canadian Forest Service had been dismantled. I knew the library in Victoria, I knew from a retired forester at the time that they were concerned. Books were disappearing. They were very worried about this. And it occurred to me that as I heard of these accumulated stories of libraries being dismantled, that this couldn't be legal. This was material put together for the people of Canada, paid for by the people of Canada. So what I did was I did some research. And the question I asked in the House dealt with the fact that under the Library and Archives of Canada Act, there's a specific set of procedures that must be followed. If the materials count as records, public records, and that could have certainly applied to the material in the DFO libraries, for instance, raw data, things that are not published in multiple copies, those cannot be destroyed without the written consent of the librarian and archivist of Canada. Materials that are documents that are called publications, so multiple copies. The Act is very clear on this point, which I found, even if it's surplus to need, the librarian and archivist must take care and control of that material and dispense with it carefully. As a matter of fact, not only is the the more I looked into it, not only is the Library and Archives Act of Canada violated, I believe, in the way these materials were dealt with, so is the Surplus Crown Assets Act violated. Now, I called the current acting Librarian and Archivist of Canada, and he let me know by phone that he had not provided a single written consent to the destruction of records. So if there were any records destroyed, that was illegal. Sure. And in terms of the care and control of materials, the eyewitness reports suggest that the care and control of materials was simply ignored on the assumption that the government of the day had the power to do away with the documentary heritage of this country. That's what the Act calls it, the documentary heritage. I maintain it's illegal. I'd like a straight answer from the government.
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and delighted to be here this evening. It's been a little while since I've been here for a late show. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. what the member opposite has stated is absolutely false. It's concerning to me, actually, because to the credit of public servants across the country, I think they take great care in all the documents that are made available not only to those of us in the House of Commons, but to the Canadian public. The original materials have and will be preserved, to answer one of the questions the member opposite had. Duplicate materials, some may be made available to the public, others have been disposed of in an environmentally conscious manner, as has been outlined previously in this place. And information that was available in the library continues to be available online. This is a digital age. We're delighted that the archives and the libraries across the country have been able to digitize many materials so that we have those available to Canadians, and I think it's actually more accessible to Canadians. Having grown up in Northern Canada, coming to a National Archive or to a library in a large central location was something that was unheard of for myself. In Fort McMurray, Alberta now, there's these great things called computers, and I can look up anything online anywhere in the country, which is fabulous. So I'm delighted that we now allow more Canadians, more individuals to have access to this information, and in a responsible way, making sure that we're taking care of taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy as well to see back at Late Show my friend, the Honourable Minister. Unfortunately, I am not satisfied with the answer received yet again tonight. Let me just, for the edification of the Chamber, read Section 16 of the Library and Archives of Canada Act, which states, despite the Surplus Crown Assets Act, all publications that have become surplus to the requirements of any government institution shall, mandatory, be placed in the care or control of the librarian and archivist. There is no evidence, based on the eyewitness accounts of the destruction of these libraries, that there was any inventory properly taken. Now, the materials, by the way, coincidentally, many of them have been shipped to the Institute for Ocean Science, which is in my riding on West Saanich Road, but they are not yet available. They're still sort of in sarcophagi. We don't know what was destroyed. There is a mandatory duty on every government to protect the documentary heritage of Canadians. In this case, it was not done.
The honourable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, the accusations are false, and original documents have and will be preserved. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.